Inferior magic swordsman, using the skill board to become the strongest. By Hagiu Aki. Chapter 1, Prologue. A waterhole? The feeling of sinking underwater was so sudden I didn't have time to brace myself. Tonight, Toru was dragging his exhausted body along the sidewalk when he suddenly lost touch of the ground. He was free-falling. He is wondering if his waist had stopped working from over-fatigue. Wondering why there is no ground when he tries to stretch his feet. Huh? Toru. His legs are getting stiff, but the feeling of falling doesn't stop, and the wind rushing towards me is pressing hard against my skin. A few seconds after, the alarming feeling of suddenly free-falling intensifies. He is no longer just free-falling. Even though his eyes were wide open, it was pitch black. Now he's free-falling in the pitch-black darkness. Finally he fell through. When he finally realized that his fall has concluded, his eyes were suddenly filled with a blinding flash of light. His fall ended anticlimactically. After that long dark fall, his butt felt like he just sat on the floor. There was no sharp pain or any kind of pain for that matter. What? Toru, who couldn't understand what is happening to himself, started to look around. There's nothing around here, just vast emptiness. There are no buildings, no houses, no roads, nothing at all. The space was pure white. What is this here? Stranger. Why is another human here? Stranger. Suddenly he heard a voice from behind. Toru's shoulders stiffened when he heard a voice behind him. As he turns around, there, a lone figure was standing alone in this vast white emptiness. The figure was wearing a simple white dress. Her hair is long and golden, like it is made of rays of golden sunlight. Though her hair may look otherworldly, her features are strangely Japanese-like. However, deep purple eyes are a color that cannot be found on any Japanese. Who are you? Stranger. Oh, you are a girl. Toru. Eh? Stranger. Toru was shocked at the person's reaction. He thought that the beautiful person in front of him was a girl. While he was panicking, the person smiled. I can be either. My looks depends on the person seeing me. The person before you thought I was a man. Stranger, I can't see you being a man at all. Toru, when you are done pondering, I am going to introduce myself. I am deity. While you humans call me one anyway. Then suddenly the girl started eating potato chips. She's eating and munching quite loud. Where did that potato chip bag came from? She didn't look like she's holding anything. It's like a magic trick. So once again, I am God. Stranger/God, what? Toru. Her words disheartened Toru. He comes from a country that has low belief on gods. However, this person is claiming to be one. You people from Earth, especially Japanese, share similar reactions. Don't you believe I'm God? God? Are you some sort of scammer? Toru. Apparently I have to re-educate the Japanese ones. God. Suddenly her eyes are showing an unnerving glint in them. By the way, where is this place? While I was walking, the road suddenly vanished and I fell. Toru. Ding. 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 That's right. You fell. You fell because you walked towards a dimensional rift. A dimensional rift? Yes. The rift is an extremely rare phenomenon that randomly appears anywhere on Earth. No matter how much we try to fix the laws of the universe, it doesn't disappear. You fell from the rift and now you're here. You are okay being here, right? God. Yeah. Well, yes. Toru was under a state of disbelief. But whether he believes it or not, it doesn't matter. He found himself on a place beyond his ability to comprehend. It might be a dream, he thought. He pinched his cheeks, but he only felt pain. He didn't even feel like he's waking up. Also he fell but felt no pain. His landing felt quite soft considering the length and his speed while falling. There is no other answer. But he still can't believe it. Well, it has been nice meeting you, but I have a job tomorrow. I really need to get going. Toru, I can't do that. God. Why? Toru, if you want to go back, it's up there. God. The girl pointed up. There was a faint but extremely small black spot in the white ceiling. He can't quite grasp the distance, my distance from that hole, but he thinks that if proceeding toward the black hole will be his solution in returning to where he came from. But how to reach that hole is unknown. Can you fly in the air? God. I can't. Toru, then give up. God. Flying is the only solution. What a uselessly simple solution. No, no. I still have work. If I don't get to work tomorrow, I will never finish my work before the deadline. You claim you are God? If so, please return me to the original world with your godly powers. Toru, I cannot bring you back. God. The woman said as he scrutinized Toru from head to toe, while munching on potato chips. I can't do it because you are in that state. God. What do you mean? Toru, you're just a soul. God. Hey? Toru, do you really believe that if a human body suddenly falls through a dimensional rift he will be alive once he comes out of it? The human body is a three-dimensional object. It would have been fine if it were 2 or 4-dimensional, but 3. God. Such. Toru, well, don't look like that. Anyway, the job that you have is a job that anyone else can do. If people can't find you, it doesn't really matter. Someone will surely take over your job without any problem. Ugh. Toru, this self-proclaimed God says things that hits where it hurts the most. Toru himself is very aware of that. However, when he was told face to face, made him more aware of the insignificance of his existence. So, what do I do now? Toru, well, now that you're done whining, let's move on. God, as she claps her hands, the chip bag vanished and the emptiness suddenly changed. The once white floor immediately started changing. White, green, and blue patterns were slowly flowing on the floor, as if the entire floor became a huge monitor. You have 2 options. One is to die. You can go back to Earth without any pain and no pain at all. God, oh, so I can go back. Toru, no. God, why did you even said that? Toru, the second is. She continued, ignoring the question from Toru. Migrate to this planet. A planet with splashed with white, green and blue hue was in the image. Realizing that, Toru looked down at the planet. It's difficult to bring a soul that has fallen from Earth, but it's easy to bring it down on another planet. You don't have a body right now, but I can put it in a good body. God, is the body okay? Toru, yes. It's a body without a soul. God, is it a corpse? Toru, you might call it as such. God, Toru, hey, don't look at me like that, okay? It's hard to suddenly make a body out of nowhere. I can do it, but it needs other resources, which can lead to bugs appearing in places unknown. God, isn't it possible to have a baby that isn't born yet? Toru, in order to do that, you have to kick off the baby's soul. Even a baby has a soul, you know? Do you want to transfer to steal the body of the baby and erase the baby's soul? God, no, that is. Toru, and when you transfer to a baby, your mental age remains the same. Do you have a hobby of sucking a woman's breast milk? If so, I can probably lend a hand. God, no, thanks. Toru, if it is the only way, the answer is a clear no. Some may have such a special hobby, but Toru is different. That's okay. You're dead now, I'll just send you a good body. God, this guy is clearly sending me to a corpse. Toru stared at the woman. By the way, I don't know anything about the other world. Can I survive there? Toru, language changes when the country changes. There are rare people who communicate with body language without even using words. However, Toru is not that kind of person. He needs to use language to communicate. In addition, it is easy to imagine that the changes in lifestyle are vast. With Toru, a person who grew up comfortably in Japan, a country which is the one of the best lifestyle on the planet, is thrown into other regions without prior knowledge. He does not have the confidence to be able to survive when it occurs. That planet is one of my domains. The people who have fallen into the rift have all transferred to that planet with my help. God, you sent other people there too. Toru, yes. If done right, you can live a fulfilling second life. However, God, Toru, yeah. If you're careful, you'll be able to have a fulfilling second life. God, the woman suddenly changed the subject. What was she about to say, Toru? Toru is feeling anxious, even if she said he would be safe. About what you were about to say. Toru, you ready? God, I wonder how many people in that world die every day. Toru, well. God, it is said that 18 people die every second on the earth. While they were talking like this, many people have already died. The body that is most suitable for claiming will be made soon. Then I'll give you this before I send you over there. God, saying that, the woman presented Toru with an A4-size transparent board. The moment I touched the plate that looked like an acrylic plate, a flash of light appeared and the plate disappeared. What happened? Did it disappear? Toru, I've just handed you a skill board. I mean, you know what a skill board is, right? God, a little. Toru nodded. Toru, who likes games as much as any person, knows and has knowledge about what a skill board is a device or system that improves on a character ''s/person's potential. Why did it disappear? Toru, it's tied to use soul. You can use it when you go to the other world. If you lived back on Earth, it would be useless. God, Is this something you can't usually use? Toru, yeah, you look like a serious person and you think before you act, right? God, is it all right because I'm a serious person? Toru tilts his head sideways in question. If you're not serious, will there be a penalty? Toru put his hands behind his head and tried to remember what God said. Did the people who have been revived have serious personalities? Suddenly Toru felt cold sweat run through his back. Use it well and live long. I'll send you the now. God, wait a minute. I still have some things to ask, Toru. It's okay. This isn't a farewell. If you meet the conditions, you can always see me. Well then, do your best. The girl smiled and held her hand towards me. White light seemed to be concentrated on the palm. Then it covered the Toru's sight in an instant. Before the end of her speech, Toru's consciousness was cut off. After sending the human to the other world, God exhaled slowly, Fu. Although it is only a soul, it is difficult to intervene in that world. Still, it was God's duty to send the souls that fell through the rift to a new path. Duty. No, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know how this human being will live his life. This time, God was secretly working on Toru's the skill board. The skill board is an auxiliary system used by living creatures on the planet called Eogod. If used correctly, one can obtain cheat-like powers. However, no one has been able to fully use it so far. First of all, half of the people sent they cannot use skill boards. The skill board cannot be used because using it requires experience from their previous world. Equal trade. God does not give power to indolent people. Next, even if the skill board can be used, most of them have not cleared the requirements for unlocking a skill. There are both kinds of people, those who did not want to get it but can, and those who want but could not acquire. How about the soul God just sent? Well, it's okay for the child to use the skill board. After that, he will pick only necessary skills after careful deliberation. If he becomes aware of the essential skills, he will attain unprecedented power. How will that person change when he has that amount of power? Will he walk a proper life or stay towards insanity? God is now looking forward to that human's choices. But there are more things that interest her. It is something that is sent along with him on his skill board. Do your best, okay? God took something out. It looked like a bag of potato chips. Then God started eating again. Chapter 2, New Body. Born in a small village, Lid was lying on his back under a cliff. Blood flows freely from his fractured skull due to the impact of falling from the cliff above him. The ground is dyed red after being soaked in Lid's blood. Far above, away from Lid's sight, 3 people are standing. On top the cliff are 3 adult men from the same village. Clement, Robert and Duck. Ain't he glad he's gonna meet his parents? He. Who's going to help that cursed brat? Die, you little SHT. Looking down on Lid from the cliff, the adult men left with rotten smiles plastered on their self-righteous faces. Lid no longer had strength to move his body. Standing up is impossible. He can't even lift any of his extremities. Blood is flowing from the back of his head and he's totally paralyzed. He's stuck on where he's lying, under the cliff from where he fell. The cliffs are very high. He'll never be able to climb even if he's not injured. If this is where I end, I should have done it. Lid. He should have killed. Lid wishes that he had killed the people who killed his father and mother. However, Lid can never avenge his parents. He doesn't even have the strength to slay the enemy. As a result, Lid was knocked down by them and now injured and dying. Lid. Tears of regret and sorrow burst from Lid's eyes. Daddy. Lid. As his tears dry, Lid, the curtain closed on his short 16 years of living. Toru opens his eyes as he regains consciousness. The white emptiness can't be seen, but now a vision of a cave fills his sight. This place. Toru. His body aches, probably from lying on the bare rocky floor. As he raises his body on a sitting position, he touches the back of his head. Toru. Something sticky is covering his head and palm. He moves his hand toward his face, dreading what he might find. As he looks at his palm, he finds it covered in blood. Oh. Toru. Toru hurriedly touches the back of his head. However, there are no signs that a wound was anywhere there. I knew my body would be from a deceased person, but it is certainly surprising if there's blood when you wake up. So this person died from an injury, right? Is the injury completely healed? Toru. It seems that the injury was healed completely when Toru's soul was transferred. While otherwise, his second life would have been over in seconds as soon as his soul is transferred. It would be an extremely short second life. Am I really in a different world? Toru stands up and scouts the area around him. His first impression is that he is on some sort of limestone cave. Toru is slightly disappointed. He thought that the scenery of a different world was vastly different from Earth. The appearance is not much different from that of the Japanese limestone caves he visited. There is no feeling of coming to another world. It was quite a disappointing reality, but then he noticed that the area was strangely bright. So he looked up at the source of the light. There. What is that? Toru, the tip of the stalactite, which has completely filled the ceiling, was dimly shining. Each one has the same amount of light as a firefly, but because there are countless stalactites, the entire limestone cave shines as if it was illuminated. Oh. The stalactites are emitting light naturally. Toru, at last. Toru excitedly stands up and stares at the otherworldly scene that he found. However, the body does not move the way he expected. That? Toru, about to fall again, Toru fixed his posture. The reason awkwardness of his motion is not because his body is difficult to move but the opposite. His body is moving too easily. The height is about the same, but how the skin has a very healthy complexion. The back of the hand is smooth without any wrinkles. Was Ida aged? Toru was moving his joints, from his shoulder to his arms. Everything was moving smoothly. Not a single awkward movement, nor is the strain in his muscles. He tried jumping to his as hard as he can. His body feels like it's floating. The performance is completely different from that of Toru's original 32-year-old body. When I flipped my shirt up, I saw a well-defined six-pack abs. As he feels his body with his very dexterous hands, there is only the feeling of well-defined muscles and a firm skin. Oh, my body is in peak condition again. Toru, it seems like waste to him. A sigh leaked, voicing a mixture of complex emotions that envy, joy, and regret. How old was this body's owner? Toru, while he was wondering, the number 16 appeared in his brain. It is the memory of the owner before Toru's soul is transferred. If that is the reality, Toru is now 16 years old again. Toru sighed once again. He feels depressed when we think that a child who is only half his own age has just lost his life. I will use this body and this new life with care. Toru gave a prayer of gratitude to the soul who would no longer be here. After praying, Toru immediately checks the power he received from the self-proclaimed God. But how can I summon that out? He tried to pray, but it doesn't appear. He raised his hand in front of him and breathed a little. Go. Toru, but it didn't work, she said, because I have a serious personality. Cold sweat runs through his new body. Toru, now remembering his time on that white space, recalled and said, Skill board. Suddenly, a transparent plate appeared suddenly and soundlessly in the empty space in front of him. Apparently the skill board is voice activated. That is good. It came out properly. Toru was relieved that it worked. That self-proclaimed God looked like she was fooling around. Refocusing, Toru confirms the details on the skill board. Status, Toru Minasuki, Level 1, Race, Human, Occupation, Hunter, Rank, 1, Skill Points, 1000. Hey! This was a body of a hunter. No wonder it's fit. Toru murmured at the occupation column. Toru was an office worker in Japan. Of course, he was not a hunter. He doesn't have such skill or knowledge. In other words, this occupation column seems to be calculated from physical data, not memory. Next, Toru looked at skill points. He believed that the skill points could be used to improve abilities. There is no confusion, as it is a common system for RPG games. It's much complex than that though. What does rank mean? Toru, since there's I, it can be expected that there will be 2 and 3. But that's it. I don't even know if I is the highest or the lowest. Toru, there is no explanation even if you tap on it. Toru, I touched the ranks with my fingertips, but the explanation did not appear either. Toru, in these cases, when you click on a skill or item in-game, a description usually appears. This skill board doesn't seem to be designed to be user-friendly. I should probably ask that self-proclaimed God the next time we meet. Toru, the self-proclaimed God said they could meet in the future. I have no idea what the conditions are for meeting, but I'll keep it in mind and remember to ask when we meet. Toru shifts to the next item in the board. Below rank and skill points, sets of passive and technique trees are visible. He tapped it to gain access. Passives, complete enhancement, body enhancement, magic enhancement, natural recovery, enhanced resistance, stamina, magic strength, dexterity, agility, intelligence, luck, limit break, techniques, sword art, spear art, staff combat, unarmed combat, magic art, training, methodology, detection, secret maneuver, intimidate, provocation, intuition, language, poker face, oration, incitement, conviction, concealment, animal husbandry, cultivation, sewing, couture, jewelry crafting, alchemy, metallurgy, blacksmith, various room, chant, revocation. Oh, I have so many. The released tree was packed with passive and technical skills. The basics are still on the screen, but the techniques doesn't end, no matter how much you scroll down. The tech tree seems to be lined up with all the things that can be called technique, old and modern. There are things that you can imagine such as cultivation and sewing, but some are hard to understand. What should I pick? Toru, as a test, DAP, increased night vision. Then, there was an item called storage. Its function is hard to identify. Toru taps it. Then, increased night vision disappeared from the tree list. The missing, increased night vision, was stored at the bottom of the tree in the newly created storage section. So that's how it works, but it's a pain to sort out all this. Toru, there are thousands in total. You have to tap each one to store them. If you do it properly, you can sort it out a little faster. However, it may store skills that I might need. Toru, well, I'll do it slowly later. Toru, giving up on storing the unnecessary skills at the moment. Toru will select necessary skills first. First is passive skills. Allocate everything here. Basic skills required different points depending on the type. For example, complete enhancement, body enhancement, resistance enhancement, magic enhancement. It can be imagined that all three enhance the body. However, complete enhancement requires 100 points to raise by one level, whereas body enhancement, magic enhancement, requires only 10 points. Why is there a discrepancy? Chapter 3, Testing the Skill Board. As a test, Toru threw pebbles he found on the ground. Check the flight speed and increase strength by 1. Complete enhancement plus 1. Toru picks up the pebbles again and throws them at full force. HMMMM. Toru. It doesn't seem to change much. Toru then made a jump. With the image of jumping up to the top of a cliff about 10 meters away, he pushed through with all his strength. However, Toru's jump didn't even reach a meter in height, let alone on the cliff. It's about the same as when I first arrived here. It looks like it hasn't changed at all. Why? Toru. At around level 1 the effect is too low and you can't feel any change. However, 100 points per level, I can't waste that many points to confirm the effect. Before conducting the experiment, Toru decided all the skills that seemed necessary. Sword art, magic art. I can't say for sure, but this world is likely to have a lighter view on life and death than Japan. It is essential to raise sword art and magic art to protect yourself. Also, intuition and thought trace are necessary to protect yourself. If they were just like Japan, they could die. Language comprehension is the most necessary skill to live in this world. This has to be selected. After that, choose the skill considering desires and the benefits. As I watched the skill carefully, I suddenly noticed something different. Magic sword. Toru, magic sword generally means a sword imbued with magic or special power. Generally speaking, it is a magical sword. On the other hand, it can mean a demon's sword or a sword with a demonic skill. I don't know which it is and what it does, but it seems that you can get it on the skill board. Magic Sword requires 5 points to acquire, although slightly higher than the average value of other skills, but it costs less than Complete Enhancement and Limit Break. It's really cool, but it's just my desire to acquire it talking. Toru, this is a skill board prepared by the self-proclaimed God. God often tests humans. Therefore, something may happen if I choose the wrong skill. But yeah, I really want to get the magic sword skill. Men are children at heart no matter how old they are. Weak to the idea of justice, legendary weapons, ultimate magic, and so on. It was Toru who resisted the temptation of magic sword for a while, but at the end he gave in and used skill points. Status: Toru Minasuki, Level 1, Race, Human, Occupation, Hunter Magic Swordsman, Rank 1, Skill Points, 1000. Passives: Complete Enhancement +5, Body Enhancement +5, Magic Enhancement +5, Natural Recovery +5, Enhanced Resistance +5, Limit Break, Stamina +5, Magic +5, Strength +5, Dexterity +5, Agility +5, Intelligence +5, Luck +5. Techniques: Sword Art LV4, Magic Art LV4, Intuition LV4, Intimidate LV4, Thought Trace LV4, Less than Magic Grimoire LV4, Greater than Less than Chantless Casting LV4, Greater than Language Comprehension LV4, Blacksmith LV4, Magic Sword LV1. Apparently, the acquired skills also affect the occupation. The profession changed drastically as soon as I acquired Sword Art and Magic Art. Regarding Limit Break, got me curious, so acquired it anyway. This seems to be a good skill, so I took it, just in case. Regarding the effect, Limit Break, I have no idea right now. When I tried to use it, nothing really happened to my body. There is no sign that my body became easier to move. I tried acquiring it because the name sounded amazing, but I guess it was a mistake. Toru, Limit Break, is 100 points for each level up. At the moment, I can't really feel the effect of acquiring the skill. It might have been nice to use the points to level up other skills and not Limit Break. Toru, I am slightly regretting it, but I can't help what I chose. Toru stops himself from regretting. After acquiring my skills, I am now worrying about other things. First of all, is there a limit on the number of skills that can be acquired? The maximum number of the skills is unknown, even the maximum level is unknown. No hint has appeared on the skill board. Next is the change in the number of points required to improve skills. 4. Complete Enhancement and Natural Recovery. The number of points was the same regardless of how many times they were improved. However, 4. Stamina and Sword Art. Level 1 is 1 point. Level 2 has 3 points. Level 3 was 6 points, and the required points gradually increased. Finally, the notation. The passive skill is plus notation, while the technique skill is LV notation. It's still unclear what the difference is or if there is any. I wish I had a little more explanation. Toru, the skill board is not really a user-friendly design. I want to complain to the creator that the user's needs and wants are ignored. I have to find a way to meet the self-proclaimed God. So Toru swore in his heart. After allocating the points, it was the techniques that made him feel a big change in his capabilities. As soon as he raised the sense, he began to feel subtle changes that he could not feel before. He couldn't use magic at this time. How can I be a magic swordsman even though I can't use magic? Toru, that's a perfectly normal question. However, It is such a mysterious effect because the skill board normally shows improvements when skills are acquired or enhanced. Not being able to fully utilize the skills is a problem, so I can't help but complain on the skill board. It can be assumed that there are some special conditions or knowledge for using magic, but Toru, an earthling, has never seen or used magic. There's no way around it. Needless to say, I cannot live here without language comprehension. However, there is no one to talk to, so I can't make sure that language comprehension is working correctly. It would be disappointing if language comprehension wasn't a skill for conversing. Toru, it wouldn't be funny if he can't communicate with anyone in this world. He'll need to find skills that help in communicating if it doesn't work. Blacksmithing is a completely chosen because he wants it. Toru decided that he would like to make his own equipment using the skill. However, I have no idea when I can make my own equipment. Toru regrets that he might not have had to shake now. Inventory, as a skill, has the same function as the inventory of the game. If you focus and think about storing the pebbles in your hand, the pebbles will be stored using inventory. When you want to take out from inventory, just imagine what you want to take out and just think come out. Inventory has the advantage that of carrying and storing a lot of items all at once. Whether or not Toru travels around the world in the future, it has the ability to raise his quality of life just by possessing it is the ability. And finally, Magic Sword. Magic Sword can be leveled up. 5 points were needed to acquire Magic Sword. On the other hand, 1,000 points are needed to raise from LV1 to LV2. Is there a difference between 1 and 2? Toru speculates that skill points may be acquired as the level increases. This is because most games that acquire skills use similar systems. However, how much should level would I need to raise before I could collect 1,000 points? There was a desire to compare LV1 and LV2 magic swords, but rather than raising the level of magic sword, the performance may be better if the passives and technique levels are raised. Raise the passive and technique level first, and if there are extra points, that's when I'll give it a try. There's still the problem on passive skills. Toru, I try to increase the basic skills as much as possible, but at the moment I can't feel any major physical change. I threw a stone while leveling it several times, but I could not confirm the increase in the stone throwing speed. Isn't there a visible change when I raise my skill? Is the skill limit 100? It's good to try and improve myself with the special power of skill board, but I don't feel stronger. I'm quite disappointed. Maybe the average person might already have acquired about +5 level in passives. The skill board was only given by the self-proclaimed god and is likely to be a rare skill. Still, it is easy to guess that the skill items themselves are complicated. The proof is that there are really good skills. If even the skills seem simple, I am worried about the intention of the self-proclaimed god who mixed the increased vision. Aside from that, it is natural to think that skill boards are skills that allow you to visualize and distribute the passive skills and technical skills in the world. Then, there is a good chance to increase the skill without using the skill board. By practicing it will naturally increase. How strong are people in this world? Level 100. Toru trembled with the overwhelming difference. Everything is different. But it's interesting. How nice, Toru. Toru's lips formed a wry smile. Rather than living in a world where you know what you can do in the future, a world where you don't know what the future holds is many times more interesting. Lack of directions is just the same as multiple destinations. It was then that Toru was excited about his new life in a different world. Toru's intuition is telling something to him. At the same time, his hearing is picking up the sound of mozo. Mozo. I don't think this is another person. Chapter 4, Caterpillar. The creature that can be grasped by intuition is obviously different from human. Toru began to prepare without any hesitation. From the back of the cave, a huge thing crawled from the place where the light did not reach. It's too big for a regular caterpillar, Toru. It looks like a caterpillar, but it was dozens of times the size. If you don't like insects, you will be shocked. No way that all the insects in this world are huge, is it? The world in which giant spiders and centipedes are rampant, and this world sure is mysterious. Toru can't help hoping that there is no such world. The caterpillar, which had been moving until then, responded to the pool of blood in the ground. The blood shed by Toru's body, previously the original owner. Crawling towards it and tasting the blood, then glanced at Toru. Toru. My spine froze. Toru is backstepping following his instincts. The mouth of the caterpillar is beyond the eyes and nose. Then the mouth of the caterpillar cracked into 3 pieces, much like a chestnut in the harvest season. Countless fangs can be seen behind the mouth. If Toru was standing there, he would have had his second life finished prematurely. Of course, Toru didn't actually have the power to avoid the opponent's attack. He was only able to avoid the attack thanks to intuition and thought trace. I'm glad I have acquired my skills properly, Toru. If I met this guy before I acquired my skills, Toru. Considering that, Toru's cold sweat trickled along his back. The caterpillar positioned itself, again ready to attack. But before being attacked by the caterpillar, "Come on, magic sword, Toru." Toru was amazed. The magic sword that appeared is about 70 centimeters, 2 feet 3 inches, long. It was a single-edged long sword with a width of 5 to 10 centimeters, 2-4, and a slight warp. The blade is black and there are red patterns scattered along it, raising a jet-black color that absorbs light. A murmur was heard inside the cave. The sound comes from the caterpillar. The body of the caterpillar, which was about to attack, was strong. Shih. His body moves towards the gap in the caterpillar's defense. Toru moves his body using the sword dart skill. Toru's movements were so elegant that it seemed like he had always held a sword. Toru cuts the caterpillar and escapes behind. With a single contact, Toru was slashing the caterpillar 3 times. Toru stopped himself. With the faint sound, the body of the caterpillar was bisected and quartered. At last, Toru relaxed and lost his tension as a squelching sound echoed behind him. Looking back, the caterpillar is divided into 4 parts. Fu. Inadvertently looking straight at the grotesque corpse, Toru glanced away immediately. This magic sword is amazing. I didn't feel any resistance. Of course, thanks to the follow-up of sword dart skills. Although I handled a sword for the first time, I was able to move without any discomfort. Toru is an amateur when it comes to swordsmanship. Without skill, he couldn't wield a blade and would use the sword like a blunt weapon, or the sword would have missed. Toru confirms the feeling by holding and opening his hand. I've just transferred to another person's body, and I can't really grasp the feeling that this is my body. It felt like I was inside a dream. I thought this was a dream. Toru, it was the truth. Toru didn't fall into the hole, and Toru just fell asleep due to overwork and fell asleep on the street. When he woke up, he was in Tokyo and was forced to finish work tomorrow until night. He'll surely be back on the last train tomorrow, and if it's late not good enough, he will be staying at the company. Most of the salary he got from his boss disappeared into his living expenses. Working like a slave, and wearing down his body and spirit. I'm glad this is real. Toru, looking at hell and the sight of Japan that he recalled, Toru's life turned a 180. Toru has no lover, wife or children. The only thing that kept me connected to the earth was work. Once away from work, I realized that it wasn't the place I wanted to return to. Yup, clenching his fist, Toru nodded strongly. I can't go back anymore. Then he'll live here. Once he decided to do so, the first step he has to do is familiarize himself with his new body. The sound was coming from the back of the cave again. This time caterpillars were appearing in droves. Toru swings their magic sword and tilts his mouth. His back quivered and trembled with excitement. Well, let's have a little spar with you. Toru, muttering, Toru dived into the large group of caterpillars, with a big smile on his face. How many caterpillars were there? Toru calmed down his rough breathing, and sprawled on the ground, which was moist with the worm's body fluids. I stopped counting after the number of subdued caterpillars exceeded 10. From the back of the limestone cave, an unusual amount of caterpillars appeared. If he was a weak person like when he was on Earth, he would be out of breath and crushed by a group of caterpillars. However, probably because this body is young, or because the body became lighter each time the caterpillar was cut, it was possible to easily repel the swarm of caterpillars. Ha. I think I've become able to move properly after a while. Gradually, I was able to master my body, which was not my own. However, there are some discrepancies in recognition. They are about the same height, but haven't got used to the differences in weight and limbs. It is similar to when you enter a small room, it seems that you will always bump into things. Speaking of which, there was a level in the status. Recalling that information, Toru called the skill board. Then, status, Toru Minasuki, level, 1-8, race, human, occupation, magic swordsman, rank, 1, skill points, 0.70. There were 7 levels up. Is this the reason why my body is lighter than before? Thanks to the level up, skill points were increasing. Will a skill point increase by 10 points per level? With this, there was a way of securing new skills. However, raising the level of magic sword to 2 is extremely difficult. Anyway, each level is increased by 10 points. In order to earn 1000 points, you have to increase your level to 100 without spending any points. I've killed a lot of caterpillars now and raised my level by 7. If I keep the same pace, I can reach level 100 by hunting 14 times as many caterpillars. However, it seems impossible. The true value hard to be determined as the experience value required for leveling up gradually increases. It is unlikely that you can easily earn points. Really, what is level 100? Level 100 is the summit when on a game. I didn't think it was realistic for Toru, as he aimed to reach the top without spending any other skill. Unless the average level in this world is 100 and the level cap is actually higher, it will be a different story. If so, Toru would curse the god that dropped him into such a harsh world. Is there another way to earn points? Toru, I have no way of knowing. Currently, Toru doesn't know anything about this world or skill boards. Okay, Toru. After calming down himself, Toru stood up and looked up at the cliff. It's a pity that I've come to this point and about to be starved to death. I must leave the cave before getting hungry and stuck. The closest exit is on the cliff. However, the cliff is about 10 meters, 32 to 33 feet, high. If you do not use this cliff, there is a possibility that there is another exit inside the cave. When it comes to adventures, every boy gets excited. However, Toru didn't feel like exploring the cave. Even if you go to the back of the cave, you will be blocked by the caterpillars, and above all he is sensing a bad premonition. Perhaps because Toru became more sensitive and intuition, became more sensitive. Toru could feel the signs of danger. There was no sense in ignoring a nearby exit and proceeding to the depths where there was strong sense of dread. Toru turned towards the cliff. The cliff surface is smooth and there is very few places to grab onto. It is a cliff that ordinary people cannot climb. If he were slash here and the with magic sword, he may be able to climb with the footholds as if he was rock climbing. However, Toru dared to choose a different method. So, he ran towards the cliff, then kicked the face of the cliff, and jumped up. Despite slowing on the way, he kicks against the cliff surface and accelerates again. Reaching out, he grabbed the edge of the cliff and lifted his body. Heave-ho! Toru climbed the cliff swiftly, with a slightly screaming voice. I thought I could do it somehow, so I tried it, but I didn't exactly climb. Toru was slightly surprised from physical abilities that cannot be considered normal on Earth. The benefits of leveling up were higher than how Toru imagined. But I suppose this might be normal in this world. Caterpillars were fine, but it might be dangerous if I encounter a ghost. Let's I have toughen up. Toru's back, standing at the entrance to the limestone cave, trembled. It's like when I was a kid, when I was swinging a folded umbrella like a sword, or when I was wearing a jacket like a cloak and hanging it over my shoulder. Blood rushed through my body, as if I was posing in line with the heroes he's seen on TV. Beyond this, is a world you don't know is waiting to be explored. What is there? What can I do? What kind of future is waiting? I can't stand waiting or standing by imagining. Toru couldn't stand the excitement and a wide smile filled his face. Okay, I'll do my best. With various expectations and hope, Toru took a step from the limestone cave to the outside world. Chapter 5, Nameless Village. Outside the cave was a deep forest. Toru instinctively breathed in the air to the dense scent of wood. He touched the trees that he could not see in the city he used to live in. The vegetation is overgrown and the visibility is rather poor. But Toru knows where he should go. It's a weird feeling to know where you're heading, even though it's a foreign place. Is it the memory of the previous soul? Toru, the memory of the former owner was still faint. Toru tries to read the memory. The memory I could read was very little. It was almost full of holes and there was no consistency. When I read the memory patiently, tears suddenly spilled from my eyes. Ah. What? What is this? Toru, tears overflowed one after another, as if the faucet had broken. Toru himself is neither moved nor sad. The body responded to something in the memory. To shed tears like this. What kind of sad person was the owner of this body? Waiting for the tears to stop, Toru arranged the information found from his memory. First of all, this world must be called Iagud. The owner of the body was named Lid. It turns out that Lid lived in a small rural village without a name. And the reason why Lid died. Lid's parents were already dead. Lid has lived alone since his parents were lost. Sometimes he helped farmers, but in many cases Lid hunted in the woods and foraged there. Lid was isolated in the village. The cause of isolation is his appearance. A cursed child? Toru, while muttering, Toru touched his bangs. The transparent hair was black. Also, the eyes are black although they are not visible to him. On the other hand, no one in the village has dark eyes and hair. Just because they had different eyes and hair color from themselves, Lid was called a cursed boy and kept away from the villagers. I don't feel like going to the village as it is. However, Toru's back is now covered with blood, and the fluid of the caterpillar is also attached. I was even starting to feel a little hungry. Even if I leave this place for another, I should change clothes and secure food. Well, I'll be going there. Toru, life's a game you have to win to be able to live. Toru shoved all his fears under and headed for Lid's estranged village. The village where Lid lived in is a place that can be reached after 30 minutes walking on foot. Surrounded by simple fences, the village was lined with 20 houses, surrounding a large house in the center. All the houses are made of wood and are so fragile that a strong person can break it with one tackle. The main product of the village is wheat. Villagers live here and work on the farmland outside the village. The men who are working are outside the village. The ones remaining are women, children, and the elderly, whose limbs do not move. When everyone saw Toru, they looked like they bit something bitter and turned their eyes away. The villagers quickly returned to their houses to avoid Toru. Within a minute of entering the village, every person disappeared from the visible area. This is terrible. Lid often worked here. Toru makes a prayer for Lid, who is no longer in the world. If Toru lives here, he decided to leave the village within a week. Toru's feet headed to Lid's home without hesitation. When he entered the house that was more haphazardly made than the ones around it, he noticed a single hook and a bow and arrow. There is no furniture, no bed. It's like a vacant house, as there's almost nothing but the basic needs are there. There was a piece of cloth in the corner of the house. All the pieces are connected. It's pretty shabby for patchwork. Lid used this piece of cloth instead of a futon. Lid. You should have lived well. Unknowingly, my eyes tears up a little bit. Toru headed to a well shared by the villagers with a bucket made of more patchwork than the original bucket. When Toru made his way to the well, the villagers who have reappeared outside run back into the house to escape. On the contrary, their reactions are interesting. Toru, will they come and go from their homes every time they see me approach or leave? It's like a joke or a gag show. Toru drew water from the well. A small laugh escaped from his lips at the ridiculously comical image he imagined. I returned home, washed my body thoroughly with the water, and changed into new clothes. Ah! Refreshing, Toru. The stickiness and tackiness I felt on my back disappeared. He felt so relaxed and refreshed. I felt like I was alive again. Unfortunately, there was only one change of clothes. After staring at his bloody clothes for a while, he decided to leave them on. Lid was stockpiling meat because he lived on hunting. Take a piece of dried meat hung on the ceiling and took a bite. Oh, the taste is decent. I want pepper alongside it if possible. It tasted quite gamey, but it's not bad. Toru bites the dried meat and throws the rest into his inventory. He also threw in the bow and arrows inside. Toru, who has magic sword, has no need for other weapons, but Toru has no money. Of course, Lid didn't also have any money. Money cannot be created from nothing. It might be terrible to Lid, but the weapon will be sold for cash. Even if the selling price is 2 coins or 3, it is better than nothing. Having finished eating the dried meat, Toru looked around the whole house. Then he closed his eyes and prayed. Instead of praying for Lid, Toru put Lid's thoughts into the prayer for the house and Lid's parents who built it. Thank you for helping me, Toru. Clement returned from the field for lunch, and was frightened when he saw a familiar black-haired, black-eyed boy. It's a lie, Clement. The boy was a villager here, a cursed child called Lid. He was also the man Clement and his colleagues pushed him this morning from the cliff of the limestone cave. It was about 10 meters high and it should have been a cliff impossible to climb. Besides, Lid's head was broken by the impact of the fall. At least as far as Clement saw, it was supposed to be a fatal wound. So why is Lid wandering around this place? Hey, is that Lid? Why is he alive? Robert and Tucker turned with Clement shook their lips. Isn't he dead? Didn't he fall from his head and bled out? Oh, why is he alive? Clement and his buddies pushed Lid off the cliff because he was a cursed child. Black hair and black eyes bring disaster to this village. Yes, the village head said. In fact, Since the birth of the Lid, wheat yields have declined among the villagers. In addition, the number of times the village is attacked by demons is increasing. As a matter of fact, Clements is ignorant and does not know whether the yield is really decreasing or the number of attacks by monsters is increasing. But if the chief says so, there is no need to doubt. What's wrong with the village is all Lid's fault. If Lid is gone, everything will be better. That was the common understanding of the villagers. Clement and others got up for the village. First, they eliminated the parents of Lid, who gave birth to a cursed child. The crime of bringing the cursed child to the village is great. Let Lid's parents pay for that in blood and their death. Clement and 3 others lure his parents to a cave that is said to contain spirits, and thrust them off a cliff. Clement's work on Lid's parents quickly spread throughout the village. But they didn't receive any blame, because it's for the village. Justice is on their side. There is no mistake in their actions. Yes, Clement and others thought so. His parents were killed successfully. After that, only the cursed child remains. Clement's group also lured Lid in the same way, then knocking them through the cliff. Lid was bleeding from his head, and they thought he was dead. However, he now reappears before Clement and others. After all that, he is truly cursed. 3 of them muttered in a quivering voice. He won't die even if they kill him. That possibility made Clement's heart and soul freeze. He's a devil. It's not good for him to live. Oh, this time I will definitely kill you. Kill him and bring peace to the village. Clement's mood was completely that of a hero. But is there a brave man who finds joy when killing? Is this really the right thing to do? Such a question was quickly wiped out by the voice rising from his heart. Clement and the like have set their eyes on the enemy. With bloodshot eyes they head for Lid's house. The door was opened all at once, and the Lid inside was attacked by 3 people. They lifted him up and headed towards the cave. I have some work again from noon tomorrow. I'll throw him away in the limestone cave. Yes. Oh, Robert and Tuck hold an unconscious Lid that, while Clement leads. Kill, 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 kill. Such murmuring leaked from the drooling mouths of Clement and others who rushed to the limestone cave. But no one realizes what they are talking about. Rather than that, they were only thinking of making sure Lid is dead. Arriving in front of the limestone cave, all they have to do is drop Lid over the cliff. From behind Clement, who was thinking of their next action, I wonder what I'm going to do. It's the same killing method. Don't you people learn? Toru, he heard Lid's voice. Chapter 6, Soul Reaper. Toru, who was about to leave the house, was suddenly beaten up by a trio of men who broke into his house. Not knowing what had happened, Toru was very confused. But the confusion soon subsided. This is because the men's attacks didn't hurt at all. He was shocked by the attack, but the pain was just as painful as a baby's pat. Toru, who knew he was not endangering a second life, calmly observed the other person. The man who broke into the house was a man in his late 20s to early 30s. His hair color is the same as that of the villagers, and his body looks stronger than that of Lid. Toru didn't want to incite the other person, so he asked the other person directly. Hi? Toru took a breath as he looked at the man. Their eyes were bloodshot, and foam had accumulated in the corners of their mouths. The appearance is similar to a person possessed by a demon. The aura around them was strange. In fact, the intuition skill felt that they had something not quite human in them. Lid's memory tells us about a 3-man group that was attacking Toru. They were villagers named Clement, Robert and Duck. They are the people who killed Lid this morning. He is also one of the people who killed Lid's parents. When Lid's memory conveyed that, Toru's brain was calm. But behind that calmness, thought trace begins to activate at high speed. The reason why these guys are weird is that they are being manipulated by someone. Toru didn't think they were ordinary villagers. There is magic in this world. Toru knows very little about what magic can and cannot do. However, it is thought that there may be magic to manipulate people. Therefore, Toru pretended to have fainted. Even if they continue to beat him like before, Toru will not die. So Toru let them proceed and observe what they are doing. If you want to kill with a weapon, he can just run away. But if they head for the person who uses mind manipulation magic, Toru has to confirm it for Lid's sake. The men are murmuring something. Toru was unnerved by their constant murmuring, repeatedly saying kill endlessly. They're being scary. On the other hand, Toru feels elated that language comprehension is working properly. He was worried if he could talk to the other party, but now his worry has been resolved. Toru's first word from the people of Iagad is kill. He is feeling anxious about his future. The only thing left is whether or not the other person can talk normally. Are these people able to make a decent conversation? I could not help holding such concerns. After leaving for a while, Toru felt that he had returned to the limestone cave that he had just been on. Why are they back? Apparently Toru was just overthinking. They had no such instructions. They killed Lid and his parents at their own will. Discouraged by his disappointment, Toru quickly escaped from his restraint between Robert and Duck. I wonder what I'm going to do. They are going to kill me again. I don't ever learn. Toru, Clement. Hearing Toru's voice, Clement turned around and looked completely astounded. Oh, hey, Robert, Duck. Lid is awake. Why didn't you restrain him properly? Clement, oh, I did. But when I realized it, he pulled away from my hand. Robert, dude. Tuck, the sound of teeth clenching can be heard from Clement. What do you feel good about, Lid? There are 3 of us and you are alone. Even if you resist, Clement is filled with murderous intent. The next moment, the figure of Robert next to Clement disappeared. Wow! Exclamation mark. Robert fell from a cliff. The head fell on the ground, making a smashing noise, and his skull broke open. 1 down, 2 to go. Clement had no idea what Lid did. But what happened seems that Lid probably kicked Robert off the cliff. However, Clement's known Lid is by no means strong. He was a person who could be defeated easily if surrounded by 3 people as strong as Clement. A strong adult who has been trained in farm work. On the other hand, Lid is just a boy who has never done farm work and had trouble eating. From a common sense point of view, the formers would be stronger. Therefore, Clement could not accept the fact. What did you do? Clement, what the hell did you do? Tuck. Lid looked at Clement. Clement's body froze when he was stared down. There is no hate or murderous intent on Lid's face. However, he was staring at Clement and Tuck as if they are not people. Perhaps I have touched something I shouldn't have. But it was too late. While thinking about what to do, Tuck fell over the cliff. An unpleasant sound of smashing meat echoes in the limestone cave. The sound reverberates, but Clement keeps his eyes on Lid. You cursed child. Clement, what? Should I die if my eyes and hair color are different from you? Lid's hand, which swung down, suddenly had a black sword in his hand. Immediately after seeing the sword, Clement's spine shivered due to an unknown fear. Don't touch that. A voice in Clement's head screamed at him to run away. Then you who has a different color than me means that I can kill you. Toru. Already, Clement's throat was silenced. He was stunned and frozen by the overwhelming intimidation from the eyes of Lid. What on earth am I facing? If there is an evil god or a god of death in this world, I'm sure they would have such an eye. Overwhelming pressure deprived Clement of freedom. Clement, however, Clement still raised his voice and desperately moved. The other party is not an evil or god of death. It's Lid. It's human. By any means, this guy can be killed. Kill. 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 Break. Die. Everything in darkness, according to the voice in his heart. Clement jumped at Lid. However, Clement fell when he noticed the shock from his chest. Almost at the same time, the voice that filled his heart until now disappeared completely. It's as if he didn't hear such a voice from the beginning. Clement crashed into the ground and looked up at the cliff, nearly fainting in pain. The figure of Lid looking down from the top of the cliff with his black sword in hand made him look like a completely different person from the one he knew for some reason. Clement and others had an extraordinary murderous intent in their eyes. Toru fought against a large caterpillar and was used to murderous intent to some extent. But their bloodlust was different. The bloodlust swirls in blackness as if it were not human. Maybe all the people in this world are so dangerous. Toru was intimidated. If he was a weak person like when he was on the earth, he must have been frozen. On the other hand, an unfamiliar urge was born in Toru's chest. The impulse is, what do you feel good about, Lid? There are 3 of us and you are alone. Even if you resist, with Clement's words, an unidentified urge exploded. Toru left the impulse and kicked Clement and 3 others off the cliff. When kicking off, Toru also slashed them with a magic sword. This is to attract the caterpillars that are attracted by the smell of blood. However, that's weird. I should have cut them properly. Toru, magic sword, which Toru had swung through, slashed the wrists of the 3 people as intended. There was a slashing feeling. If Toru's magic sword was working properly as a blade, their wrists would have been cut off from their bodies by this time. But their wrists were still on their bodies. The magic sword has passed through the body. Why? Toru was a little confused. I slashed the caterpillars a lot, but this never happened. Right. Toru threw his doubts at ease. Although they could not be cut with their magic sword, Robert's head broke when dropped. From the cracked head, everything that shouldn't come out spreads out. With this, Toru's aim can be fully achieved. When Toru was in Japan, he has never seen a cracked head. Nevertheless, when I saw Robert's head from the top of the cliff, I felt nothing. Ordinary people may look a little pale, but even that does not happen. Toru accepts the discovery of a new side, as he was tolerant to harm. Clement, who fell under the cliff, was hardly injured, probably because he had a good place to land on. However, the attitude changed from the previous one and he was calmed down. Lid. What is this all about? Clement's expression when he asked was as if he had lost his memory because of a bad place to hit. The dark expression he wore before was completely wiped out. Are you acting pitiful because your position has reversed? I thought so, but it seems not only that. They're more likely to get angry when pushed down by me. Oi, Lid, answer me. Clement, do you really not know why you are there? Toru, I don't know, I'm listening. Clement, Clement doesn't remember trying to kill me or actually pushing me off the cliff. Toru, that's what Why did we try to kill Lid? Clement, the situation is strange. They don't have the capacity to pretend. I was in a rush that I had forgotten about it. No matter how you think about it, the situation is strange. I was right. Toru, however, does not confirm their true motives here. It is true that they killed innocent Lid and his parents. And I try to kill Toru. This is not Earth. It's a different world. There is no law in which Toru has to save them. What is this sound? What is there? Clement, with a small noise, Mozu, a large swarm of caterpillars appeared from behind the cave. A barely conscious Tuck was stunned by the appearance of the caterpillar. Dude, is it a monster? Tuck. Clement, on the other hand, hurriedly approached the cliff. Lyd, I beg of you, help me. Clement, have you helped Lyd in the past? Toru, that is. Clement, Lyd just wanted to live. He has been trying to live without inconveniencing anyone. But you rejected him. You unilaterally made a decision and dropped him over a cliff. You abused me. Why should I help you? Toru, so, why did you push us down? If you just wanted to live, you didn't have to push us down. Clement, it's not the line that a person who pushed the person who just tried to live should say. And, Toru let out the words inside of Lyd's chest. Can you forgive the murderer who killed your parents? Toru, Clement, I got the answer. Toru, woo. Clement started running towards the caterpillar with a screaming voice. He made a fist and punched the caterpillar. The force of the punch filled with muscular strength was spectacular. However, what? The skin of the caterpillar resisted Clement's punch. Without showing any discomfort, the caterpillar aimed at Clement. The caterpillar split the mouth in three and opened wide. What there? Clement, the end was a moment. The worm bit off Clement's head in an instant. Whoa! Tuck panicked after Clement's quick death. However, that scream also attracts the caterpillar. A large number of caterpillars appeared one after another from the back of the cave so they could be drawn by sound. Still so much? Toru killed a lot of caterpillars, but it seems that he was still in the few. The overwhelming number of caterpillars were under the cliff in no time. Tuck seeking for help is chewed from. Robert, whose head was broken, was also eaten away in no time. Clement's body is gone. Only the blood stain was left and disappeared in the belly of the caterpillar. When their bodies were eaten, none was left behind. An unpleasant sign filled the space. Toru reflexively manifests and sets magic sword. A caterpillar appears again from the back of the cave. This time there is only one, but many times larger than the others. I think it's a caterpillar boss. If I leave it as it is, it might come out. Toru, at present, caterpillars cannot cross the cliff. But as the numbers increase, caterpillars pile up, eventually crossing a 10-meter wall. A stampede. Once stampeding, nearby villages will definitely be destroyed. Toru doesn't hate the villagers who didn't hurt Lyd directly. I don't want to be involved again, but I don't think I would die. I wanted to prevent the stampede if I could. However, Toru was unable to take any action. Toru's intuition skill warns that he should never fight that caterpillar. The caterpillar's parents carried the food that the children had secured. Then its eyes focus on Toru. Chew, swallow. The chewing sounds echoed inside the cave. At first glance, there are plenty of opportunities. But that is Toru's judgment as an earthling. Toru knows little about the strength of monsters and demons in Irgud. Ignorance makes you reckless. Therefore, Toru obediently followed the voice of intuition, which is the power of this world. But, Toru, there is no reason to overlook this. Toru jumped up. At that moment, the caterpillar's parents quickly looked up at Toru. Just as if it said, if it comes to me, I'll eat it, similar to the other party. Also, Toru seemed to be alert, and the caterpillar parent was barely alert. While gazing at the parent caterpillar, Toru uses magic sword. After a moment, shattering sound echoes. Several stalactites on the ceiling began to fall all at once. Toru, a stalactite crushes a caterpillar child. But it's not enough. More. Toru, at the same time as before, he jumps again. Toru chops up the stalactites one after another and smashes the caterpillars under the cliff. Around the 50 stalactites that fell, signs of living things diminished from under the cliff. Did I do that? Toru shook his head. Still not enough. Although it was faint, I felt a sign of a caterpillar. I don't know about the child, but the parent is definitely alive. A large amount of stalactite was cut off, which reduced the distance from the bottom to the top of the cliff. In this state, the caterpillar wants to leave the cave earlier than Toru's idea. So Toru left the cave and swung their magic sword toward the entrance. A roaring noise echoed and the ceiling at the entrance to the cave collapsed. Now you can't come out easily. Toru meditated in front of the collapsed cave. It might have been extra care. I killed the enemy you wanted. Yes, I prayed to Lid's soul. Acquire 150 skill points. Acquired the title, Soul Reaper. Chapter 7, Road to the Unknown. Before leaving the limestone cave, Toru recovered the fallen stalactites. I'm pondering if it is possible to sell these at a reasonable price. I wish I could sell it at a reasonable price. Toru. A small amount of money will stabilize your future life. Whatever Toru is going to do in the future, he has to find stability first. While throwing the stalactites inside his inventory, Toru thought about the anomaly when he slashed Clement and others. Why did the sword slip through them at that time? Toru placed his finger against the blade. Then the sword passed through Toru's finger. Oh? Toru. I was afraid that I had cut myself, but when I looked closely, I found no cut on the finger. Are humans unaffected by the blade? Toru. There is a possibility. In the future, I should be careful when fighting with humans. It would be pitiful to only beg for forgiveness during such a situation. After collecting the stalactites, Toru gathered up the mementos of Lid and headed to another city far from the village. He's heading towards a town of 10,000 people. In such a big city, there should be a place where Toru can work. As I walked through the woods towards the city, I encountered a group of wild dogs. 10 in total. A wild dog, which is larger than a Japanese dog and is covered in grey hair, bared its fangs. Even though he was threatened by 10 wild dogs, he didn't feel any threat. If he had still been living in Japan, he would have soiled his pants. It doesn't happen because their intuition tells him that it's just a dog, no threat at all. At the same time, wanting to keep and pet the dog arises, but since the opponent is a wild dog, it's impossible. You don't know the diseases it carries, so it's better to stay away. Should I practice a little? Toru. I've assigned skills on the skill board, but there are still techniques that I haven't used properly at this point. Toru did his best and used one of them, intimidation. I wish I could stop the movement of the wild dog to some extent. Toru uses intimidation to a group of wild dogs. The air in the forest changed completely. Then, Hagiu. The wild dogs screamed all at once and fled into the woods. It's like a child who looks at a ghost. Toru. We were able to confirm the effect of intimidation. But Toru slid. They didn't have to go and scram quickly. Toru. No wild dog was able to be tamed. The escape of the frightened animals caused deep emotional damage to the animal-loving Toru. After driving away the wild dogs, Toru tries to activate magic while walking. But he still doesn't know how, or if magic can be activated. Fireball. Toru. I try to say such a magic name as a child. But nothing happens. Toru's voice just echoed in the forest. I'm embarrassed. Toru held his head in shame for a while. Well, I don't know anything about magic. I can't help but make mistakes. But how do you activate it? It's said that a strong image can help you circulate your mana. Recalling the story of fantasy things that he often sees in Japan, Toru searches for mana and magic that circulates in his body. But he doesn't feel anything. In the first place, he doesn't even know what mana is, so he can't find it. Magic and jutsu are similar, so that might help somehow. After trying various things, Toru wasn't able to use magic after all. I've never been able to do it by myself. But if I can't, then I can't help it. I have to ask someone who seems to know magic. But before that, Toru, just in case, Toru summons the skill board. This is to confirm that he did apply skill points to magic arts after coming to here. Oh, the level is pretty high. Status: Toru Minasuki, level 815. Race: human. Primary job: swordsman. Secondary job: mage. Rank: 1. Skill points: 7,290. Note: I think this should be the proper skill board. He leveled up 7 times. I didn't mean that I went up just by killing the wild dog. I just escaped with just a bit of intimidation. My experience level seems to be low, so I probably killed a lot of caterpillars in the collapse of the limestone cave. I wonder if that's the number of skill points I have increased. The number of skill points acquired up to level 8 was 10 points per level. However, from that point, 220 points have been added during the 7 increase in level. When converted per level increase, it is about 31 points, which is very weird. Is there some pattern in gaining skill points? Is there any other acquisition condition? I'll think about it for a while, but I can't see a theory that fits perfectly. Right. Toru, there is no use in continuously thinking about things that you do not understand. I have to be positive that I was lucky enough to have the ability to survive. Suddenly, Toru waved his magic sword. The big tree that magic sword touched tilted without sound and fell down. Small tremors flowed as the big tree fell into the forest floor. The birds, who were surprised by the sound, soared high in the sky. Is the tree cut normally? I wonder if only humans can't be cut by it. Toru is convinced that because the performance of the sword is insane, it may be restricted to not be used against people. However, what can be cut and what cannot be cut needs further clarification. If the opponent's attack slips through during the last minute of a fight, it could be fatal. Well, it's best not to be in that kind of situation. Toru cuts down a large tree to test it once again. It worked the first time, so it may be a fluke. But it worked again, so it might not be a fluke. I should test it some more. After carefully checking their sword, and bringing the fallen trees to the edge, Toru, who was satisfied, walked out of the forest. After clearing, there will be 4 houses built in the forest, and a mysterious space with vacant lots. At the end of the space, there were beautifully piled stacks of large trees. Is it a lumberjack's joke or the sign of secret maneuvers of a county? Those who enter the forest will be worried when they see this space, but that is a while away. Through the forest, searching eyes caught a large grassland and a well-used dirt road. Is that a highway? What's the name of the nearest town? Winris ... No, Kinris. I managed to read traces of the memory left in my brain, but the name of the city was not there. When Lid was alive, he never remembered visiting the place, so he doesn't remember it. He can only remember the road. Toru goes on the highway, relying on Lid's memory. What kind of town is it? Toru, what kind of place could it be? What kind of food is there? What kind of people are there? Imagining a city he hasn't seen yet made Toru's walk feel exciting. It was when I went down the highway for a while. Toru's intuition tells him about the strong bloodlust in front. When I focused my eyes further, I saw a lot of small figures on the way along the forest. The memory of Lid whispered all at once. Enemy weak, escape. Lid's memory was so fragmented that Toru was having a hard time judging. If it's an enemy and it's the weak, it is better to defeat it. However, the word to escape has also appeared. Should I fight or run away? While pondering, his eyes caught sight of a human figure. There was one human in armor, surrounded by a group of enemy. The moment he saw that figure, the option to escape from Toru disappeared. Toru ran toward the group with all his might. At a speed that he had never felt before, Toru goes forward. The flowing scenery was hazy, and it quickly flowed backwards. As we approached the group, we could clearly see the enemy. The enemy is scrawny with a height of about 1 meter, and the skin is green. It is the shape of a human child, but its face is ugly and does not appear to be very human. Doesn't wear anything, but everyone has a weapon. From this, it can be seen that the enemy has a certain level of intelligence. The enemy that surrounds the person swung up the club he was holding towards the human in the center. There is no time to go. Toru instantly manifested magic sword and screamed. Toru, the screaming exerts in a certain amount of intimidation. Toru's intimidation froze the enemies. There was also an enemy who had fainted when hit by Toru's intimidation. However, regardless of such a situation, Toru swung their magic sword with all his might. Chapter 8, Goblin Cleaning. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I'm your opponent, Toru. I shouted loudly to get the attention of the enemy. The enemy was shocked by the appearance of Toru, who suddenly appeared. Then Toru slashed at the enemies, bisecting multiple of them at once. A squelching sound echoed and the remaining enemies started targeting me. Jegaga. Enemy. The enemies view Toru as the enemy with the highest priority to subdue. The flock of the enemies murmurs amongst themselves. Kill you? Adventurer, I heard a high-pitched voice from behind. When I turned around, a swordsman holding a long sword was looking at Toru was on guard. It is no surprise she's vigilant, especially when someone came swinging their weapon. Toru thinks so and speaks with a gentle voice. Can you protect yourself? Toru, oh, yeah, adventurer, I will defeat as much as I can, so please fight enemy over there. Toru, wait. You are, adventurer. Toru didn't get to finish what the swordsman said, but instead headed straight to the enemies. From the feeling that he had to escape his enemy earlier, Toru found that he was never going to lose to the enemy. As Lid remembered, weakest. Then, why can he fight against a crowd of them? How good is his strength? With that thought in mind, Toru swung their magic sword with all his might. Swoosh! Magic sword soundlessly cut through the body of the enemy. The blood from the enemy spurted through the air. The blown blood was mixed in the air, had turned into a drizzle of red. You can't stop by just cutting one. He cut 2. And then 3, and more enemies beyond that. Splash. Warm something kept splashing over him. Without confirming anything, Toru keeps swinging his magic sword. Did the enemies think that Toru was too dangerous? The enemies changed their target to the other swordsman. The enemies started to pass through Toru. Toru, once again he used intimidation. Toru interfered with the actions of the enemy. Slashing, thrusting, cutting and kicking. Avoiding, counterattacks, and severing. As he quickly slashed the nearest, he kicked the pebbles on the ground, targeting the farther ones. The enemies hit by the pebbles rolled all over the place with pain-filled grimace. His body moved according to Toru's imagination, and even performed beyond his imagination. Only with his will to fight, the blurring body defeats the enemy. When he swung their magic sword to the enemy on the right side, another enemy was flanking him. Toru's body responds calmly to the attack. Looking at the moment when he swung up, Toru grabbed his enemy's hand with his free hand. Toru is not putting much effort into it, but the hands of the enemies suddenly stop. The attack never gained momentum and can be thwarted by little force. Toru was able to judge the best timing only because of intuition. Toru turns around without waiting for the enemy to react. He cut off the neck with their magic sword. His body feels like it's burning with heat. Ha ha. Toru laughed during the battle. It was fun and unbelievable that his body could move as he wished. Toru is using his own hands to take another creature's life. However, there was no aversion or pity. This is another world, God. Surrounded by a group of enemy, his own life is more important. Your life will be lost if you fool around. Now it's either to take life or have your own be deprived. Slash, poke, kick. Take life one after another. Ha 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 ha. Toru, breaking through the limits of concentration. Adrenaline creates pleasure. More and more, Toru laughed. While laughing, he kept defeating the enemy. Surrounded by a horde of goblins, the adventurer Asta didn't know if she can believe the sight in front of her. In front of her, an unfamiliar boy is fighting against a horde of goblins. The boy's ability was overwhelming. If it's a goblin, it's going to be killed. Kill every goblin in sight. The request Asta received at the Adventurers Guild this time was a goblin subjugation within the forest. It is a standard request for E ranks that can be cleared by defeating 5 targets. Among the subjugation requests received by the Adventurers Guild, goblins are low-ranked for the lowest and second lowest ranks of adventurer. It may be called the weakest monster, but it is also a monster that becomes a hurdle for those who experience subjugation for the first time. Goblins have the habit of forming a horde and is a little bit more intelligent. Although it is smaller than humans, it can definitely fight back. Nonetheless, Asta has some abilities. She was capable enough to defeat a few goblins. However, something unexpected happened this time. At the request, it only said to subdue 5 goblins along the highway, but when she came to the location, countless goblins occupied the highway. I came across a horde, but I'm not going down without a fight. Asta searches for an escape route while cutting down a goblin that approached carelessly with her sword. However, some goblins threw rocks at her. Asta, the thrown stone hit her body, and Asta moaned in pain. Although the damage was small, it was powerful enough to chip away her physical strength. Asta's chance of escaping steadily dwindled, and she was completely surrounded before she reached the city. As she was surrounded by goblins, she began to realize that she would never live after this. Asta is an adventurer. She knows she can lose her life, though she is thinking of fighting until a moment when her life is exhausted. However, her body still trembled with fear. The goblin lifted the club in his hand. But the next moment, a boy who suddenly appeared and cuts off several goblins in an instant. What happened? You can usually defeat a small group of goblins when you are an E-rank adventurer. However, if you want to subdue this much alone, you must have at least D rank. However, Asta didn't remember a D rank adventurer who could do so much. This boy is Asta. His movement when swinging a sword is beautiful in a word. He is swinging a sword as if he was dancing. There is no sign of a goblin landing a hit. It looks impossible for goblins to land one, especially for a low-intelligence goblin. Asta has the pride of being a swordsman. But even Asta couldn't imagine a future she could fight him. Similar to his skill, the sword he holds is also strange. The curved black and white blade with a red pattern is quite rare in this area. The sword boasted extraordinary sharpness. When the long sword was swung, it cut the goblin's body silently. On the other hand, Esther's sword always produces a sound when slashing. That's because Esther's sword is a type of weapon that hacks. Even with the same slash, the results were totally different between Esther and the boy. Wow. Wow. Esther, not when she is fascinated by his skill. Esther slashed and pushed away the goblin that had inadvertently sneaked up to her. The cross-section of the goblin cut by Esther is crushed. This is a normal wound. On the other hand, the boy's sword is cut so beautifully that the bisected parts are like puzzle pieces. Wow. Esther was the only word that came out of Esther's mouth. She couldn't find any other words to describe him. When the last enemy who was trying to escape into the forest was cut and died, Toru's concentration was back to normal. Phew, Toru. When I took a deep breath, my breath quickly adjusted. Thanks to the skill, natural recovery. Toru has always been able to keep fighting with all his strength because the natural recovery skill was able to recover his declining physical strength continuously. Without this, Toru would have been out of breath and had been crushed by the hordes of enemy. He fought and was surrounded by the enemy, but he didn't even get a scratch. This is due to the fact that intuition keeps track of the position of enemy and thought acceleration that quickly processes the obtained information. Note, I'm changing thought trace to thought acceleration. I was only trying the skill acquiring, but after acquiring it was the correct choice. There was a sea of blood. Blood and offal are mixed together and there is no place not soaked by blood. When the wind blew, the smell of blood and offal scattered. The word grotesque is appropriate, but since Toru was like this after winning, he doesn't mind. Toru erases the magic sword and wipes the blood of the enemy plastered on his face. Then he remembered something. Speaking of which, there was someone here. Toru, because I was so concentrated fighting, I completely forgot that there was someone I needed to help. Are you okay? Toru, Chapter 9, A Woman Named Esther. I knew by intuition that the other person wasn't hurt. But just in case, Toru asked. Okay. Are you alright? Toru. I'm fine. Oh no. Esther. Toru, who's begun to relax, frowned. Something wrong? Toru. The blood doesn't look like it can be washed off. Esther. It's not just the blood of the enemy. Body fluids and internal organs were sticking to her body, giving off a very bad odor. It may not be possible to remove the odor no matter how much you wash your clothes. The swordsman smiled at Toru, who frowned. I will pay for my clothes. Thank you so much, Esther. The swordsman bowed his head in a beautiful motion. It was a graceful bow that you would never see in Japan. Toru was slightly surprised when her face rose. I didn't notice it because the breastplate covered her chest, but the swordsman was a woman. Toru observes the other person but tries not to look rude. Long golden hair is tied together in the back of the head. 9 of the 10 people will turn their heads after she passes by. This is the first time Toru saw a woman dressed as a swordsman other than cosplay. However, I don't feel the disconnected atmosphere like in cosplay. The sword and armor had a good feel and were well suited to her body. I'm Esther. I'm Toru Minasuki Toru. Or you can call me Toru Minasuki. Toru Minasuki. I'm an adventurer in Finlis, but I'm sorry to say that I haven't seen your face. Which guild are you from? Esther, adventurer. Toru. Esther, nothing, just thinking. Toru. Toru shakes his head. Adventurers are a classic fantasy profession. In the story, the Adventurer Guild deals with various tasks, from chores to subjugation of demons. Is this world the same? I'm not an adventurer, Toru. You're not an adventurer? Esther. Esther, who had always thought of him being a renowned adventurer, was surprised by Toru's words. Then is Toru a knight? Even if he is said to be a knight in some territory, he is quite a mysterious man. Toru opened his mouth before Esther asked again. I'm just an average person, Toru, eh? Esther, eh? Toru, if Toru's ability to easily wipe out goblins is at an ordinary level, demons have been exterminated from this world. Is this a situation where I can't say who I really am? Esther cautiously spoke her next words. Are you really an ordinary person? Esther, yes, I suppose. Should an ordinary person defeating this much enemy, he could be charged with murder. Toru, hey? Esther, ... Toru, I thought I would get charged with murder for killing. From the reaction of the Esther, it seems unlikely. I feel that the story is not complete, but Toru does not understand the cause. For now, if he's not guilty for defeating a human-looking enemy, that's fine. Toru changed to another topic. Is Esther-san from the Finless town? Toru, Esther is fine. Esther, no, as expected. Toru, Lid was 16 years old. Toru's mental age is younger than 32, but compared to Lid's age, Esther seems to be older. I thought it was rude that I didn't attach San. But Esther shakes her head. It's just that I speak informally. I don't have an aristocratic position. I'm just an adventurer. I want you to talk more casually. Is this one of the cultures in this world? For the time being I should follow her towards the town. Toru decided to follow her words. Okay. I see. I want you to call me Toru too. Toru, oh, I understand. I'm from another place, but I'm currently working in Finless. Esther, that's right. Well then, can you take me to Finless? I just came to this country so I didn't know the way. Toru, of course. You defeated all these goblins. Esther, wow. This is a goblin. Toru, I know the name, but this is the first time to see the real thing. Toru frowned at the former goblins scattered on the ground. No way, did you kill it without knowing it? Esther, yeah, because I thought it was an enemy. Toru, it's a right decision. Esther nodded with a smile. In return, I'll get the reward from the guild for the defeated goblins. Then I'll give it to you. No, Thor. Please come with to Finless. Esther, you don't have to give it to me. Toru, no. I was surrounded by goblins and I could have died. I have to do something to show my gratitudes. Esther, is that so? Toru, it would be enough just taking me to Finless. I thought so, but Toru decided to accept her words. After all, it's been less than a day since I came to this world. People who can give reliable information are valuable. Esther has been cutting off the goblin's ear as proof to the guild and throwing it into the bag. After cutting off all the ears, they threw the goblin corpses into the woods. This is because if left unattended on the highway, monsters that prey on goblins may get attracted. Even this kind of creature can be eaten. Toru, oh, you can't eat most monsters, but there are some that I can eat. Well, I think it's okay because it's a monster that's not in a shallow forest, but it's a problem with something. Esther, while talking to Esther, Toru carries the goblin to the forest. With the current power of Toru, you can easily carry any number of goblins. However, because of the stink of the blood and other fluids, he doesn't feel like holding a lot. Esther was stunned watching Toru. He was throwing a goblin into the woods while avoiding body contact to the corpse. No matter if it's a monster, wasn't it bad to handle a corpse roughly? Toru, Esther was stunned, but he doesn't blame her. Then, passing through the surprised appearance of Esther, Toru threw corpses one after another into the forest. If you can't afford it, you can just throw it away in the opening of the forest. However, it has a bad odor. Furthermore, I am concerned about infectious diseases. I added some points into resistance, but I don't know the effect it has. Toru completed the process as quickly as possible without touching blood or offal. The sun had already been dyed orange due to the long cleanup time. Toru was fascinated for a while because of the big sunset that he could not see in Japanese cities. Hey Esther. How long does it take to walk to Finlis? Toru, it takes about an hour. But Finlis's main gate is closed when the sun goes down. Esther, we have to be inside before the main gate closes, right? That's right. If we run, we may be in time. Toru, I'm sorry, can we hurry a little? Esther, okay, then please lead the way. Toru, leave it to me, Esther. After saying that, Esther started running. She is an adventurer. Toru gets ready because she may be faster than himself. However, contrary to his imagination, Esther's speed was similar to a light jog. This is a good pace. I can follow this, Toru. Looking at the swaying ponytail, Toru ran closely behind Esther. Hey Esther. Can anyone become an adventurer? Toru, anyone can be an adventurer as long as they have not committed any sin. Toru was confused by the word sin. Maybe he has committed one after Clement and the other two fell off the cliff. I think it's all right, Toru. It hasn't been found by anyone yet, but if it doesn't work, I can find another way. Toru thinks positively, saying that there are many ways to work if he can't become an adventurer. In order to live in the future, I have to have a job on hand. If I can't become an adventurer, I can rely on my blacksmith skills and become a blacksmith. If that doesn't work, there is a skill board at hand. No matter what kind of work I do, if I improve my skills, I should be able to work better than starting from nothing. Esther was in quite a hurry while Toru was thinking about his future. Toru has a lot of physical strength. At first, Esther was running without leaving Toru behind. However, because Toru had plenty of room, Esther increased her running speed. Now she is running at full strength. Still, Toru was running with such a relaxed face that he might even start humming. Esther couldn't believe he was an ordinary person. Esther initially thought that he was a knight who is wearing a disguise. But her conversation with him made her think differently. No matter how new a knight is, everyone knows what a goblin is. Let alone make a misunderstanding that the general public must not defeat a goblin. Really? Who is Toru? Esther rushed to Finlis, breathlessly and trying to figure out Toru's identity. Chapter 10, Towards the town of Finlis. We arrived in Finlis shortly before the sun went down. Heading towards the entrance, slipping in at the last minute. Esther, I thought you wouldn't come back today. Guard. A man who seems to be a guard standing at the gate spoke to Esther in a light tone. Ha. I was about to give up thinking that I could make it in time. Esther. I've been running for a long time. What did you fight? You look tired. What happened? Guard. A lot of goblins, Esther. Did you kill them all? Guard. I did, Esther. Really? Esther? Guard. The guard opened his eyes to Esther's words. He didn't think Esther would lose likes of a goblin. I guess Esther is such a strong adventurer. The reason she lagged behind the goblins this time is because the opponent was a horde. Quantity overwhelms quality. It's the same whether it's the earth or rearguard. What happened? Guard. Hey, can you let us in first? We are a bit tired. Esther. Oh, I didn't notice it. Then show me your guild card. Guard. Esther put her hand from the side of the iron breastplate and took out a business card-sized silver card from the inside. You are confirmed. Who is that? Guard. Yes. This is Toru, but he doesn't belong in any guild. Toru, do you have anything to prove your identity? Esther. I came out of an unnamed village with just my clothes, so what can I use as proof? Toru. If you don't have a certificate of identity, you'll have to pay a toll. Guard. Saying that, the guard reached out. I understand that the gesture means pay one big coin. But now, Toru is poor and homeless. If you can't pay the toll, where do I go? Isn't this bad? Cold sweat starts to bead on his face. Whether or not she knew the inner feelings of Toru, Esther dropped a large copper coin into the hand of a guard. A big copper coin is just right. Okay, you can go through. Toru, the guard clasps a copper coin and opens the way. Seeing Esther entering the gate quickly, Toru hurriedly followed. Oh. Toru, looking at the cityscape of Finlis, Toru suddenly exclaimed. Immediately after entering the gate, two-story wooden houses were lined up all the way to the back. Perhaps the law stipulates that the exterior walls are painted white and the roof is all red. The road is lined with stones. On the side of the road was a gutter for rainwater. The level of culture is quite high. Toru, who had imagined medieval Europe, turned his eyes to Finlis's high level of technology. The main street was full of energy. Stalls are lined up along the street, and the shop owners speak out to attract customers. Finlis people are crowded in front of a stall with colorful vegetables and cooked dishes on a platter. From somewhere, there was a good smell of grilled meat and fat. I want to see all of it. I want to eat and walk around. Toru was curious as to what kind of food was lined up and what kind of food was available. However, if he is moving all over the place, Esther will be troubled. Toru completely suppressed his curiosity. Esther. About the toll, I'll return it later. Toru, don't worry. It is not much. Esther, is that so? Toru tilts his neck. Oh, by the way, you said that Toru was from the countryside. Have you never seen money? Esther, Toru hasn't seen the money of this world yet. However, if you talk about it, she may find out that Toru is not a resident of this world. Toru carefully opened his mouth. That is, I haven't seen any money yet. Toru, well, if you live in a small village, you rarely spend money. It's not strange to not be able to see one. Esther, ... Oh, right. That's right. Toru, that was good. She didn't think it was strange. Toru rubs his chest in relief. Hey Esther. Where is the Adventurers Guild? Toru, it's a little further away. Esther, then you can tell me a little about money while we walk. Toru, understood. Esther nodded and took out the purse bag through the gap of the breastplate. She took out 3 coins from the inside and placed them in the palm of her hand. The unit of money is guard. 1 guard is 1 small copper coin, 10 guard for 1 large copper, and 100 guard for 1 silver. On top of this, there are 10,000 guard per gold coins and 1 million guard per platinum coins. Unless you are an aristocrat, you will not use the last 2. There are other bills as well, but that is mainly for children Zeus and it is not worth any. Ether, I see. What can 1 copper coin buy? Toru, if it's 1 guard, you can buy just 1 meat skewer there. Esther, in front of Esther's line of sight was a food stall. On the signboard of the stall, Toru was written in a character he had never seen, 1 meat skewer, 1 copper coin. Oh, the language comprehension skill can be used not only conversations but also letters. Language comprehension, I feel the usefulness of the skill. The meat skewer looks like a yakitori. If this is the normal size, it can be finished in just 3 bites. In that case, 1 guard is about 100 yen. 100 yen for copper coins and 1,000 yen for large copper coins. The silver coin was 10,000 yen, and Toru understood the monetary value of the good. The money that a commoner needs for 1 month's life starts at around 5 silver coins. Weapons must be at least 10 silver coins. Clothes start from 3 copper coins for used clothes, and 1 silver coin for new ones. I was walking while listening to the prices of this world from Esther. I suddenly looked up at a large building. A building made of stone and wood with a triangular roof attracted his attention. "Hey Esther, what is that building?" "Toru, that's a Forselian church." "Esther, Toru, is there a religion in this world? Maybe that self-proclaimed God was called fossils?" Toru looked at the roof seriously. I looked for clues that could connect to that God, but I could not find any similarities. "Is Toru a follower of fossilism?" "Esther, no. Toru, maybe I should look in Lid's memories." It seems that Lid was not a believer, as there was no reaction when he asked Lid's memory. "So, another god?" "Esther, eh?" Toru, "Hey, the blessing and majesty of the 6 pillars in Urgard haven't even reached the village of Toru." "Esther." Toru's reaction made Esther snort. After a while, I found a building on the main street that was a little bigger than the surroundings. "We've arrived, Toru. This is the Finlace Adventurers Guild." "Esther, it's pretty big." Toru, the Finlace Adventurers Guild was about the size of a concert hall. The first floor is made of stone and the second floor is made of wood, making it more luxurious than other buildings. Finlace is the largest city in the area. Inevitably, there are many adventurers and requests. We need this huge building to handle everything. "Esther." While they were talking, Esther enters the Adventurers Guild. Toru also stepped into the Adventurers Guild, while looking at Esther's ponytails swinging happily. "Oh, Toru, the first floor of the Adventurers Guild was like the front of a hotel. There was a reception counter, and there was a bulletin board where requests were posted. There was also a bar in a place away from the counter. There was a glimpse of the adventurers who had already started eating. After all, an adventurer is a bar. While peeking around the bar, the adventurers at the bar opened their eyes as they saw Toru. Some of them are spitting out the alcohol they drank. Toru sees the adventurers as they walk and walks behind Esther. "Oh, Esther, welcome, come home." "Receptionist." When we arrived at the counter, the guild receptionist smiled with a smile. "For the adventurers who has completed the killing subjugation request, this smile must be a reward." It was a flower-like woman. "Esther, who is that?" "Receptionist." Receptionist Marie desperately fixes her face in front of Esther, who appears. "It has been several years since I became a receptionist. Mary has observed various adventurers. From that experience, you can understand the ability of the other person just by looking at it." Marie saw a boy accompanied by the new adventurer Esther, apparently, had a strong man's aura. Marie, who has no fighting power, seems to have her hips about gave way because of the blood rushing out. Although not shown in her expression, her legs are completely trembling. "Oh, hey. I completed the request, but there was a problem." "Esther, problem?" "Marie the receptionist, what happened? Is it a lot of deaths? Is it a mass murder?" Mary was confused. However, her turmoil is hidden by her pride as a receptionist. Is that child involved?" Marie, "No, actually, Esther." "Oh, Esther-san." It was a quick return. Male voice, after obstructing the words of Esther, who was trying to explain. A tenacious male voice was heard from the back of the counter. Chapter 11, Ups and Downs in the Adventurers Guild. The man steadily walked over and gazed at Esther. He called Esther Esther-san, but she knew that he didn't respect her at all. Was the requested goblin subdued? Creepy guy. Of course. However, there was a big difference between the requested content and the actual number of goblins. Esther. Well. Creepy guy. The man turned to Toru there. At the moment when the eyes turned to Toru, his skin crawled like cockroaches were walking over his spine. Who is that boy? Creepy guy. He's Toru. He got involved in subjugating the goblins. Esther. I see. Esther-san saved the boy there and couldn't defeat the prescribed number of goblins. It's a shame, I'm really sorry. Creepy guy, it's different. The request was successful. Esther took out a cloth bag from inside her breastplate. Opening it then seeing it filled with goblin ears. What's going on in Esther's breastplate? Up to now, the adventurer card has come out in various moments. But this time it's extremely special. The bag that came out is not small enough to fit in a breastplate. Is her chest smaller than I imagined? When I thought that, Esther gazed at me sideways. Here, Toru, the receptionist, who received the bag and opened her mouth, opened her eyes wide. Esther, how many goblins have you subdued? Marie. There were 30 to 50 bodies. Esther, so much. Marie, can you confirm? Esther, oh, I see. I will evaluate it immediately. Marie. Creepy guy, a man snorted beside the rushed receptionist. A subjugation while protecting this child? Did Esther-san really do it? You must have cheated or something, right? Creepy guy, how rude, but I would have been killed by that many goblins by myself. Esther, so, who is the helper? Creepy guy, Toru killed most of the goblins. Esther, eh? Creepy guy, Esther was very proud of herself. Her grin was so wide it looks like it's reaching both of her ears. Why is Esther proud, Toru? It was then that Toru's sense of tension vanished. This dirty little child, Hagiu, creepy guy, That word, take it back. Esther was angry at the man's words. It was so strong that I couldn't even feel it during the battle with the goblin. The atmosphere made the man feel pressured. Okay, I'll take it back. Creepy guy, Is that all? Esther, I'm very sorry, Toru-san. Creepy guy, no. It's a fact that I'm a bit dirty. Esther and the man were relaxed because of his neutral tone. The light tone of Toru is not to soften the place. Even if the man said that he was a little dirty, Toru thought only, well, that's right. It's true that he's dirty, so it can't be helped. Foo. Toru has a lot of humor. Esther blew out a sigh in relief. Good, Philip. There's hope for you yet. Esther, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Please check because the assessment is over. Marie, in the meantime, the receptionist finished the assessment. Using that as a signal, the man called Philip went back to the back of the counter as if nothing had happened. I confirmed the ears of 43 goblins in total. This is the reward for achievement of the request accepted by Esther. Since the number of goblin subjugation was quite large, this time it's considered a special request has been cleared. I added a bit. Marie, oh, that helps. Esther received a small handbag with the reward from the receptionist. She took out a few large copper coins and put them in her own purse bag. The remaining with the bag she handed to Toru. This is? Toru, it's a reward. But Toru, Esther, no, but, Toru killed most of the goblins. I'd be troubled if I had received all of this. Esther, it was Toru who was extremely thankful, but there is no words to describe his feelings. However, a loan should be returned immediately. Toru took out a large copper coin from the hemp bag and pressed it against Esther. This is the money you used to get me in. With this my debt was repaid. Toru, well, no, you didn't have to worry about this. Esther, I will be in trouble if you do not receive it. Toru, all right. Esther. Toru imitated her words, making Esther smile. Assessment is over, but is there anything else? Marie, there's one. I want Toru to be registered in the guild. Esther, okay, so please fill in the required information first. Marie, Toru takes a pen and looks at the paper presented. Items include your name, place of origin, weapons to handle, occupation, etc. Weapons are swords. What kind of work should I write? I wonder if it's a swordsman or a magician. Toru worried for a while and wrote unemployed. Who? Toru can write letters. Esther, ah. Yeah. That's right. Toru, when Esther told me, I realized what I was writing. Toru was casually writing otherworld characters without any feelings of discrepancy. Is this also because of the skill? It's convenient, but it's kind of strange. It's okay if you write unconsciously with your hands moving, but you know what you're writing. I should not be able to write here good characters. When the questionnaire was filled up, the receptionist returned from the back of the counter with a transparent ball. I've kept you waiting. Well, Mr. O. Please put your hand on this crystal. Marie, this is? Toru, this is a tool to observe the soul. Marie, observe the soul. Toru, I do not understand what it means. Toru tilted his neck. This is mainly to check if the soul has been stamped with a mark in the past. Marie, if you are from a village, you may not be familiar, but in a big city, a person who commits a felony is a mark on his soul. Esther. Esther told him about the transparent ball whose meaning was not understood. She insisted that he didn't know because he was from a village. So that's it, Marie. Other than that, you can also easily measure your suitability as an adventurer. Esther, it can do that. Marie, yes. Since it is a qualitative tool at the least. It cannot see what kind of potential you have, but it be used as a reference for your suitability to a request. Marie, is that so? I understand. Toru, okay, please. Marie, Toru gulped and put his hand on the crystal on the counter. Then a small light shined in the middle of the crystal. Oh, Toru, it is like a light bulb that responds to human hands and emits light. Toru's eyes were glued on the magical reaction he saw for the first time. Eh? Marie, Esther. However, in contrast to Toru's reaction, the receptionist and Estelle were excited. What happened? Toru, no, that's... I thought something because Thor's light was so small. Marie, maybe he has no talent? Esther, no, it's not the size of light that determines talent. Marie, Esther asks the receptionist with confidence. Oh, yeah, yes. Whether or not you have talent is not the size of the light, but the brightness. Toru-san has a certain level of brightness, so there is no problem. Marie, the receptionist cut the words there and continued with a look that seemed uncomfortable. When did you come to Eargud? Marie, at the moment when the receptionist asked, Toru felt like time had stopped. When did you come to Eargud? This question does not come out unless they think that Toru is from another world. In other words, the receptionist suspects that Toru is a different world person. Why, Toru, if I make a mistake, I apologize and I will correct it. This soul measuring instrument changes the intensity of light according to the soul record. Usually, it is the age of the person registered in the guild. The fist is about the size of a large fist, but Toru-san apparently has no record of this soul. Looking at your possible age, you can't get such a tiny light unless you suddenly appeared from nowhere. In other words, if the light is so small, it is highly possible that the soul is of a lost person who has come to this world. Marie, a lost person. Toru, you're a lost person. Esther. The reaction between Toru and Esther was the opposite. Being called a lost person, Toru is pondering what to do when being from a different world. However, Esther made a surprised expression. Toru wanted to avoid people hearing that he was from a different world, because if he is known as such he would be branded as a strange person. But if the lost person is asked straight on, he can't answer with a lie. "You're right, Toru." Toru nodded. "Maybe if you're a lost person you can't register in the guild?" Toru: "No, that's not the case. There are people who have been lost and have been registered in the guild in the past." Marie: "There seems to be many lost people." Toru: "Yes. It's a bit rare, but it seems to happen several times a year." Marie: "Hey, are you okay to send people from different worlds so often?" Toru: "Toru was disappointed at the work of the self-proclaimed god. Sending a soul from another world is likely to have a bad effect on the Agad. I understand the meaning of the light. I would like to ask if I can register in the guild even if I'm a lost person." Toru: "Are you sure you want to register?" Marie: "The receptionist remembers. She's very cautious." Toru: "That was when I had doubts." "Hey, it's that tomato bastard is also a lost drunkard one. Being an inferior person wanting to become an adventurer is a death wish, so quit and quit." Drunkard 2, Jaya ha ha ha. Drunkard 1 and 2, perhaps both were looking at the appearance of Toru from the attached bar. Two adventurer-like men with mugs laughed. Their faces very red. Both seems to be quite drunk. Toru leaned in their words. Inferior. Toru, Chapter 12, Ability Test. Inferior. Toru. Lost persons have been ridiculed for a long time. The lost persons have poor fighting power and cannot fit in with the normal life. Marie, when the receptionist answered Toru's question, Esther looked up next to her. "Take it back. Toru is not inferior. Toru protected me from the goblin horde." Esther: "Oi. Girly, why da-wed face?" Drunkard 1: "Don't lie. He's da-one who is about to die. Then you helped him, didn't you?" Drunkard 2: "No. I was the one saved." Esther: "Why do you protect certain fires?" Drunkard 1: "Maybe he's fooled her." Drunkard 2: "Stop fooling around." Esther going to attack the two drunks. She's about to pull out her sword. Esther: "Let's calm down a little." Toru: "What?" Esther. Toru put his hand on the handle and stopped the sword that was about to be pulled out. Being stopped by Toru made Ether blush like a boiled octopus. Toru gazed at two men in the bar, then Toru talked. "I'm currently trying to register as an adventurer, so can you keep quiet?" Toru was getting a little annoyed because not only him but Esther was also ridiculed. He activated with all his might towards the man. At the moment the air seemed to freeze, like you could tap it and it'll shatter. Ugh. Drunkards 1 and 2, the men's bodies reacted badly to the intimidation. Their bodies grew stiff and started to gasp for air. "Was is this brat?" Drunkard 1, "Come on." Drunkard 2, as Toru continued to stare, the drunks fell on their chairs and landed on the floor with a bang. Their pants got damp then got soaked through. The sound of someone gulping was the only sound to be heard. The cacophony of talking and movement was replaced by deafening silence. As Toru looked around, the adventurers swiftly turned away, avoiding Toru's line of sight. Toru was a bit worried about the reaction, but since it became quiet, he was happy to resume the procedure. "Please continue." Toru: Marie, have I not stopped using intimidation? The receptionist is moving her mouth like a fish, but no words are coming out. Huh? I haven't used on this person, Toru, just in case. I deactivate consciously. Hey! What did Toru do to them? Esther: nothing. Toru: why did they fall down? Esther: isn't they were just drunk and passed out? It looks like they were really drunk. Toru: I'm not interested in them. So Toru answered while avoiding the truth. Now, continuing from the previous story, It is true that there are people that treat lost persons as inferiors. However, the Adventurers Guild is an open institution that accepts people who pass tests without discrimination. So I would like if Toru-san enters the Adventurers Guild. How is it? Marie, of course. I would love you to register too. Toru, there is something I want to sell, Toru added. What do you want to sell? Marie, yes. I don't know if it will sell, but it looks pretty, so I think it will sell as a material. Toru, saying that, Toru took out the glowing stalactite. Eh? Marie, well. Toru, Esther is convinced that the receptionist is completely dumbfounded. What they were staring at was not a glowing stalactite, but where it came from. Toru-san, do you have a? Marie, I do have one, Toru. I wondered if this was the case because Toru's weapon had disappeared without realizing it, but you were putting it in there. Esther, yeah, that's right. Toru's magic sword wasn't strictly in there, but Toru himself doesn't know what the magic sword is or where it disappears to. Magic sword seemed like a pain to explain, so Toru decided to leave Esther's misconception as it is. We will definitely buy this. This is a spirit crystal. Marie, oh, this is called a spirit crystal. Toru, did you bring it without knowing? Marie, yes. It is pretty, so I thought that I can sell it. Toru, so that's it. Marie, the receptionist smiled slightly at Toru's words. Spirit crystal is a general term for stones that have special powers. It takes a long time for it to change from normal stones. The name implies, changed with the power of spirits. Then it came to be called the spirit crystal. It is this spirit crystal, but it is believed that the power of the land is contained in the way it shines. It is a very rare and valuable item, so we will purchase one at 1,000 guard. Marie, oh. Toru, a fist-sized spirit crystal is 1,000 guard. It's worth 100,000 yen in Japan. Note, around 1,000 US dollars. Toru was surprised at the price. The stones I collected with the feeling that I want to sell them because they are beautiful are 100,000 yen apiece. It was nice to have collected many. Are you sure you want to sell this at 1,000 guard? Marie, oh, I have more, so can you buy the rest? Toru, okay, you know what? Marie, Toru pulls out the spirit crystals from the one after another. The total number of spirit crystals is 15 pieces. It is around 150 silver coins. Since it was said that the living expenses of the ordinary people in the Agad are 5 silver coins a month, it would be possible to live for 30 months if we spend it wisely. Oh, if I could sell it at a high price, I should have collected more. Toru, here, I will immediately appraise. During the appraisal, can you take the ability test for the adventurer registration? Marie, ability test? Toru, when I heard that it was a test, I thought of the entrance exams as the most common thing. Do I have the necessary knowledge to become an adventurer? But Toru had the wrong idea. What do you do in the ability test? Toru, this is a test to determine the fighting ability of an adventurer. Marie, combat ability test. Toru was anxious about the words she said. Don't worry. Just look at Toru-san's physical strength and skills. You won't get hurt. Esther, her. Toru, please ask the person in charge for details. Even if the result of the ability test is bad, we will not refuse the adventurer's registration. It is just a reference to make it easier to give additional training. If the test's result is good, you can skip F rank and start from E rank. Please do your best. Marie, the receptionist gave me a form to take to the test, and Toru went to the training field. The training field was a hall about half the size of a gymnasium. It's quite late in the day, so there are barely anyone there, but adventurers will usually be conducting combat training. Various weapons made of wood were leaning against the wall. Unlike the reception hall, the training ground is covered with sand. Oh, who is the new adventurer to be registered? Trainer. While observing the training ground, a loud voice was heard from behind Toru. Looking back, there was a skinhead macho man. No matter how you look at it, his face is quite fierce. He is just wearing a shirt and slacks, but his muscles look like they are about to rip his clothes. It's so form-fitting it's like part of his skin. He looked at Toru's face and opened his eyes in surprise for a moment, but he immediately recovered and extended his hand. Give me your form. Did you get it from the receptionist? Trainer. Toru hands the paper that he received from the receptionist. The man quickly glanced through the paper and gave a disappointed look. What, you are an inferior? Trainer. Is that what is said? Esther, who had accompanied Toru, clenched her teeth after hearing the man's words. But the man pretended not to hear Esther's words. Well, be careful not to hurt yourself. I'll try not to hurt you, but there's a limit to it too. It's troublesome to get hurt and complain. Trainer. You have no idea, Esther. Okay, Toru. Toru comes out to the front while pulling Esther back. It's a test of fighting ability, but what should I do? Toru. I don't have to attack at all, so attack me with the weapons there. If you have a weapon you are good at, use it. Even if you are an inferior person and have no weapon you usually use. His words have no provocation, only resignation. An inferior person cannot be strong. It is totally needless to do a test. He knew the result from the beginning. I'm sure I've had a couple of mistakes in the past, Toru. Toru felt such an atmosphere from the trainer. Are the lost persons so weak? Toru picked up a wooden sword leaning against the wall. The lost person, who came to Eargard as an adult, does not have the power that he would normally acquire if he started as an infant. Language comprehension is an example. If you live in a place for a long time, you will be able to speak the language of the area in which you grew up. Like people born and raised in high-altitude areas, they have strong lungs and heart. If you learn piano from an early age, your hands will be dexterous and your cerebellum will develop better. Toru thinks that such a power that should be naturally acquired by the environment in which he grew up is missing from the lost persons. Toru is using a skill board to correct his ability. But there may be a decisive difference that the natives have and the losts don't. Toru. Therefore, Toru stands up in front of the man without letting his guard up. Toru is a challenger. From the beginning he will deal with this seriously. He closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Phew. Toru, take a deep breath and dive deeper. His outstretched hand was still as he entered fighting mode. A second seemed to last forever. Now, Toru opens his eyes. With a wooden sword in front, he looked straight at the man. Ready, Toru. Okay, come anytime, trainer. Toru leaned a little and inhaled. The next moment, trainer. Toru was suddenly in front of the trainer. The man opens his eyes. But the man still doesn't move. An opening. Toru swung the wooden sword hard. Bam! The sound of flesh being hit echoed in the training ground. The sword hit the man's side swiftly. The man was sent to the back after being hit. He rolled around 3 times before finally stopping. Toru was about to ready his second swing. That? Toru was working on the assumption that the man would block his blade at the last minute. However, the man didn't even show any movement to prevent it. Toru can't hide his surprise. I thought he would prevent it, Toru, or it would be nullified by the man's large muscles. However, it seems that the man couldn't receive Toru's attack due to his heavy muscle. You go. Trainer, the man is planted near the wall. There is no sign of him standing up immediately. Good job, Toru. Esther, behind Toru, Esther exclaimed. Let's go, Toru. Beat him up. Esther, no, that's not the rule. Toru, Esther gave a squeal, probably because his provocation was too much. However, beating him here is not training but just assault. Toru exhaled a sigh and lowered the wooden sword. Chapter 14, Get the guild card and find an inn. A/N, we are near the good part. Just a little longer. Can I proceed with the application procedure? Toru. Yes. I'm sorry for the tangent. Now that the ability test is completed, I will issue the guild card. This ability test is a bit of a special case. I am wondering what to do. By the way, Toru-san will start from F rank, is that okay? Marie, of course, Toru. Toru shakes his head vertically. Thank you. Now, let me talk about the Adventurers Guild terms. Marie, the receptionist took out worn-out parchment from under the counter, explaining the guild's rules while tracing the letters on the parchment. The rules are not particularly difficult. First, an adventurer shouldn't attack civilians. Second, an adventurer shouldn't harm their clients. Third, an adventurer shouldn't cheat on her quests. For Toru, who has lived for nearly 10 years as a normal functioning member of society, everything was just common sense. In addition, he will receive a brief lecture on how to accept requests, how to make a report, and selling materials. An adventurer must follow these rules, but there are exceptions, if involves self-defense or missions. Please be careful so you won't violate the rules. After completing a certain number of quests, the adventurer's rank will increase. The higher the rank, the more rewards you can receive, but the difficulty of quests will also increase. Please be aware that should you fail a subjugation quest, you may also lose your life. Please note that failing a quest due to neglecting preparations or not matching your ability before taking will incur a penalty. If you keep getting penalized, your adventurer rank may drop. Regardless of rank, depending on the reason of the quest's failure, you may also get expelled. Please note that if you are expelled, you will not be able to register again for a certain period of time. Marie, yes. Could you tell me a little more about the guild ranking system? Toru, yes. The guild rank starts at the lowest F and to highest A. This rank is tied to the rank in difficulty subjugating a monster. However, it is not always the same as your rank. Please note that some cannot be defeated alone. Please see this paper for specific examples of monster and adventurer ranking. Specific examples of adventurers and monster ranking were printed on paper. Rank A equals world-class adventurer, dragon, etc. Rank B equals nationally renowned adventurer, ogre king, etc. Rank C equals first-class city adventurer, troll etc. Rank D equals normal adventurer, goblin king, etc. Rank E equals beginner adventurer, goblin, etc. Rank F equals newly recruited adventurer. Well, goblins are E-ranked monsters. Is there anything else you need? Marie, no, it's okay. Toru, then, I will give you your guild card. Marie, the receptionist presented a card similar to a business card. When Toru touched it, letters started to appear on the surface of the card. Oh, the letters are showing. Toru, the soul's wavelength is registered in the guild card. This makes it possible for the card to read the soul's wavelength of the owner and the status will appear on the surface. This assures that there is no risk of misuse for any lost card. However, please note that if you lose it, you will receive 10 silver coins as a reissue fee. 10 silver coins is worth 100,000 yen. Toru, who hasn't even owned anything close to 100,000 yen in Japan, had his hand shaking for a while. Oh, thank you very much, Toru, congratulations. Now Toru-san is an adventurer. Esther, yes. Toru, I give one advice as your senior. Esther. Esther pointed at me and tilted her head up slightly before telling me her advice as my senior. Adventurers shouldn't let themselves be mocked. If a request from a client comes, he or she may choose the person who seems to be strong. Toru's tone is too polite, but makes you sound weak. Also, only merchants use polite tone, so unless you want to be mistaken as one, avoid using it. Esther, really? Toru, he doesn't think Esther's is wrong, but it could be tinged with bias. Toru turned to the receptionist and inquired. Esther-san's words are generally correct. It is true that there is such a trend among adventurers. Marie, do all speak roughly? Toru, it depends on the occasion, the quest, and the quest giver. Marie, so that's it. Toru, for example, when meeting with the head of an organization, an appropriate attitude is required. Even though he is an adventurer, one must act appropriately or you could seem like a brute. It means that the TPO is clear. Note, time, place and occasion. By the way, we don't care about an adventurer's tone of speaking. Marie, the receptionist is human, even if she doesn't favor any adventurer initially. As a human being, you can't help but be offended by rude people. This is the same in Japan. If the other person is taking politely towards someone, it could leave a good impression and make interactions go smoother. Aside from that, neither adventurer and client should be offended. So no one would hire or be hired by someone who is rude. Okay. Thank you for your advice. Toru politely replied to the receptionist's words. Then the receptionist smiled widely. Apparently Toru passed a test. Toru? Esther, huh? Toru. Esther's cold voice made Toru's shoulders quiver. Toru was about to take his guild card. He accidentally dropped the card that cost 100,000 yen to reissue it, and it got stuck in the gap on the floor and almost lost it. To not lose it, Toru carefully stored the guild card in their inventory. I forgot to tell you that. Marie, the receptionist, leaned over the counter and approached Toru. Inventory is extremely rare, and it is a useful skill by itself. Be careful not to let yourself be known to hold inventory until you have the ability to protect yourself. There are many ways to manipulate people. What is that scary, Toru? The receptionist's threat was carved on Toru's heart. This is the end of the guild briefing. Do you have any questions? Marie, no, it's okay, Toru. Now, let's talk about the spirit crystal of the earth that I received earlier. Marie, the receptionist, took out the paper on which the assessment results were written and read it out to Toru. There were 15 spirit crystals in total. Since they were all of very high quality and translucence, it is a buying price of 10 silver coins. The total says 15,500 gold. About 15,000 gold and a bonus 500 gold is paid for the spirit crystals. I earned a few months' salary in Japan in just one day. Are you okay with a set price? Marie, well, what? Toru, who was scared of the large amount of money, managed to nod. The receptionist carried a cloth bag containing 1 gold coin and 55 silver coins. Toru was about to store it in his inventory. However, he remembered the advice of be careful not to be seen as she said earlier, and he reluctantly held it firmly in his hand. Toru is uncomfortable because he suddenly got a lot of money. People passing by or approaching from behind felt like they are aiming for his money. I want to throw it inside my inventory, soon, Toru. With Toru teary-eyed, Esther smiled and speaks to him. Then, Toru, let us go to the city well. Esther, city well? Toru, there's a city well that everyone in canoes. Esther, I want to secure any near the well. Esther, The sun has already set and the area is getting dark. He could not sleep yet, so Toru needed to secure an inn for tonight. But Esther shook her head with a grin. First, you have to stop looking like you bathed in blood or else the guards will be called. Esther, Toru. He only noticed it when it was pointed out. Toru was still covered with goblin bits and dirt. Toru was washing his clothes and his body near the city well, while getting stared at by passers-by. After washing, Esther gave him a cloth to wipe himself with. Toru wrung his clothes as dry as he can, but it still clung to his body and cold. Still, it's definitely better than not washing off the bits. It's better than before, Toru. So when you enter the shop, the guards won't be called. Esther, I see. Thank you. Toru, don't mind it. The benefits I have received are priceless. Esther, no, I'm thankful for the help you made. Toru, after being covered by goblin blood and offal, Esther not leaving him alone after leaving the guild touched his heart. Next is to buy new clothes. The goblin's stench is persistent. You can wash off the blood but the fishy odor doesn't disappear. It's better to replace everything. Esther, that's right. Then can you guide me to a clothing store? Toru, sure. Esther, Toru went to a clothing store with Esther and bought some used second-hand clothes. Esther paid for the clothing. He said he would pay, but she said, "You helped me and got your clothes dirty. I'm going to buy you the clothes. So let me pay." Toru was carrying a large sum of money that he could use to pay, but he decided to accept Esther's words. If he didn't do that, they would be arguing non-stop. Finally, Toru asked Esther to help him find an inn. Anything else you would like to know? Esther. Oh yeah. Do you know how to use magic? Toru. Magic. I know it, but... Esther, who had been answering everything enthusiastically until now suddenly became somber. What's wrong? Toru. No, why is Toru wondering? I don't know if you can use magic. Esther. Oh, yes. Toru. It is said that those who are lost are inferior in performance to the Eargod people, so that they are called inferiors. He may not be able to handle magic. That's right, even if he gets taught by Esther. We don't have magic in my original world, so I'd like to try it. But if I can't use it, then I'll give up. Toru. To use magic we have to walk down the street, so we can find some at the store just past that path. Esther, is magic being sold? Toru. Oh, magic is basically an item. Esther, is that so? Toru, the magic that did not exist in Japan may finally be achieved. When he thought about it, Toru immediately wanted to go to the store. However, almost all finless shops are already closed. He had to give up on going to the store. Is there anything else? Esther. Isn't there anything special here? Toru. What if I guide you around Finless tomorrow? Esther. No. You might be busy. Toru. Esther is a ranky adventurer, higher than Toru's rank, and also his senior. Of course, he wanted to get some additional guidance from her. However, Toru cannot restrain her from earning money by having to guide him. You can even join a party with other adventurers, but how about that? Esther, thank you very much, but it'll be hopeless for me. Toru is a new adventurer and an inferior person. Even if a party was formed, Toru could only see the future that he drags them down. No, but, Esther, thank you for everything, Esther. It was really helpful. If I hadn't met Esther, I might have died, lost somewhere. Toru. Esther, if you have any problems, I will rely on you first. Until then, I'll try to do it alone. If I don't do it alone, I will have a habit of relying on someone and I won't grow. Toru. I see. That's right. Esther. Toru's words made Esther's expression sank all the same. He thought it was bad for her, but Toru's words rang true. If he didn't move and think for himself, he will stay naive forever. In order for Toru to survive in Igad, he must acquire the most important basic knowledge. To that end, Toru thinks that it is better to repeat trial and error alone. In front of the inn shown by Esther, Toru turned to Esther and said, "This is it, Esther. Someday let us meet again." Toru, oh. Esther. Esther nodded vaguely. Toru walked towards the inn without checking Esther's reaction. While walking away, Toru actually wanted to return or find Esther running after him, hoping they could go on an adventure tomorrow together. That's why Toru rushed into the inn to shake off the urge. "Welcome, Auntie." Immediately after entering the inn, a welcoming middle-aged woman made a loud voice. "Are you a guest?" "Auntie, yes. Please give me one room." "Toru, there are morning and evening meals. Which would you like to have?" "Auntie, please both." "Toru, then it is 40 guard per night." "Auntie, 40 guard? It's about 4,000 yen. This price is quite good while having morning and evening meals included." Toru was surprised at the low price. "How is it? This inn is cheap, right?" Voice, "Oh, I was very surprised. They even include 2 meals on my dot." "What?" Toru spoke to the voice behind, then he turned around and checked. Esther was there when they have just separated. "Why are you here, Esther?" Toru, "I am staying at this inn too." Esther, "Is that so?" Toru, his heartbeat skipped for a bit. "Landlady, I brought you a good customer. He's also my benefactor, so I'd like you to give him a good service." Esther-chan, welcome back. I understand, leave it to me. Auntie, oh, and for Toru's room, if room 201 available, can he stay there? Esther, room 201. Toru tilted his head. Esther said to the proprietor, "I want you to give him a good service, so I wonder if I will be in a better room than others." Toru, "Oh, next to my room." Esther, "Oi." Toru, as expected. Toru thought that having a woman's next room would be bad, but I wonder if that was normal in other world inns. However, if a woman says, "Rooms are next to each other," this is embarrassing. Toru is still a healthy youth, although the contents are of an uncle. Even if the other person does not have similar feelings, I will be troubled as a man, so please stop. Landlady, please not room 201, but another room. Toru, well, it's bad, Toru-san. It seems that only room 201 is available. Auntie, what? Toru was stunned and now looking like an idiot. While there, landlady laughed with a smile. Is it a lie that there is no room? Toru thinks he also needs have to look more confident. Toru cleared his throat afterwards, taking out the silver coins from the bag and settling for 7 nights. When the landlady put the key on the counter, the key was swiped up from the side. Then, let's take you to the room. Esther, who steals the key, quickly leads Toru to the room. No, I can go to the room alone. Toru, what should I do if you get lost? Esther, I'm not easily confused. Look, give me the key. Toru, it's okay. It's next to my room anyway. Isn't it fine since we're going in the same direction? Esther, okay fine, why should I be in the next room? Toru, don't say anything, okay? Let's go. Esther, his arm was pulled hard, and Toru was guided by Esther while going to room 201, which was just up the stairs, just as she said. Chapter 15 to the Magic Store. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As soon as he entered the room, Toru changed his clothes and fell into bed, and Toru fell asleep without even eating dinner. There were various experiences before he arrived at Finlis. It was a day that was chock full of events for just a few days. Toru wasn't tired, but his heart seemed to be quite tired. Still, he woke up before daylight. His body is functioning and responding due to Lid's instilled habits. Toru goes out to the inn's courtyard and carefully rinses his face with well water. His head feels clear and refreshed because of the cool water. But there is still some lingering drowsiness. After confirming nobody was around, Toru used magic sword. Moving his body while following his skill's direction, he swings the magic sword. Gradually he reconciles his skill-driven movement with his mind and body. He drives in his movements into his muscle memory and reflexes. Toru, who has never done any form of sword art outside of school lessons, is grateful for the skill that allows him to move at the expert level just by swinging. However, it is bad to just leave everything to unconscious control. He wanted to understand his skills and techniques so that he could control it with his own will. When after finishing all the forms and stances, drowsiness disappeared from Toru's head. "Good morning, Toru. You sure practice early." "Esther." "Oh, good morning, Esther." Toru. Esther emerged from the inn. She washed her face with well water before stretching her body. Now Esther's hair, which was once on a ponytail, is now loose and falling freely behind her. Note: the Toru has some weird obsession with Esther's hair. The first rays of the morning illuminated her hair. The golden light of the morning makes her hair glow as if the rays became one with her hair. A woman washing her face. Toru can't help but enjoy the scene. Toru, the weather is good today. Esther, yeah, Toru, it's a perfect day to party. Esther, there is no such day. Toru, in a party, companion, way, not a party, celebration, way. Toru, suddenly being solicited as a party member, made his shoulders sag. She doesn't seem to have given up on partying with Toru yet. Why me? Toru, I can trust Toru. Esther, I am afraid for the person with so much unconditional trust. What would she do if Toru was an outrageous villain? Toru became uneasy about her future. Do you have good eyes for judging people? Toru, he can't blindly trust her words. Toru stared and observed Esther. But Esther doesn't seem to have any shred of doubt in her words. Even if Toru stares at her suspiciously, she remains calm. Isn't it normal for Toru to escape from the goblin horde after seeing that many goblins? Humans show their true nature when they are in the face of danger. Toru's actions at that time are enough. I think it deserves credit. Esther, I guess that's reason enough. Toru, Toru. There are those people I can't really trust, but I can't deny people who are trustworthy. Esther, wow, Toru, there is no smidgen of doubt on Esther's words, who has really thought things through. Seeing Toru speechless, Esther thought before asking, is that the last push needed? There is no question on why Esther wants to party with Toru. Toru is very strong. He is also not prideful and arrogant. He is sincere in his reaction towards money. As soon as he got his money, he repaid a large copper coin on the spot. It can be understood from the current interaction that Toru has a personality that cannot be faked. He may not be the best looking, but he is pleasant to the eyes. He also doesn't glance at her with lust-filled gaze, unlike the men of Iagud. Esther dared to appear in a vulnerable moment in front of Toru, but he was completely unresponsive. Toru's apathy towards Esther is a little worrying for her. She is asking herself if Toru came from a world with men with no libido. Humans are animals. It is an impossibility to not have libido because humans have to leave offspring to survive as a species. However, whether to suppress it is the most important point in forming a party between the opposite sex. Esther thought Toru was the best person to party with. Esther has been active as a solo adventurer, but she is not particular being solo. She believes that forming a party is essential if she would continue to be an adventurer. Then Toru, a superbly talented person, appeared. She was only worried that he was a lost person, but there is no fear or dissatisfaction with his combat power. Esther was enthusiastic about this chance and doesn't want to miss it. I really want to have a party with Toru. Esther, if you're going to have a party, I think it's better to be a stronger person rather than a lost person. Toru, I saw Toru defeat the hordes of goblins with my own 2 eyes. Whatever other people say, I believe in Toru's power. Esther, what a wonderful and powerful speech. But when it comes to being told face to face, those are quite the embarrassing words. Toru couldn't resist being embarrassed. Toru felt that being in a party might decide the future, both his and Esther's. But for adventurers, parties may not be as special as he thought. If you're an adventurer, you might even organize a temporary party for a quest. At such times, there aren't many people who worry about such things in their future. Still, Toru could not form a decision immediately. Forming a party is taking responsibility for the lives of allies. Toru does not know whether he will be able to bear that level of responsibility. Toru considers Esther to be his benefactor. She is also a good person. There is no reason not to be happy when the other party invited you to join a party while using such embarrassing speeches. However, that's why he couldn't give a quick answer. Toru, who was uncertain about his answer. I decided to escape. Well, Esther. The answer is still the same. Toru, oh, hey, Toru. Esther. He didn't want to talk more to Esther, and so he returned to his room. After training, he wiped off his sweaty body, fixed his appearance, and headed to the inn's dining room. When Toru enters the dining room, Esther is already sitting in her chair. Breakfast is prepared in front of her, but she hasn't touched it yet. Toru, here. Esther, raising her hand and waved, but Toru ignored it and sat down in the far corner. With such an obvious reply, Esther puffed up her cheeks. She picked up the tray with breakfast and quickly approached the seat where Toru was sitting. Toru. Is it vacant here? Esther, it's full, Toru. Currently, only Toru is sitting at the table for 4. No matter how you look at it, it looks empty. Esther, don't ask then if you know the answer. Toru. Esther. Toru intended to ignore her, but for some reason Esther looked happy and sat in the seat in front of Toru. Now Toru. Esther, it is useless, Toru. I haven't said anything yet. Esther, he guessed she was going to say let's form a party. Looking at Toru with such eyes, Esther's eyes became teary. From there, Toru and Esther had some small talk and had a meal. Occasionally Esther would say, let's form a party, but Toru sealed it with a quick activation of intimidation. Breakfast was black bread, salt soup and salad. The black bread is very hard, and if you try to bite it, you'll feel like your teeth will break. Here good people have strong jaws. Toru, no. No, it is impossible for me to eat it as it is. This is how I eat it. Esther's dipped the tip of the bread into the soup. It seems that black bread cannot be eaten without softening it in soup. Toru imitated Esther, soaked the bread and bit into it. Then, unlike the toughness it had before, the bread broke when bit. Toru, because the color is black, Toru thought it might be having a distinctly unique taste. However, contrary to expectations, black bread was incredibly bland. In contrast to black bread, which was tasteless, the saltiness of the soup is so strong. It's really made for both to be eaten together. Still, Toru, really, it's just salty soup. There is no stock. The only ingredient there is small pieces of dried meat. It is terrible just to throw in the scraps. The salad looked almost like weeds. It is quite terrifying. Yup, Toru, unexpectedly or expectedly. This was the most delicious part. It's a bit bittersweet, but it's delicious enough to be eaten by Toru, who has a taste for Japanese cuisine. If there is some dressing on this, he felt that it would be easily improved. Hey Esther. Is this breakfast common in Iagad? Toru, I think most of the time, it's just bread and soup. This inn is great because it comes with a salad. Esther, I see. Toru wondered if Iagad is under extreme poverty, but in Japan, bread and coffee is the normal breakfast meal. It doesn't change that much. The biggest problem is the taste. Also, nutrients are a concern. A soup made from salty meat and tasteless bread. There is also a very small serving of salad. Toru doesn't think it's a very healthy diet. Additional bread is free. How about another one? Landlady, ... No, that's fine. Toru, you won't grow big if you don't eat, isn't it right? Landlady, sorry. I'm fine. Toru, the landlady was kind but a bit pushy, but Toru declined politely. His stomach is not full, but his brain is sick of it and doesn't want more of it. That's true. It's like eating bland bread and hot water. No matter how hungry you are, if you leave it as it is, you may lose weight and become weak. Today, securing a delicious meal was one of the most important issues for Toru. After having breakfast, Toru opened the window in his room and escaped from there. He felt that if he leaves the inn the usual way, Esther will be endlessly following him. In fact, Toru's intuition skill was capturing the Esther's presence who was waiting at the front door. Toru intends to head to a magic store that Esther taught him from yesterday. If possible, he wanted to slowly look at the items in the magic store without worrying about anyone. Toru walks while chewing on the dried meat from his inventory. Dry meat tastes better than black bread and soup. Lid seems to have quite the good cooking skill. What kind of magic is there? I'm looking forward to it, but first I wonder if I can use magic. Toru put points for magic art and chantless casting on the skill board. If he trusts the skill board, he can surely use it. However, it is different whether or not a person has the necessary background. In addition, Toru is a lost person. They are called inferiors. Earth has no magic. Even if I allocate some skills, it may be difficult or impossible to use. As Toru was walking around thinking about that, he arrived at the magic store pointed out by Esther. The magic store was a small wooden building. The outer walls are covered with plants. Excuse me, Toru. Chapter 16. An elf girl named Lily. When Toru opened the door, there was just a small counter in front of me. There are only about 2 tatami mats of space where Toru can move. Instead, all the walls are filled with shelves overflowing with products with almost no space left. Note: -1 tatami is 3x6 or 0.91 meters by 1.82 meters. On a shelf similar to bookstores, books that seemed to be for sale were lined up closely. The shelves with silver coin price tags on it are staggering in number, and the books were arranged with the spines facing forward. On the other hand, the shelves with gold coin prices on it had the book with its cover facing forward. When Toru breathed the air, the smell of ink, paper, and wood was wafting through his nose. It's very calm. It looks like a good store. Toru, it feels like you're in a small bookstore. When Toru began to feel relaxed by the ambience of the shop, the entrance door opened with a bang. Excuse me. Esther, wait, that? Toru, oh, didn't expect to see you here, Toru. Esther, as Esther opened the door. She pretends to have found him by chance, but the words are completely suspicious. She came here after predicting Toru's next action. Did she notice that he left the inn? However, it was quick of her to notice. How did she notice that Toru disappeared from the inn? She might be worried about Toru, but Toru knows he would feel happy if she doesn't know where he is. I'm just asking, but why did Esther come here? Toru, of course, it's decided because I also want to learn new magic. Esther, you are, Toru, when she says so, he can't deny it. Toru accepts her excuse and asks, but Esther could use magic. Toru, Esther, she suddenly has become quiet. Toru stared at Esther. That child can barely use magic. What did you come here for? Voice, while Toru was asking Esther, a voice with little intonation came from the back of the counter. When Toru turned around, there was a beautiful young girl who possesses surprising features. Glossy dark brown hair with white bare skin. A girl in a green robe with sleepy eyes. Also, the girl had sharp ears. Elf? Toru, the little girl nodded at the murmuring of Toru. Elf. It is a fictional race known as a long-lived species in Japan. Hearing Toru's words, the sleepy eyes became drowsier. As Toru was gazing at her ears, they began to flutter. What? Elf, oh sorry. Toru, did Toru stare rudely at her? Toru immediately looked somewhere else. I wanted to use magic, and after consulting with Esther I found out about this store. I wonder if you can teach me anything about magic. Toru, yes. If so, hold out your hand first. Elf, the girl took out a black-colored mat and a transparent ball from under the counter. The transparent ball is similar to the crystal I saw in the guild the other day. Is it a solar brazier? Toru, no. This measures magical power. My magic tomes work perfectly. But without magical power, you can't use the magic within. Elf, in her words, she was confident about her product, but she wore an angry expression. Perhaps someone with no magical power purchased a magic book and claimed that it was defective because the person could not use magic. I made him unable to say that again. Elf. Toru, I heard the consequence of people who filed a complaint. Toru trembled. Esther brings her mouth close to Toru's ear and whispers. Because the elves are long-lived. She may look like this, but Lily is incredibly strong. Esther, she can be a bit too much though she looks like that. Esther, it should have gone from one ear then out to another. The ears of the shopkeeper, known as Lily, suddenly twitched. After all, is an elf a long-lived species? Toru, she looks younger than Toru. However, in the case of an elf, the appearance does not reflect the actual age. She gives off a look of a girl who has never had much of life experience, but there is also the possibility that she is an extremely old magician who has lived several times longer than Toru. Toru swore in his heart to not touch the reverse scales of the dragon, in this case, Lily. What would happen when I touch it? Toru, if you have magical power, the ball will shine. Then you will know the attributes you have access to. Lily. Lily poked the black mat with her finger. Even while looking at the mat, it didn't seem to have any special tricks. What if the ball didn't glow? Toru, goodbye, Lily. Lily suddenly pointed her finger from the mat towards the door. Toru laughed at her direct attitude. Toru is a lost person and called an inferior in the Agad. Even if he puts his hand on the crystal, a sad future where it won't light up may be waiting. Okay. Toru, determined, Toru put his hand on the crystal. When I placed my hand, a dim white light began to emit from inside the crystal. Oh, I got it. Toru, you did it, Toru. Esther peeked out from behind and shouted out loud. The light slowly filled the crystal. When the crystal was filled with white light, the same color of light then appeared on the black mat. The light traveled through the mat from the bottom of the crystal and drew a magic circle and other circles. The light grew from the circle in all directions, creating a small magical square. This can't be real. Lily, after seeing the magical square, Lily shouted out loud. Toru was worried about her appearance, but Toru couldn't take her eyes off the fantastic light emerging from the mat. The light eventually extended the line to connect the small magic square. And when all were connected, the curves connected, so did all the outer circles. It was about 10 seconds so far. In Toru's life, those 10 seconds can be the best or second best 10 seconds of his life. When the light forms, it means I can use magic, right? Toru, wait, Lily. Lily slapped Toru's hand and quickly put back the crystal and mat from under the counter. She was working diligently under the counter, but Toru can't see what she's doing from his current position. Normal. But it's strange. All attributes - none it. That can't be. Lily raised her upper body before long. Broken, Lily, she muttered with a suddenly refreshed look that came from nowhere. Well, did I break it? Toru, do not worry, Lily, no, but... Toru, you were just unlucky. It broke on you. Deterioration due to age. Lily, oh, is that right? But I should probably pay for it. Toru, okay. Just buy a lot of items. Lily pointed around the entire shelf. Toru got permission to buy the products from her. Is it okay for me to use magic? Toru, Lily, oh. Toru, however, it is unknown how much you can use. If it does not activate, I will not accept complaints. Lily, in other words, the use of magic is unpredictable. However, no one in every world knows what they can do from the beginning. Everything begins with trial and error. Toru acknowledges Lily's words and immediately inspects the product shelves. Lily permitted you to buy from all the shelves. Toru is amazing. Esther, can we usually buy anything if we have magical power? Toru, even if you have magical powers, you can only purchase items with the proper attributes. For example, I can only buy non-attribute items, so I can only buy items only on from shelf. Esther, oh, Esther can only use non-elemental magic. Toru, that's okay. However, unlike the others, non-attribute is magic that specializes in self-strengthening. It looks pretty plain. Esther, but self-strengthening is an attribute that can be applied in a variety of ways. Toru squinted at the shelf with non-attribute items. There is no magical technique that looks flashy, such as muscle strength enhancement, olfaction enhancement, auditory enhancement, vision enhancement, palate enhancement. However, if you fight with your sword in your hand, all these magic was useful. Of course, it's also useful for classes other than swordsman. Vision enhancement, and auditory enhancement, can be some necessary skills for scouts. Toru picked up 4 tomes, muscle strength enhancement, auditory enhancement, visual enhancement, and olfactory enhancement. Those could be used in battle. There are 8 types of magic other than non-attribute: fire, water, earth, wind, light, darkness, spirit, and space. The cheapest ones are 5 silver coins. Ignition, water supply, drying, and other magic tomes that can be used in everyday life. First of all, Toru picked up the ignition, water supply, and drying from life magic. Next, he picked fireball, water ball, earth needle, and air cutter, which are relatively inexpensive among the magic used in battle. Looking at the shelves with 4 basic attributes, Toru noticed high-priced items at a high position. Flare. The price is dash. Toru, seeing the price, Toru's eyes almost fell from his sockets. 10 gold coins. It's quite a high price. Is this flare spell strong after all? Toru, flare is advanced magic. Beginners lack magical power and cannot be used by them. Lily, I see. Toru, strong magic cannot be so easily obtained. Toru was quite interested, but he gave up on buying flair from magic other than the 4 attributes, from the light attribute, light, and the dark attribute, blind, on the counter. There was only one item for spirit and space magic. Spirit magic is spirit evocation. Spatial magic is spatial fracture. Each is displayed in a frame. The name was so cool that Toru thought of buying it, but the price for each is 100 gold coins. It is doubtful if it sells due to the extremely high price. The total magic that Toru decided to purchase was 10,000 gold. Paying 1 gold coin, Toru immediately asked Lily how to use the magic book. Activate magic by pouring in mana. Once activated, magic is engraved in your soul. Lily, can you use it without this magic book? Toru, yes. After use, the magic book disappears. Reselling is not possible. Lily, oh, I see. Thank you for today. If there is anything, I will come back to buy some. Toru, Lily, to thank Lily, Toru left the store quickly. Toru, are you going to learn magic from now on? Esther, yeah. What about Esther? Toru, it's just free time. I want to go see Toru use magic. Esther, no, go to work. Toru, today is a holiday. Esther, fine. Toru, no matter how he refuses, there is always a follow-up. Esther already has non-attribute magic. Then, if he has any problems with using magic, she may help him. Lily, the store manager, was worried about the inside of the magic bookshop. It was her first time to see Nanette, which has a talent for all 9 attributes, over the past 100 years. Even Lily, who is confident in magic, is only a quintet with 5 attributes. Moreover, one of them was an attribute that can be developed over a long time. What is that, boy? Lily, most of the human beings who have a skill in magic become duo with 2 attributes. Esther, who came to this store as a solo with only 1 attribute. Although she can do magic, she is said to have no attribute. Among those who have magical knowledge, 1 in 10,000 people is a trio with 3 attributes, and 1 in 100,000 people is a quartet with 4 attributes. When it comes to the 5 attributes quintet, it is less than 0.1% of the total magician population. Up to now, Lily has the largest number of attributes known to have 6 attributes, sextet, and there is only one person in the world. That person is Lily's mentor and is named the Great Sage of the Forest. The boy called Toru had 3 more attributes than Lily's mentor. Furthermore, Lily has never heard of having both light and dark attributes. Those 2 attributes clash with each other, but it is unknown how much magic he can use. Lily, no matter how much magic one has, not all magic can be handled to a usable level. Even if magic is compatible, it may be usable or not depending on the discipline, level, and amount of magic. The most important thing is comprehension and image. No matter how much training, leveling up, and enormous magical power, if the comprehension and image are off, even if it activates, it is not possible to invoke the full effect of the spell. I'm looking forward to what happens in the future, Lily. However, his branches are still young. How he grows in the future is unknown. If you want to look into the abyss of magic, Lily, yes, at that time, let's look into the abyss together. Lily smiled. Chapter 17 First Magic. Taken by Esther, Toru came to the outside of Finlis. Toru originally planned to practice in the courtyard of the inn, but Esther strongly discouraged him, saying that it would be dangerous to do a magical test in the city. Her input is often correct. If my magic does not work, there would be no problem. However, if the magic runs out of control, the inn may be damaged. Toru didn't think about that because he was pessimistic about his chances of using magic. Well, then what attribute should I use first? Toru, yeah, First, I think it's better to start with a non-attribute like mine. If it's non-attribute, I can coach you, and if you know the feeling of moving your magical power, it might be easier for you to use another magic attribute. Esther, I see. That's right. Let's go start using non-attribute magic. Toru immediately picked up a non-attribute tome from his inventory. Toru, you should read the spells that appear on the surface while your mana is passed through the tome. Esther, yeah, but how do you do it? Toru smiled at Esther's explanation. He has no idea of what mana is. Toru's idea of what is that mana is the source of magic. But he is not sure how to control mana. Be aware of the powers within your body other than your physical strength. Esther, power other than physical strength. Toru, yeah. Even if you don't put a lot of power into your muscles, when you put in this power, you get a feeling of being empowered, like something is flowing. That's the source of magic, mana. Esther, Gestalt is likely to collapse due to the influx of power coming out of Esther's mouth. Note, who is this Gestalt guy? Here is the vocabulary meaning. Refocusing, Toru trusts her words and closes his eyes. He is diverting focus from his strength towards the power inside his body. After a while, Toru realized that he feels a completely different source in his body. So that's it, Toru. When he understood the feeling she's describing, he was able to clearly understand the whole meaning of Esther's word, which made no sense before. If you don't put a lot of power into your muscles when you put in this power, you get a feeling of being empowered. When Toru understood it, it seems that there is no other better explanation than Esther's. Certainly, there was a feeling that Esther said that she could focus on other power other than her physical power. While being aware of this feeling, Toru used the Tome of Strength Enhancement. Then, faint letters appeared on the surface of the tome. Strengthen my body by magic. Might force. Wow. At the same time as he read the letters, the tone changed and became a ball of light and jumped into Toru's chest. Toru is surprised and crossed his arms. But the light passed through his arm and entered into his chest. Success for the first time. Toru, yes, if you succeed this will happen. Esther, Toru suddenly had his heart buzzing. Certainly, Lily-san said that the tome would disappear or second-hand resale is impossible, but he never thought, I can't resell because the tome would disappear into the body after turning into light. The spell of strength enhancement should have been engraved on Toru's soul. Try it now. Esther, should I use the chant to use it? Toru, yeah. If you get used to it, you can even use it. Chant less casting, once you get used to it. Esther, Toru has already acquired the chant less casting skill. That was in the skill tree because it can be learned through practice. Toru again activates strength enhancement, conscious of his inner power. This time, chant less casting. The next moment, he suddenly felt his body brimming with power. Fu. Toru stepped on the ground and jumped forward. He felt an acceleration that he had never experienced before. The scenery flows at high speed at the edge of his field of view. Both strength enhancement and chant less casting were successful. I said that you can do chant less casting eventually, but as expected, you did succeed. Esther's eyes were glued on Toru's back. Suddenly, did she think that amusing chant less casting was strange? However, Toru could use it without any previous experience. It's probably nothing special. Toru walked towards his original position while confirming the condition of strength enhancement. This magic is pretty good. I still have to be consciously casting the spell to maintain it, but if I get used to it, I may be able to maintain it without thinking. Toru, usually, It takes a month before you can use it while in action. Esther. Now it's good because people are usually dealing with a monster smaller than themselves. However, it does not mean that there will never be times when you will face a monster larger than themselves. The size difference is proportional to physical strength. The greater the mass, the greater the attack power. Strength enhancement is an essential skill to overcome such physical phenomena. Considering the life of adventurers in the future, they have to become proficient enough to continue to activate them unconsciously. Then Toru used his purchased tomes one after another. Toru was impressed by the 4 types of magic, from the basic attributes. Fireball pierces the ground he targeted. Water ball further pierces the hole. The earth needle made the ground produce spikes, and the air cutter cut the jagged ground. Although life magic was not flashy, it was very useful. If one has ignition, they can quickly start a fire, and if someone has the spell water supply, it can produce fresh drinking water. Drying makes wet clothes dry, similar to clothes dried under the sun. Toru once cast one spell and then tried to activate it with chantless casting. Its power is slightly weaker than when casting, but it is still overwhelmingly fast. If you can activate magic during close combat, it will increase the number of maneuvers you can do, and it will be easier to corner your opponent. Also, it may be possible to avoid the attack from the opponent who chanced to activate the magic. Wait a minute, Toru. Are you planning on destroying the area? Esther. Toru performed a magical test and pointed at the uneven, barren ground, but Esther got angry behind his shoulder. Yes, I mean no, but it's better to shoot at the ground, right? Toru, if it's normal power, the terrain should not look that rugged. The guards will complain. Esther, wow, that's bad then. Should I aim at a distance? But I think it would be dangerous if there were people. Toru, similar to bow and arrow, magic also loses power over distance. It would be okay if no one is in the visible range. Esther, well, I see. I'll try it. Toru, believing in Esther's words, Toru fired a fireball at a distance. Boom. The ejected fireball makes a sound as if it crosses the wall of sound velocity and advances steadily forward. Dot. Dot. Further. Dot. Dot. And further. Dot. Dot. The fireball became a dot and disappeared from the visible range. Shortly thereafter, a pillar of fire rose from the other side of the horizon towards the sky. Dot. 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 I'm sorry, Toru. Apparently what I said was a mistake. Forget what I said. Esther. Dot. Dot. Toru, never cast magic far away. Toru carved those words deep into his heart. Subsequently, Toru used lighting and blind. When he chanted lighting, a small light appeared. It was stationary magic. It's a magic that keeps shining endlessly if one puts it in his designated place, unless the mana is exhausted or the caster erases it. Most people who have a mastery of light magic will learn this lighting at the very beginning. With this, you can reduce the cost of candles and stay up all night. Esther, it's kind of like the lights kids would want to play with. Toru, what do you say? I suppose nights out time is when people study. Maybe it's different in Toru's original world? Esther, oh, yeah. I think the activities at late night is rather excessive. Toru, in Japan, there were tools such as PCs for gaming that could be played even at night. However, there are no games or computers in Iagud. The only things people can do here at night are studying or working at home. What a healthy world. In my world, when I stay up late, my parents get angry, saying that I should go to bed early. Toru, it's the same in this world. Esther smiled bitterly. It seems that parents in every world have the same job of putting their children to sleep. Toru learned, blind, spell. Blind isn't as flashy, but it is a spell that blocks your opponent's view. If it is released during a battle, the battle situation can be changed. Efficacy depends on how you use it. Esther was astonished by the variety of tomes he had purchased and the results. First of all, she was surprised that he succeeded in the chantless casting of spells with just one try. Since Toru, who used magic for the first time, succeeded in casting for the first time, Esther felt the shock that the world would collapse. There are no big elves in this world. Impossible. Esther, even more amazing is the power of his magic. Toru's basic magic was powerful enough to transform the terrain. Besides, the magic he casts reach far beyond one's sight, without diminishing. Even the advanced magic she saw didn't respond like this. Is this truly basic magic? Esther is not a magician. However, she has experience of seeing magic. The basic magic that an ordinary adventurer uses is not as powerful as Toru's. Usefulness of magic depends on how you use it. Esther, what more is he going to do? For Esther, everything is getting more absurd. Toru is convinced that he is using advanced magic, not basic magic. And above all, Toru has mastered all the magic he purchased. If he was a normal beginner, he should have run out of magic just by using a few spells. He should have run out of mana when he learned some of the spells. If one is near the end of their mana cap, they will feel dizzy and tired. If one further use magic from that state, they will experience palpitations, shortness of breath, and eventually faint. Toru had already released dozens of spells, but there is no sign that he will run out of mana. Is Toru lost? Esther, it seems pretty suspicious. As a person who was originally born and raised in Igad is still unconvinced. Esther doesn't want to discriminate against lost people. However, she still knows that it is reasonable for lost people to be called an inferior since their levels do not rise from 1. Toru was far too far from the general image lost people show. That is why we should form a party. Esther received a tremendous amount of support from Toru. That time against the hordes of goblins, Esther was prepared to die and never return. Toru rescued her from that reality. He will never be the kind to be too proud even in the future. He will not let it go up to his head. However, apart from that, she thought, isn't it possible to go anywhere if I form a party with Toru? Toru cut down a horde of goblins with only a black longsword. He possesses more than enough ability as a swordsman. Besides, his magic is also outstanding. It is a super excellent talent as an adventurer. Anyway, she wanted to have a party with him. However, the ability of Esther herself is a problem. After all, you have to support each other. Esther, the party members are equal. Only if one supports the other it will eventually fail. The parties work because they complement each other in areas they lack. Esther's ability was a bit insufficient to form a reliable party with him. I can't stay like this. Esther, to complement Toru's mastery of magic, Esther pulled out her long sword. To keep being an adventurer and to be selected by Toru, I need to be stronger and grow even stronger. To stand next to Toru. Esther abandoned her pondering and simply trained. Chapter 18 First Request. Taken by Esther, Toru came to the outside of Finlis. Toru was absorbed in the magic he used for the first time. He resisted the urge to say something Chinabiu, such as Kakaku or I must calm the evil sealed in my hand. Note, aka middle school second-year syndrome, typically used to describe early teens who have delusions of grandeur. This time he barely resisted, but Toru does not know when another episode will occur. Chinabi urges are dangerous. While using magic, Toru realized that changing his image would change the magic. For example, fireball. If you use it without any image, a ball of fire of about 10 centimeters, 4 in diameter will fly towards the target. When he was creating an image before activating it, he could change the size of the flame and increase or decrease the power of the spell. Toru isn't planning on imagining flare. He wanted to use fireball, so he tried to make it as small as possible and increase the firepower to the maximum. And what? What are you doing? It looks way too suspicious. I'm leaving now. Esther was upset. Toru thought that she was exaggerating, but he became so scared of her unusual reaction that he stopped from casting it. Not just power. The color of magic has been changed. Fireball can be changed into various colors if you imagine the flame's power. When imagining a BTB solution, water ball was changed to yellow, green, and blue. Note, -BTB, bromothymol blue, solution is used for pH indication for alkali substances. Colors range from yellow, green, and blue. Just Google for more info. The image of rock needle changes colors from varying shades of white to black depending on what substance he imagines. However, even if he tried hard, he couldn't make it golden or silver. He thought it would be interesting if the rock needle turned golden or silver, but ordinary planes do not contain large amounts of gold and silver, so the color doesn't change. Besides, it was not possible to change if the substances thought of are low in concentration. The only thing that didn't change color was wind magic. Since air is colorless, there may be colored air in this world, but Toru doesn't know. If he didn't know, he couldn't have it show in his magic. I think that if I collect and release colored smoke, I can add color to air cutter as well. I think it will take time and effort if I do not prepare the smoke first. Toru, however, just because it was done does not mean that the power of magic changes or that it became easier to use. It's just a hobby for Toru. Toru was becoming accustomed to magic while performing various experiments. When he noticed, the day has already begun to end. Oh, I'm hungry. Toru, when he was no longer able to concentrate as his stomach called his attention. Toru used magic to level the bumpy ground to not be a bother to others. Toru. I'll be back soon. Esther, who had been training herself very hard, was putting her sword in a sheath and wiped her face with a towel. So far she hasn't interfered with Toru's magic practice. She hadn't talked to him since she stopped Toru's flare like fireball. Sorry, I'm sorry to have wasted your day. Toru, no. It was good because I was able to concentrate on my training. Esther, the two quickly passed through Finlay's Gate and returned to the inn. After finishing their dinner that wasn't quite tasty, they ate enough for the skipped lunch. Toru returned to his room and immediately collapsed into his bed. By the way, dinner was a steak that was hard and chewy as leather with an overwhelmingly salty taste. Before bedtime, Toru suddenly reminded himself of a classic fantasy training. Like muscle training, if you continue to use magic, your magical power will increase. Therefore, Toru decided to use magic before going to bed to increase his magical power. The magic used is of course not the kind of fireball or water ball. If he used such a thing, the inn will be burned down in no time. Good thing, lighting can be used even at home. However, if one normally uses lighting, the room will be so bright and you will not be able to sleep. So Toru decided to put their lighting under the bed. How many can I cast? Toru. He tried to insert cast of them. However, he did not feel that his magic power has decreased. It was useless to cast one by one, and it became troublesome after a while and he cast one with all the mana he can pour. Immediately, the bed began to shine like a UFO. The amount of light seems to emerge from that single light alone. If someone were to look straight at this, he will become blind. However, Toru ran out of magical power after activating lighting, and faints after doing so. Luckily he avoided the horrors of blindness. Toru woke up the next day. What's this? Toru, he was at a loss of words for a while because of the radiance that overflowed from the bed. When his head started to clear, he finally remembered. Speaking of which, I had cast a lot of lighting last night. Some disappeared during the night, but there was still a fair amount of lighting left in the futon. Waking up with the shiny futon was a very surreal experience. It feels like a reborn Tutankhamun. Note: Tutankhamun, boy pharaoh, is a well-known Egyptian pharaoh. For more info, Google him. It became a sarcophagus, not a bed. Anyway, Toru silently disabled the lighting and prepared for the day. As soon as the sun rose, he left the inn. The day before, he was able to fully satisfy his desire to use magic, so today he wanted to receive a request from the guild. The guild was quiet. It's not yet the time for adventurers to start working. There are no adventurers, but the guild was open. People are in the guild for 24 hours so they can respond when an emergency happens. There are no people at the reception desk, but there is a bell. It's the same as the front desk of the hotel, and it seems that someone will appear if he rings the bell. Toru looked at the bulletin board where the guild's requests were posted. The request that can be received even by an F rank is ... here. Toru, luggage carry, 5 large copper coins a day. Delivery, 4 large copper coins a day. Water supply cleaning, 6 large copper coins per day. If he looked only at this, he will feel that adventurers are just names and that they are just temporary staffing businesses. But this is also an important job. All are indispensable tasks in the city. Toru found a request to collect herbs from among them. Since this request is permanent, there is no failure. If he brings medicinal herbs, he will be paid only for what he brings. It's good that there are no failures. Toru, it is impossible for Toru, but if he used the memory of Lid as his guide, he can collect herbs. Maybe it'll be fine, but Toru decided to make this herb collection request without thinking deeply. Since the request is permanent, it does not matter if he does not apply to the reception. Toru left the guild as it was. He bought grilled meat for lunch at the stalls along the way and threw it into his inventory where no one could see it. Oh, hi. It is Toru, right? You alone today? Guard, yes. I'm going to collect herbs. Toru, already. Do your best. Guard, oh, yes. Toru, presenting the guild card to the guard. Toru exited through Finlay's gate. What was with that reaction? Toru remembered the look of the guard as he left the gate. It was a stern expression. However, he said nothing and left Toru to his devices. Is it difficult to collect the herbs? Is it dangerous? But it's an F rank request. Toru, he does not understand even if he thinks about it. Well, there are no problems. It would probably be okay. Toru rushed to the forest and headed. Various plants grow in the forest. For Toru, these plants look just like weeds, no matter how much they look different. However, when he recalled Lid's memory, he found that it was a plant with various effects. Shibboleth grass, spice grass, licorice grass, disinfectant grass. There was no official name in Lid's memory, but the taste can be understood with a single shot. Maybe Lid has eaten all these grasses. Toru, he lived mainly in hunting. However, it is not always possible to hunt for prey every day. There must have been days when no prey was found. At that time, Lid was eating grass to satiate his hunger. Toru was crying when he imagined that Lid was eating grass. getting hurt and suffering from the spiciness, and happy to find sweet grass. Toru has lived in Japan without any inconvenience. He never got hungry and had to eat grass. No matter how poor the people became, there was the food offered by the government to help the people. That was once his normal. But how blessed was such a life? Iagad is not such a world. If he is not able to work, Toru will be forced to live on grass because to pay for future expenses. I must do my best. Toru renews his determination to live in Iagad. When he walked through the forest, he found a medicinal plant easily. The collection method was also remembered by Lid. If possible, trim only one stem from the center without damaging the root. By doing so, the medicinal plants will sprout and grow without dying. A wild dog would often approach Toru, but it would run away with its tail tucked in with only a slight intimidation. The encounter rate with wild dogs is higher than before. Is it normal to target the same individual? Toru, if the beasts become too persistent, cut it, and throw it away. However, because the beasts look like a dog, Toru didn't want to kill it aggressively. I don't want you to get near me if possible. Toru cast 4 fireballs overhead while thinking, rotating it over and over. The activated fireball has a modest power. It is dangerous if the magic power runs out while in the middle, and if the power is too strong, it will burn the trees. The reason why he activated fireball is to train his magic. If he can do this unconsciously, it will be much easier to activate magic. Fireball, when 4 are getting easier, he added another one. When 5 became easy, he gradually increased the number to 6. In rare cases, the control would be disturbed and the trees would get burned, but Toru immediately extinguished the fire with a water ball he had been preparing to use. When he was searching for medicinal herbs while practicing magic, he noticed that beasts suddenly stopped appearing. Is my intent understood by the wild dogs? Toru, the reason why the wild dogs wouldn't get close to him was not that they knew that he didn't want to kill him. It's simply because they don't want to approach a suspicious person with countless fireballs on their head. If one's survival instinct is functioning properly, they will be afraid to approach such dangerous people. However, without realizing it, Toru hadn't satisfied and collected herbs. Chapter 19, Request Report and Rank Up. When the sun was beginning to change the hue, I postponed the herb collection quest and left the forest. Getting out of the forest, I bring out the meat skewers I bought this morning from my inventory. A wild dog appeared again, perhaps attracted by the smell of meat skewers. However, it still probably remembered me, or it was just looking at me from a distance. Watching the wild dog whining like and while drooling saliva makes me feel like I'm a terrible person. However, the opponent is a wild dog, not a pet dog. If I get bitten and get sick, it will be the end of me. Rabies, in particular, causes sure death when it progresses. I shouldn't let a wild dog approach me just because it is cute. I hardened my heart and finished the meat skewers. When I arrived at the gate of Finlis, the guard waved his hand and approached me. "Oh, Toru, welcome back, guard." "Hello. Toru, you seem safe. I suppose you got some herbs. So how was your first quest?" "Guard, I was able to collect some, but I'm not sure if it is enough." Toru, "Oh, yeah. It seems that a lot of silver wolves have been seen roaming a lot recently, but you seem to be okay." Guard, "Silver wolf. Is it dog-like in appearance?" Toru, "It does look like one, I guess." Guard, the smiling guard suddenly turned and focused on me while looking a bit ominous. "Did you see one?" Guard, "Yes, I saw them quite a bit." Toru, "Oh, wow. It is good that you survived." Guard, the guard looked unconvinced. He was quite astonished because Toru is currently dressed in normal clothes and has no armor equipped. It is common sense to fight these wolves with proper equipment. But I look unarmed. However, I have magic sword. I haven't used it recently, but if one of those wolves attacked me, I wouldn't hesitate on slashing them and killing the wolves. However, others who do not know the existence of magic sword, it seems that I just went there unarmed and unprotected. For adventurers, an armor is like a suit for office workers. Even if you are saying I am working for a company but you're wearing Stiteco shorts, nobody would believe you. Note: Stiteco, Sutiteco are something like pajamas or clothes you wear at home. Maybe I look like someone suspicious. I should probably have some kind of equipment on me. Toru: well, were you doing the quest with Esther? God: no. I'm doing something else from Esther. We're not at a party. Toru: oh, I thought she's the reason you're safe. God: the guard scratched his head. Were you once an adventurer? Toru: yes, God, there are some dangerous places, so I'm relieved if I can have a party. But no, it's a troublesome thing to say. It's a terrible idea. Toru: I thought about it. Esther is a beautiful woman and a senior in adventuring. Nobody wouldn't want her as a party member. But I'm a lost person, someone whose abilities are considered subpar and inferior. This is why I refuse to party with Esther. Me partying with her would only bring trouble. Maybe when we meet, we should discuss finding a suitable partner for her. Toru: I purchased some hemp sacks at one of the shops along the road, after entering an alley where no one is near. I put the herbs in the hemp bag after taking it all out from my inventory. So inconvenient. Toru: if possible, I would like to use inventory as much as possible due to its convenience. But after hearing what Marie said, I can't stop but be anxious. I wonder if there's a more convenient way. When I entered the guild, a line was now present, unlike when I came this morning. Another adventurer who has probably finished his quest is reporting his completion. After waiting at the end of the line, Toru's turn soon came. Welcome, Toru-san. What kind of business do you have today? Marie: I have been collecting herbs from the permanent quest on the board. Please check them. Toru: oh, that one? Marie: is there any problem with the request? Toru: no, it's okay as long as you collect the herbs properly. Then, please place the herbs here. Marie: here you go. Toru nodded and put the hemp bag full of herbs on top of the counter. Marie was shocked when she saw the bag on top of the counter. Marie: what's wrong? Toru: none. Are all of the herbs inside? May I check it? Marie: sure, go ahead. Toru: Marie opened a frighteningly large bag. There truly was a lot of herbs inside. Wow! Marie: as soon as she saw it, Marie's head blanked out. Occasionally you'll see something like this when it changes from first person to third person. Here it changes from first to third. That is the following symbol, 1, 3. A few seconds later, the first thing that came to her mind was the word joke. It's a joke. It's different from the usual harvests of herbs I see. Marie: to clear the herb collection request, 1 bundle with 5 herbs is required. The usual adventurer brings back 3-4 bundles of herbs with the same amount of time. This is not normal. When Marie witnessed the number of herbs that would be around or more than 10 times the norm, she felt her common sense shake and break down. She thought that he was going to be a promising adventurer in the future. But his talent is too abnormal. Marie: sorry, did I bring the wrong herb? Toru quietly asked Marie, who had suddenly stopped moving. No, it's enough. I was surprised that you could collect so much. Marie: that's good. Toru felt relief from the bottom of his heart. He was feeling a little bit depressed when he was told that he had collected a lot only to bring the wrong amount or kind of herb. Well, if you don't mind, could you tell me how you collected this amount? Marie: well, the answer is pretty much the usual. I just collected it. Toru: the usual. What is the usual? Marie: support the translator on lazytranslations.tweebly.com. The receptionist assessed the herbs while looking exhausted for some reason. The total amount of herbs collected by Toru was 103 bundles, with the requested amount being 1 bundle. Toru has suddenly completed an unexpected number of achievements. Unbeknownst to Toru, Marie's exhausted appearance suddenly became lively. The cutting is perfect, and there are no mistakes. They are quite high quality. Toru-san is pretty used in handling herbs. Marie: yes. I know a bit. Toru: this limited knowledge is only about the forest near Finlis. Besides, Toru could not collect herbs unless he reads Lid's memories. All of his knowledge is just borrowed power. This is not something that he can be proud of. A bit. This permanent request has high difficulty. Toru: why is it F rank? Marie: the degree of danger is F rank, but it is necessary to have an eye for distinguishing medicinal plants and knowledge of how to harvest. Since you have to have both of them, you should also be on guard not to be attacked by monsters. So even among requests for F rankers, it's considered the most difficult. Marie: I see. Toru: since newcomers fail in this kind of mission one after another, it has become a permanent request, so even if a newcomer fails, there are no disadvantages. Otherwise, new adventurers will repeatedly fail to complete the quest and will be removed from the guild roster in no time. Marie: I see. Toru: as Toru listened to the receptionist, cold sweat poured on Toru's back. I chose this because I can't see myself making any mistakes. But that's why I need to think things through before receiving a request. Toru: it is not only here, but at present, the request for medicinal herb collection has become permanent. Because F-rank adventurers fail too often. Marie: I see. Toru: this is not the only request that frequently fails. Recently, several adventurers are being kicked out because they continue to fail. Recently, many guild staff lamented that the adventurers are lacking in skill and talent. Marie: well, it sounds tough. Toru: that's right. Thanks to that, the number of adventurers with rank E and F has decreased. It's still okay for now, but if it continues, there is a possibility that low-rank requests will not be available in the future. I wish everyone was a good adventurer like Toru-san. Marie: ha ha ha. Toru: the receptionist looked at Toru with an expectant look. That gesture made the adventurer who was waiting behind Toru click his tongue while being filled with murderous intent. Kai. Explode. His bloodlust is piercing Toru and cold sweat flows down on Toru's back. Is that all? Toru: 1. Ah, yes, I'm very sorry. Then, I will go through the procedure to complete the request. Toru-san, here is your guild card. Marie: thank you, Toru. Toru put the card on the tablet that the receptionist placed on the counter. When the receptionist pushed a button on the side of the table, a light came out and was absorbed by the card. 103 lights have emerged. It is the number of requests completed. Meanwhile, the receptionist begins to press the button 103 times. Phew. Marie: the receptionist shook her hand after the analysis showed 103 lights. Well, if you push the button that many times, your fingers will surely get tired. Toru: thank you for waiting. This is the reward for this time. Please check. Marie: Toru took the small hemp bag from the receptionist and looked inside. There were 10 silver coins and 3 large copper coins inside. The reward is 1 large copper coin per bundle of medicinal herb. Whether the reward is high or low is unknown to Toru. One might consider it cheap for only getting one large copper coin for completing a difficult quest. However, if they make proper preparations, they can make a killing if they bring back 10 bundles which are equal to a silver coin. And congratulations! Since the number of completed requests has exceeded the amount needed to rank up, your adventurer rank has increased to E. Marie, eh? Toru never expected that his adventurer rank would go up after one quest. Though he was surprised, he acted calmly. Isn't it too easy? I've only cleared the herbal collection. Toru, there is no problem for F ranks because it uses a simple point system. Some may feel tricked, but in the first place no one cleared the required points with just one medicinal herb collection quest. Marie replied while smiling. It would have been hard to carry 103 herbs into the guild. If a person doesn't have inventory, it's difficult to rank up when you just do the herb collection quest. Somehow it feels too easy. Toru, the F rank is made only to observe the basic physical strength and the reliability of the adventurer. I do not think that the standard is low, but if you are going to be an adventurer, you should clear this stage easily. It is a stage where one becomes a true adventurer when crossed. Marie, so that's it, Toru. In other words, Marie is describing something like a probation period when getting employed by a company. Toru was convinced. You can now receive subjugation requests from E rank. The difficulty is quite different from an F rank request, so please be careful. Marie, okay. Thank you for your guidance. Toru bowed and left the guild, while feeling a stabbing gaze directed at him. Chapter 20, Repelling the Ruffian and Esther Missing. On the way from the guild to the inn, my intuition caught the sign of someone tailing me. There are about 2 people following me. They have been following me since I left the guild premises. Thinking that it might be a misunderstanding, I entered an alley as a test. However, there seemed to be no further signs of being tailed. I probably misunderstood the people who seemed to be following me. But I turned around the corner and moved to intercept the people following me, and then I waited. What? Unknown men. When I suddenly appeared from the corner, I surprised the 2 people following me. I thought it to be rude that the 2 who seemed to be following me were surprised. I was slightly upset and began to talk. You have been following me since I got out of the guild. What do you want from me? Toru, I observed the people tailing me. I noticed that there is something familiar with the 2 people in front of me. Where have I seen them? They're the ones from that time at the guild. These 2 are the drunk adventurers from the guild. I don't know their names, and I'm not interested in knowing. I don't know what their purpose is, but I know that nothing good will come of it. Only that is clear. The men laughed like hyenas, raising their chin and looking down on me. As seniors, we can see that you don't know much about adventurers. So we're hoping to teach a rookie like you. Drunkard one, you have nothing to teach me, Toru. Well, there is an important lesson you must learn. Right? Drunkard 2, oh, yeah. Look at us, we're E-rank adventurers. And we are close to rank up to D. Being an adventurer is a tough job. Even if they are highly capable people like us. It's hard to rank up, and no matter how good your skills are, you can easily die. Drunkard 1, ... Just what do you want? Toru 1, I didn't want to waste my time chatting with these adventurers. I wanted to return to the inn immediately. When I asked them about what point they are trying to get across, one of them laughed before putting his arm on my shoulder. Small fries like you inferiors should learn your place. Then, the man punches me right in my stomach. It was a blow that is impossible to evade when someone is holding the target's shoulders. Eh? Drunkard 1, that's all I want to say. Toru, I caught the fist with just one hand. So you caught my fist. Stop acting like a big shot, you inferior. Drunkard 1, what are you going to do? Here, take this. Drunkard 2, if they attack me, that's when I'll strike back. I can't help but feel like they're pathetic. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. But after talking to them, I realized it was useless. I pushed the man slightly. The man lost balance and fell on his ass. This is E rank and someone close to D rank. The story that the receptionist said, the quality of adventurers is falling, is probably not an exaggeration. Bastard, what are you doing? Drunkard 2, don't be in a hurry because you suddenly reached E rank. Tomato bastard. Drunkard 1, it's shameful to have you in the guild. You're so full of yourself. Drunkard 2, the men pulled out the swords on their hips and pointed them towards me. I think the two drunks have gone insane. However, I calmly observed the two attackers. Will you resign from being an adventurer, or will you kneel and give us your reward from earlier? I'll let you choose. Drunk 1, I finally realized their true goal. Here is what I think they want. Apologize for shaming us in the guild, and give us the reward that you received as a fee. It's stupid. I should have ignored them, but I still did it. Toru, what? Drunk 2, no, there's still a way to fix this. You'll eventually do this again. But I won't give you the chance. Toru, I activated intimidation with all my might. At the same time, the men's faces become blue and cramped. They began to gasp and their mouths flapped like a fish. In the meantime, I instantly cast strength enhancement to my whole body. The enhancement of magic instantly strengthens my body. I did it before the men regain their composure. Higher. Toru, Gwa. Drunk 1, oof. Drunk 2, I hit both of the men on their stomachs with a palm thrust. The moment my palm touched the two men, their bodies flew. The men blew off 10 meters from where they stood, then falling and rolling another 5 meters. They're vomiting and foaming from their mouths, but they're already unconscious. It is probably an effect of having their stomach juices forced out of their stomach. I confirmed that both are unconscious, before releasing the spell and heading to the inn. With this level of ability, and me as an E rank, this is probably the deterioration of the quality of adventurers. Well, the receptionist did say that it is quite easy to rank up to E once you've mastered the basics. But that doesn't mean you're strong. Even some full-time employees in a company can do worse than part-timers. It is probably similar to that. Even the E-ranked adventurers may lack ability. In a meritocratic hierarchical system, people are promoted to the limit of their abilities. Toru, it is similar to what is called Peter's Principle on Earth, which is true even in the adventurer society of Viagud. Note, Peter's Principle states that a person within an organization will be promoted to his optimum level of competence, and succeeding promotions will only decrease their competence. You can Google it if you want a clearer definition. Those who have the ability get promoted further, and those who do not stagnate on their level. These two are the latter. Yeah. Don't just follow the procedure of ranking up. If you don't think and enhance your skills, you'll die quickly. Toru, I defeated the two armed men in an instant, and reminded myself of this. I didn't think that he was able to beat the opponent because he was strong. He was called an inferior because he was weak then. The opponents this time were just weaker. Slowly but surely, taking one step at a time, I will grow and reach the normal strength of the locals here, then I will survive Viagud. Toru, because it is a world where life is cheap, I can never be too careful. Toru, who went to the dining room at dinner, ate delicious food before dining at the inn. 1-3, until yesterday, there has been nobody who wanted to approach him until he heard a voice. Hey Toru. Is this seat vacant? Landlady, isn't she back yet? Landlady, Toru was thinking, where is she anyway? She was getting a little annoying. But without Esther, He felt weirdly lonely somehow. What about Esther? Toru, the landlady who heard Toru talking to himself, approached him while grinning. So, yeah. Did Esther make a request today? Toru, she hasn't come back yet. Landlady, the landlady said she was afraid. Toru is slightly annoyed. Why is she that worried? But it is wrong to be angry at someone for just asking. So Toru immediately stopped himself. Are you worried? Landlady, Toru, oh, she'll be back soon. She has been a long time adventurer. When the request is over, she'll probably want ale to drink. So just wait for her and just chill and wait, but she might never return. There are even adventurers who don't. Landlady, Toru, hey, it's a joke. Don't look at me with such scary eyes. Well, if you are worried about her too much, your heart will wear out. So go on and eat. Landlady, saying that the landlady laughed loudly and served a big serving of salad on my plate. What an energetic woman. While having small talk, the landlady has been observing what Toru normally likes and eats. Energetic, but attentive. A very skilled landlady. Toru's reactions made her feel happy. Surely Esther will come back tomorrow. Toru convinced himself, so he slept with another UFO bed enchanted by plenty of lighting. But Esther didn't return to Finlis the next day. Chapter 21, Receptionist's Spirit. 3 days have passed, but Esther hasn't returned to Finlis yet. I can't pretend that everything is fine. While heading to the guild, I checked the rank request on the bulletin board. Most of the overhanging requests were for monster subjugation, and the rest were collection and reconnaissance requests. Not one single request posted should take several days to clear. I could probably finish most of these in a day at most. Esther was known to be on the verge of being promoted to D rank. But right now, she's still an E rank adventurer. It is highly possible that she took one of those E rank requests. However, she hasn't returned yet. It is very possible that she's in trouble while doing the request. I went to the reception. Excuse me. Esther hasn't returned and a few days have passed since we last met. Do you know where she went? Toru, I'm sorry, Toru-san. Due to our rules on confidentiality, we can't divulge information pertaining to quests and the adventurers that undertake it. Marie, Her absence is already a cause for concern. If Esther is still alive, we might be able to save her if we go help her now. Esther may die because of your reluctance to give information. We might be too late if we don't do anything right now. Do you understand that? Toru, Marie, I released less than intimidation greater than and shook my head. I feel maybe I've overdone it. The receptionist was quite pale and petrified. Tears are also about to fall from her eyes. Why am I so agitated, Toru? I'm not in a party with Esther, nor do we share a close relationship. However, I guess we share an inn and we're fellow adventurers after all. Also, without Esther, I wouldn't have even been able to know about Finlis. If she didn't pay for my toll, I wouldn't be able to enter Finlis. She taught me about the Adventurers Guild and gave me the push to register. Taught me about the inn and the magic store. Without her, I believe that I wouldn't be where I am right now. That's why I felt a great debt to Esther. If she's in a bind, I want to go help her. While I'm pondering what Marie's silence means, Marie regained her calm and opened her mouth. Toru-san, do you want to take an E rank request? There are many subjugation requests for E rank, and the most famous one is Goblin subjugation. There is also the subjugation for silver wolves. There are very few monsters in the forest, but when you go deep inside the forest, the monster encounter rate will gradually increase. However, if you go further, you will also encounter monsters that E-rank adventurers cannot deal with. Please be careful as there have been similar cases. Marie. The receptionist stared into my eyes and tapped the counter with her fingertips. Besides subjugation requests, though few, reconnaissance requests are also available. Those can be taken by E-rank adventurers. Marie, huh? Oh yeah. Thank you for explaining. Toru, but please be careful. Marie. Marie stared at my eyes with eyes brimming with emotion. And in response, I nodded thankfully. She explained that she was asked by the receptionist to receive an E-rank request, but she hit the counter in places. When the contents are put together, it is Silver Wolf, Forest, Deep Inside, and Encounter with Monsters that cannot be dealt with E-rank, and reconnaissance requests. The other day, when I passed through Finlay's Gate, the guards said, Silver Wolves have been seen roaming a lot recently. When I remembered that phrase, I was now able to put together what Marie-san was talking about earlier. Esther went deep into the forest of Finlays to investigate why silver wolves were multiplying, Toru, and the probable reason why Esther hasn't come back yet, as Marie-san had said, monsters that E-rank adventurers cannot deal with. This is what Toru got from what she implied. The receptionist was able to clearly convey the necessary information as fast as she could without violating the confidentiality rules. Thank you very much, Toru. In return for my debt, I vowed to find Esther no matter what. I prepared myself and ran towards the forest as fast as I could. 1-3. Support the translator on lazytranslations.tweebly.com is at the Inferior Boy. Voice. As Toru left the guild, a cold voice was heard from behind Marie. Marie's shoulders shivered in response to that voice. Chief. That's a terrible thing to say. We are relying on every adventurer's quest fulfillment. Marie. Her. I respect excellent adventurers, but why do I have to respect inferior people? If they fail a request due to a lack of ability, it will be terrible for all of us. Is there a problem? Philip, you're right, but what you said is still discriminatory. If you don't take it back, I will report you to the head. Marie, please feel free. Philip, then Philip, the chief receptionist, smiled and closed the distance with Marie. So, what did you say to him earlier? Philip, Marie freezed. Not because he brought his face closer to hers. He knew that Marie had passed information to Toru and broke guild rules. Violation of confidentiality will result in immediate disciplinary action. There are various degrees, but at the very least her salary will be reduced. Oops, Marie. Marie trembled, thinking of the future of her being fired. On the other hand, a part of Marie remembered the chief days before had been the one who suggested the request to Esther. By the way, it was the chief who recommended this request to Esther, Marie. Suddenly the suspicion rose up and a wrinkle appeared between Marie's eyebrows. Marie thought that Philip noticed something when he suddenly straightened his posture. Well, that's fine. Please be sure to handle information carefully to prevent this from happening in the future. Philip. Yes, thank you, Marie. I was let off, Marie. When Philip disappeared in the back, Marie suddenly felt exhausted and sighed. She didn't sigh in the original translation, but the sentence didn't seem smooth, so I made it a little smoother. Something feels wrong, Marie. Recently Marie felt Philip's actions have become strange. Especially with his treatment of Esther's requests, Philip was quite active with interactions with adventurers. Not only was he involved with Esther's request, he is active with many other adventurers. Philip was often involved in the requests of multiple adventurers. Though he is the chief receptionist, he can help with advising the adventurers who ask Marie for requests. But his usual job is to manage the finances behind the counter. He arranges for payments for request completion and purchasing of materials. Despite that, why, Marie, that was quite the mystery. But there is no answer to be found. Marie could not pursue Philip. If she chose to question him, he'll do something back to her. She can't question him, and otherwise, he will launch a counterattack. She can imagine a future where she will be removed from her current job and placed somewhere where she can no longer interact with adventurers. The work of a receptionist is hard and the salary is meager. But Marie is quite attached to this job. It is good that nothing happened. It is a well-known fact that curiosity killed the cat. As a receptionist, she can only hold her tongue. I ran towards the heart of the forest with all my might. I'm done with waiting. I applied less than complete enhancement greater than and then activated less than auditory enhancement greater than. With the less than magic sword greater than in hand, I slashed at the curtains ivy blocking my path. 3 days have passed since Esther left Finlis. It's unclear how much supplies she has prepared for her mission. But the amount of supplies a person can carry is not endless. If she is injured for any reason she may succumb to hunger and thirst. I can't even think that Esther is dead even for a second. Of course, it's possible that Esther is already dead. However, thinking about it is useless. A little while after I ran through the forest, I heard a loud sound. ... Is someone fighting? Toru. The sound came deeper from the forest. As I listened, I heard the noise from a large object hitting something and a voice that seemed to belong to a woman. Esther? Toru. I rushed towards the sound. Chapter 22, Saving Esther. Esther is now confronting rockworms in the woods. Rockworms are giant caterpillars that are over a meter tall. Its body is covered with rock-hard carapace, so it's difficult for Esther's sword to pierce it. It might look like a caterpillar, but rockworms are carnivorous. Even if it is against a human, she's still considered prey. It was a very ferocious and annoying monster. Esther didn't even think that the rockworms would also be breeding, although she entered the forest due to a guild request. She was just expecting silver wolves had multiplied too much. It was naive of her. ... I'm in quite the mess, Esther. In order to defeat a rockworm, an adventurer should have at least D rank ability. So Esther ran away at the exact moment she saw the army of rockworms. Esther will soon reach D rank, but she's still just E rank. It is an opponent she can fight and has a chance to win against. However, that is only if she's fighting with one rockworm. But Esther saw an army of at least 10 rockworms. There is no way of her winning if she clashes with the group. Therefore, Esther escaped like a rabbit. It was the correct choice in that situation. However, she should have remained calm during her escape. As Esther escaped for her life and desperately ran away, she lost sight of her way out of the forest. She went often to Finlis Forest to carry out guild commissions. But today is the first time she's been to the deeper part of the forest. The forest of Finlis is large and labyrinthine. There is no guarantee that a person will be able to return safely if they lose their way. Still, Esther didn't despair and try to escape from the forest, relying on her senses and memory. Frightened by the shadows of rockworms and other demons, Esther desperately aimed for a way outside the forest all day and night. It was the 3rd day after she got lost in the forest, when Esther discovered a square clearing that suddenly appeared in the forest. It was arranged in the shape of a square, and it was a large area where 4 houses could be built. At the end of the clearing was a pile of huge lumber that could have been knocked down when the place was cleared. All the trees were trimmed into an even height about 10 centimeters from the ground. The tops of the stumps are surprisingly smooth. The surface felt like they were cut by an extremely sharp sword. However, it is not possible to cut a large tree with a sword. What is this? Who made this clearing within Finlis Forest? What does this clearing mean? Why is there a huge pile of lumber? Do they plan on building anything here in the future? But who? Esther. Esther stood in front of the unusual scene. But it was at that time. Crack! The sound of a twig breaking echoed within the forest. Esther reacted quickly and pulled out her sword. There she saw the one who made the sound. Kai. Rockworms. Countless rockworms were surrounding her. And a rockworm is already aiming at Esther. Some are ready to pounce and some are lifting their heads. There is no sign of a gap she can escape through. Esther could outrun them. Rockworms are relatively sluggish. Once Esther used less than muscle enhancement greater than on herself, she may be able to escape. But she still didn't know in which direction she could escape getting out of the forest. If she escapes without thinking, she might look like she escaped from the rockworms. But instead, she could head further, deep into the forest. What will she do? During this short period, Esther lost her chance to escape. Q. Surrounded by rockworms. Since there are no trees around, the monsters can move better. Esther immediately readies herself for battle. She hesitates to attack the rockworm first and slashes to counter the attacks. Q. It's tough. Esther, her hands felt numb. It was as if she had tried to cut solid rock. Esther frowns. The sword she uses is one of the few good swords in Finlis. Its kind can be seen and bought at a moderate price in any weapon and armor store within Finlis. Still, the toughness of these worms is above par. And no matter how hard the monster was hacked, its carapace was neither chipped nor bent. The sword is her reliable companion that has never given up on her. However, it is unreliable against an unbreakable opponent. No, it's me who is unreliable. Esther, a master can use any sword. What she lacks is not sharpness. It is Esther's skill. If only I'm a little stronger, Esther. Esther bit back a scream of frustration. Fortunately, rockworms are slow. Esther is confident that she wouldn't be fatally injured if she worked hard on evading. She plans on devoting her strength on evading and planning an escape route. At the same time, she still kept trying to attack the rockworm. The battle was at a stalemate. But that condition will end in a matter of time. Huh? Esther. Suddenly Esther's knee buckled. As she continued to strengthen her muscles, she is now experiencing a shortage of mana in her body. Noticing the lack of magic within Esther, the worms surrounding her suddenly changed tactics. The rockworms all lifted their heads and went towards Esther. The tip of their mouth began opening like ripe chestnuts. Support the translator on lazytranslations.tweebly.com. Oh, Esther, this is not good. Esther, I will die here. Esther, my life as an adventurer ends here. Esther, what did I do wrong? Esther. Esther collapsed like a puppet whose strings are cut once she was certain of her death. Help. Esther, this is deep in the forest. Even if she called for help, it was unlikely for anyone to come to her aid. But still, Esther called for his name. Toru. It wasn't her parents' faces nor her friends' faces flashed in Esther's desperate mind, but the face of the boy who had somehow easily annihilated a goblin army, saving her. Then at that moment, just in time, Toru, the wind smashed the rockworm in front of Esther. At the moment Toru found Esther, she was about to be eaten by a caterpillar. Toru used magic with less than chant less casting greater than. He sent 10 less than a cutter greater than and shot at the caterpillar. Boom. The head of the caterpillar that was trying to swallow Esther flew away as if it had been hit with a huge hammer. Forcing the magic to be activated multiple times made the shape of the wind blade quite dull. The sharpness that was supposed to exist was not there, and it became a mere air bullet. But Esther's life was saved nonetheless. Just in time, Toru stood between Esther and the caterpillar, and relief filled Toru's heart. Toru? Esther. Yeah, Esther, are you okay? Toru. Ah, but why? Esther. Please listen to what kind of request you will take next time before taking them. Okay. Esther, I came because I was worried, Toru. Those words were pushed into the back of Toru's throat due to his embarrassment. Hiding his embarrassment, Toru raised his magic sword and slashed towards the caterpillars. The caterpillars in the front are now dead. However, the caterpillars in the back row were still alive. Toru wished he could properly activate Hikata, then caterpillars in the back row would have also been killed, but for now, he can't help it. Toru is still not accustomed to magic or combat. He can only handle magic correctly during surprise attacks. He focuses his mind and slashed the caterpillars. The caterpillars were wary of the sudden appearance of Toru. However, Toru killed the caterpillars without them getting the chance to open their mouths. Wow, Esther. As Toru killed all the caterpillars, Esther muttered behind him while staring at him. Is this kind of caterpillar lurking all over the forest? Toru, these caterpillars were the same type of creatures that he found in the cave where he first revived. Was it a survivor of the collapse, or was it from another group? I can't beat a rockworm that easily. Toru is amazing. Esther, it's not that hard. I mean, this is called a rockworm. Is it considered a monster? Toru, that's right. Esther, is it normal for this kind of creature to accumulate? Toru, that's right. Esther, Toru, who had imagined that the rockworm was just a normal bug in this world, felt relieved his heart after being told the truth. Good. This is not a world where huge insects spread, Toru. You can cut off the hands or feet even with the hardness of the rockworm's carapace. Esther, that's right, but I think I could only defeat it because my sword is so sharp. Toru, I see. Esther, then Esther can almost beat the rockworms. Toru, what is your reasoning? Esther smiled. Did their laughter cut the tense atmosphere? Esther can't help but sit down. Are you okay, Esther? Toru quickly approached Esther and took out a water bag from his less-than-inventory greater than, but Esther shook her head gently. I'm not thirsty. I'm just a little tired. Esther, but Esther wandered through the woods for days, right? Are you sure you aren't thirsty? Toru, oh no problem. I just have enough water and food with me. Esther, that's right. Oh, but I can't find your luggage. Toru, here it is. Esther smiled sagely and put her hand inside her breastplate. When she pulled it out, she had a water bag in hand. Oh, what? Toru, actually, I have inventory the same as Toru. Esther, oh I see, Toru. I can only hold a certain amount of luggage though. Esther's explanation finally clarified a few misunderstandings. Esther used to take out hemp bags with money and her guild card from her breastplate to conceal her ability to use less than inventory greater than, but that's why anyone who sees misunderstands. Toru, oh, what? Esther, because you're obviously putting things that don't fit in the breastplate. Toru, looking at Esther who leaned her head towards him, Toru smiled thinking, is this what the guard was talking about? It seems that they are dealing with it, but there is a hole in the logic. He's skilled, Toru. That guard was pretending not to notice even though Esther was using inventory. What are you laughing at? Esther, no, whatever. Then Esther, let us head back to Finlis. Toru, let us head back? The words stopped in the back of Toru's throat. Deeper into the forest, Toru felt a bad premonition. Reacting his feelings, the hairs behind his neck stood up. Toru immediately raises his magic sword and stares deep into the forest. This feeling. Maybe, Toru, a mysterious space that suddenly appeared within the forest. What is happening here, Toru, or what is it, Toru? Chapter 23, A Duel with the Queen Rockworm. I had previously felt an unpleasant atmosphere similar to this. As soon as I remembered, I found out what was hiding deep in the forest. Toru. I'm sorry, I wanted to say those words, but I couldn't. Sub-Zero, I don't understand this sentence. What the hell is that? Esther. Esther. Please move further away from me. Toru. Is it a monster? Esther. Yes. Toru. I say that she should keep herself calm, but I myself was not calm. I fixed my expression to seem more calm. 1. Because it will end soon, Toru. I escaped from it before without fighting it. I know that during the time I had no chances of winning against it. But not now. I am more experienced and stronger than before. I also know magic this time. Certainly, my strength has increased. Just maybe. Is it possible for me to win now? Of course it is. Toru? Why are you laughing? Esther. Toru. After being pointed out by Esther, I put my hand over my mouth. I noticed that the edges of my lips were pointing up. I was never able to laugh and smile in this situation while I was still living in Japan as a salaried worker. I typically would have turned tail and tried to escape, with a pathetic expression. But not now. I was laughing while trying to confront a strong enemy. Was the cause the soul transfer, or is it from Lid's body? Or the magic sword? 2. The skill imbued within it is just plainly named less than harvest greater than plus the good sharpness that even rocks are easily cut. There are probably no disadvantages to this sword. I started to wonder if the magic sword is changing my soul. After thinking about it for a while, I knew that there are no ways to change my skills. At least I have no idea how. I may never even want to. Then it's too late. The only way is to accept it and live by adapting. I don't think there was something wrong with this choice. In any case, I would have not survived without obtaining the magic sword. It was quite essential. Then the path I took to survive is not a waste. In front of me, the sound of trees falling can be heard. I only think about this battle. From deep in the forest, a giant body releasing miasma appeared. Did you follow me? Toru, it was the queen of the rockworms I saw in the cave. At the moment when the queen appeared, I used a large amount of less than strength enhancement greater than on myself and plunged into the fray. SHH. Queen Rockworm, a flash appeared on the queen's body. It was my attack, which had hit the queen but only made a shallow cut. Haha. Take that. Toru, he only told haha. But, I added a take that. To add more character into his words, it feels like he's super excited. That's it? I can feel the difference in strength between me and that monster. He says queen, but I changed it to monster. If this was an oversight, how disappointing. I laughed at my sense of less than intuition greater than in the toughness of my body. In the next moment, the queen swung its body while I was unprepared. I was blown away from being hit on the side, receiving the shock of being hit by a truck. With a violent smash, I hit a pile of logs. The impact made the pile collapse and crush the me underneath it. Toru. Esther shouted in a shrill voice I had never heard before. It seemed that me being hit like that is a big deal. However, even with such an attack, I only felt a little bit of pain. This is thanks to enhancement magic. My turn. Toru. I was convinced of my strength, grinning widely, immediately activated spells with less than chant, less casting greater than, less than fireball greater than, less than water ball greater than, Toru, less than rock needle greater than, less than air cutter greater than, Toru. If it were against normal monsters, the spells would be quite lethal. However, it was not a fatal blow to the Queen Rockworm. Still, The queen can be seen writhing and wriggling in pain. Did it instinctively feel that it would take damage one-sidedly and be killed if it stayed from a distance? I thought as the queen charged towards me. It's not like a normal rockworm. It possesses amazing speed. However, no matter how fast, if the body is huge, it is just a large moving target. I cut the logs without hesitation and quickly changed my posture. Then, I intercepted the queen's charge with my magic sword. It resulted in the sword tearing through the skin easily. Pika. Queen Rockworm. Support the translator on lazytranslations.tweebly.com. Did it feel life-threatening pain for the first time in its life? A high-pitched scream from the queen reverberated through the forest. You have no time to recover after being hurt. Toru, after waving their magic sword, I immediately continued to pursue the queen. While slashing with the sword, I cast less than rock needle greater than from under the queen's belly simultaneously. I aimed at the bottom of its belly because I thought it was the softest part of that thing. Every time the less than rock needle greater than hits, a sickening sound can be heard. I don't know if there is any damage. However, regardless of the result, I continue to use the less than rock needle greater than counter. Intercept. Counter. Always shooting spells and moving around the opponent's blind spot. I was overwhelming a monster many times his size. All thanks to my non-attribute magic. Without less than muscle enhancement greater than I can't beat the gargantuan queen, no matter how sharp the magic sword is. I slashed at the queen continuously at the same spot. Soon a yellowish fluid began to flow out of the wound. The blood of a rockworm. The blood kept pouring out until it slowed down. Still, the queen's fighting spirit does not decline. Detecting the spells that I threw at it, the queen concentrates its defenses on its abdomen. At first, it received less than rock needle greater than, but now it twisted its body and I can barely see any damage. When the queen focuses, it seems that its defense power is improved. While battling, the opponent is learning gradually. How fun! I activated a spell with all my might. The queen, who felt a sign of magic getting activated, turned its attention to its abdomen. Seeing that, I smiled. Less than fireball greater than, Toru. Toru fired at his opponent's wound and shot a fireball brimming with mana. Boom. Less than fireball greater than flew with a boom as it crossed the speed of sound, and swallowed the queen in an instant. Pika. Queen Rockworm, the queen, who was prepared for the attack from under its belly, could not react to my fireball. The high-temperature flames, which should have been repelled by the hard outer skin, enters through the wound and burns the body from inside. Less than fireball greater than Toru. Pika. Queen Rockworm, one additional shot. Less than fireball greater than Toru. Pika Gaybot. Queen Rockworm, one more shot. After 3 shots, a scream came from the queen's mouth, and a flame rose. The flame that spreads throughout the body burns the queen. Just after the last shot, the queen approached me. But that was the last. The queen curled up and fell to the charred ground. 1-3, how? Queen Rockworm. Esther. Esther was ready to die when the monster appeared. The Queen Rockworm is a monster that can be safely defeated only by a party of rank C adventurers. The hardness of its carapace is of a different level compared to a normal rockworm. The way of fighting is the same as a rockworm. It charges while boosting its defense. Still, the status values are different. Both speed and strength are exceptional compared with normal rockworms. In fact, Esther was confident that she could dodge a rockworm's attack, but the queen's attack seemed impossible. Rank E adventurers against rank C demons. The difference in ability is so large that it is impossible to win. Unlike a rockworm with rank D danger, this should not be at a level where you can win if the attack lands. How can Toru fight easily against the Queen Rockworm? Thought Esther. Is Toru really a lost person? A lost person is a weak individual, a person that can unmistakably be called inferior. In the history of Vigard, this has never been an exception. However, Toru defeated the hordes of goblins almost by himself, learned magic easily, and succeeded in less than shunt, less casting greater than. Toru continues to overturn the common sense of lost people. Esther's common sense is also continued to be overturned. Toru skillfully uses his opponent's attack to counter and inflict more damage. At the same time, he is also driving magic into the Queen's belly. Who can fight like this? Esther. Esther felt like she was dreaming in the middle of the forest. Her common sense kept on clashing with reality. However, the reality was merciless and kept shattering her common sense. I thought it was strange, but Esther was convinced. He is not a person who can be considered an inferior person. Esther. Toru successively damages the Queen. The blood of the Queen flows continuously from the deep wound. Focusing on the wound, Toru shot off the less than fireball greater than in quick succession. It was as if it was a less than fireball greater than that contained absurd amounts of mana like the advanced fire magic less than flare greater than. Wow. Esther. Toru defeated the Queen, who can only be subjugated by a group of C-ranked adventurers, alone without any serious injury. Witnessing reality, Esther had no other reaction but to be shocked. It was an exciting reunion between Toru and the thing he met in the cave. Chapter 24, A short break outside the forest. When the battle ended and the tense atmosphere broke, Toru felt dizzy and exhausted. It seems that he used too much magic power. Toru, you're amazing. Esther. Kahokech. Esther, are you okay? Toru. While being alert, Esther smacked his back, making him cough violently. Why are you so calm? You just defeated a C-rank monster. Esther. That's right. And I'm really tired. Toru. You are amazing. It's normal for you to be tired. Esther. Esther smiled while she was speaking. Toru thought that was just fine. His ability had improved more than he expected. Sub-Zero, proofreader here. Changed better to more cuz it makes more sense. However, Toru is overwhelmingly lacking in combat experience. If the Queen Rockworm had acted unpredictably, Toru would not have been able to fight as efficiently. For example, if it had suddenly targeted Esther, Toru became terrified by imagining such a possibility. He was lucky to be able to defeat the Queen without taking significant damage. If he had fought an enemy with equivalent strength, he might have gotten seriously injured. First of all, I have to get proper armor. Toru. Yeah. Who would have believed that you've defeated a C-rank monster without even wearing any sort of armor? A drunk person would be the only kind of person who would attempt such absurdity. Esther. Toru takes out a water container from his less than inventory greater than and then took a huge gulp. As the water flowed through his throat, he began to feel refreshed. While Toru was taking a break, Esther plunged her sword into the monster's body. What are you doing? Toru. I'm taking out a magic stone. There are magic stones in monsters. If you bring this into the guild, it will be purchased at a good price. Esther. That's right. Well, I didn't take it when I was fighting goblins. Toru. Because goblins have trash magic stones, you can only sell one for 2 or 3 gold, but if your clothes get bloody you will have to buy a new one. Unless you are an adventurer who's going through financial troubles, you will not dismantle goblins. That's a fact. Esther. I see. Toru. Previously, Toru threw away all the clothes he wore during his battle with the goblin horde. He washed it with water over and over, but the goblin smell just wouldn't wash away. It is a big loss when the clothes are useless even though you only get trash magic stones in exchange. Sadly, some adventurers need to take out trash magic stones. When his physical strength recovered, Toru joined the dismantling and collected the magic stones. The rockworm's magic stone is about the size of a thumb. The queen rockworm, on the other hand, was as big as a baseball. Putting it all in a hemp bag, Toru then threw it into his lesson inventory greater than anything else to dismantle. Toru. Both rockworms and queen rockworm's carapace can be used as armor, but, honestly, there is nothing that can be salvaged from this. Esther, sorry, Toru. The rockworms were shredded by Toru with his magic sword. He thoroughly minced the monsters because he thought they had a strong vitality. But what he did was overkill. However, if he eased too much, he could be counter-attacked by a rockworm that he thought he killed but was playing possum. It was difficult for Toru, who has little experience in fighting monsters, to adjust his battle style. Unlike rockworms that fell apart because of his attack, looking for an uncharred carapace is close to none. Toru believed that there was no room for leniency. He believes that once he gets used to battling monsters, he will be able to kill the monsters and keep the materials. Until then, he is likely to repeat the same pattern for a while. It's difficult to defeat monsters while leaving the materials intact. Toru, but that's part of being an adventurer. If you want to rank up, it's a required skill. It's good to learn as soon as possible. You need to start practicing. Esther, after collecting the magic stones, Toru and Esther walked towards Finlis. After all, it seems that Esther's physical strength has declined after 3 days of living like a vagabond. Esther's legs are heavy with exhaustion. Her usually neat and lively ponytail looks dead and dirty today. TN, seriously, is this a fetish or something? N, probably, don't question it. You know you want to touch that sweet-ass ponytail. Sub-Zero, that's gross. Then again, I have seen this kind of fetish earl. As she walked towards Finlis, Toru asked her to slow down, and then talked to her. By the way, is Esther's request completed? Toru, the reason why the silver wolf has become so common these days is probably because of the rockworms. The rockworms emerged from the depths of the forest. The wolves migrated to escape from the worms. As a result, the number of silver wolves living in the shallow area of the forest increased, and that is the reason people see the wolves quite often. Esther, so that's it. Toru, I think it's probably the goblins who caused the rockworms to appear around here. Esther, why would they move because of the goblins? Toru, rockworms love goblin flesh above all prey. Esther, you. Toru frowned and groaned after remembering the smell of goblin blood and offal on his clothes. Toru can't imagine anything liking such disgusting things. But aren't goblins living all over the world? They do have a diverse choice of habitats they could live in. Toru, well, yes. The goblins are seen throughout here. Good. Esther, then, you can't surely use it as a viable cause. Maybe they were migrating. Toru, Esther gently shook her head. Rather, you see. Didn't we just beat a lot of goblins recently? Esther, Toru, previously, Toru had beaten a horde of goblins. The smell of the corpse probably invited the rockworms to move to this area. If I had burned the goblin's corpse, it might not have happened. Esther shook her head unconsciously. If they directly report what happened to the killed, you will not know what had happened. However, Toru pretty much did something similar or worse depending on what happened. He did collapse parts of the cave where he transferred to Lid's body. The queen surely survived even if he blocked that entrance. There probably might have been some other opening from that limestone cave. If Esther was guilty of such matters, then Toru who didn't report sighting rockworms and queen rockworms would also be responsible. Of course, that would be a dumb idea. Toru, who was not even an adventurer at the time. So he has no responsibility to report the monsters as an adventurer. For the same reason, Esther doesn't have to take responsibility for not burning the goblins' corpses that Toru, a civilian, had defeated. Anyway, I accepted a goblin subjugation and found a horde, and this time I was doing reconnaissance and found rockworms. Am I seriously that unlucky? Esther, well, we're adventurers and I think there are times when that happens. Toru, yeah. But it was quite the blessing to meet Toru. If I didn't, I wouldn't even be here talking. Esther smiled with pure joy, unlike when she was lamenting her bouts of unluckiness. Having that smile directed at him, Toru became embarrassed and turned away. Upon leaving the forest, Esther suddenly fell. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just felt so relieved that my legs lost strength. Esther's complexion is very bad. Her eyes are drooping and she's starting to nod off. Finally, out of the forest and under sunlight, dark circles can be seen under her eyes. Wandering in the woods for 3 days. She must have been unable to sleep well. Let's take a break for an hour. Toru, I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me take a nap for a short while. Can I ask you to be the lookout? Esther, of course, Toru. Toru stands vigilant of the surroundings, while Esther laid down and closed her eyes. She looked desperate for sleep. Soon slow deep breathing can be heard. Toru confirmed that Esther was sleeping deeply before summoning a skill board. Status, Toru Minasuki, level, 1520, race, human primary job, swordsman secondary job, magician, rank, 1 skill points, 290 340, passives, complete enhancement +5, body enhancement +5, magic enhancement +5, natural recovery +5, enhanced resistance +5, limit break, stamina +5, magic +5, strength +5, dexterity +5, agility +5, intelligence +5, luck +5, techniques, less than sword art LV4 greater than less than magic art LV4 greater than, less than intuition LV4 greater than less than intimidate LV4 greater than less than thought acceleration LV4 greater than, less than magic grimoire LV4 chant less casting LV4 greater than, less than language comprehension LV4 greater than less than blacksmith LV4 greater than, less than magic sword LV1 greater than, Oh, I am at level 20 now. Most of the experience probably came from the subjugation of the queen. Toru checked the screen while feeling quite giddy. The point is, I'm back to 10 points per level. Well, I don't know what the conditions are for the increase in skill points. Toru, I didn't suddenly get a lot of points like I did when I leveled up last time. If the number increased by defeating the queen, the requirement must be stronger enemies, more points, but unfortunately the points increased normally. I wonder if I will acquire any new skills. Toru, thinking about it, Toru suddenly remembered what happened in the back alley the other day. It was good that he could win without accidentally injuring or killing his opponent. However, there will be situations where things will not work that well in the future. Isn't there a skill that does not kill or severely injure the opponent? For a long time, he searched for the innumerable skills that he can view, and finally, Toru discovered the skill he wanted. The battle this time ended in my victory due to the cards being stacked in my favor. And it may be just for today and the next battles. Well, okay, I will raise a lot of skills. Toru decided on his skills and quickly assigned points. Skill points, 345, passives, complete enhancement +5, 8, Body enhancement +5, magic enhancement +5, natural recovery +5, enhanced resistance +5, limit break, stamina +5, magic +5, strength +5, dexterity +5, agility +5, intelligence +5, luck +5, techniques, less than sword art LV4 5 greater than less than magic art LV4 5 greater than, less than intuition LV4 5 greater than less than intimidate LV4 5 greater than less than thought acceleration LV4 5 greater than, less than magic grimoire LV4 chant less casting LV4 greater than, less than language comprehension LV4 greater than less than blacksmith LV4 greater than, less than aikido LV5 greater than new, less than magic sword LV1 greater than, underscore, complete enhancement S effect, which has the highest skill point requirement, is still unclear. However, I had already leveled it up to such an extent. So I will increase the level until I see an effect. Also, the techniques used in battle have been raised evenly. He chose Aikido as his new skill. With this, Toru thought that he would be able to predict and counter the attack of his opponent. Sub-Zero, cool. Aikido is normally very hard to master. I know because I am a practitioner of Aikido. It was the influence of a video of the Aikido master he saw on the internet when he was still in Japan. The master defeated a larger man without using much force or weapons. If Toru can imitate those actions, he should be able to surpass most human enemies. Of course, this is not just for self-defense. Less than Aikido greater than is a martial art that practices on using the body to its fullest. It is based on logical and scientifically proven theories that join muscle movement and force vectors, and the principle of leverage and applying it by positioning your body to redirect or neutralize the attack. Toru was in quite the anticipation that it would have a synergistic effect on other skills as well, like less than sword art greater than if he has Aikido. The effect of skill acquisition was immediately felt. He can clearly understand how the trees, flowers, and air around him are moving, and where they are heading. It was as if his understanding of the world had suddenly increased. The range of his techniques like less than intuition greater than has been expanded. That's not the only change. After testing his skills, Toru adjusted his center of gravity slightly. And with that change alone, his body was in a state of equilibrium like a great tree whose roots make him almost impossible to move. Now he is confident that even if a professional wrestler rushes in, he won't be blown away. Amazing. I think I've become a completely different person with just one skill. Toru felt that the change from LV1 to LV4 and the change to LV5 were completely different. Why does it feel like when my skills leveled up from 4 to 5 it drastically changes? Toru, although the skill name has not changed, it is a possibility that evolution to advanced skills could occur within the skill. Or if there is a certain level reached, new effects are being added as boons for reaching that level. Another skill affected him greatly and is quite far from the norm. I have a lot of thoughts simultaneously going through my mind. Toru noticed that he had multiple thoughts that are running in tandem with one another. Toru was verifying his skills, but he can somehow also focus on thinking about what he will have for dinner today. I'm really hungry. I know that. But what is happening? Toru felt like he had a completely different person in his head. But all the thoughts are his. He can improve his skills, and he can also think about other stuff. Toru thinks that complaining is unnecessary. Toru thinks that practice can help him make simultaneous thoughts feel normal. Toru's thoughts are moving smoothly and at a fast pace like parallel highways, and his thoughts are an overdrive. Meanwhile, less than thought acceleration greater than helps in optimizing the use of his inlids memories, helping him make better judgments. Toru, who realized something from the conversations he had before. He seems a little dangerous. Toru, oh, did he mean that? Toru, when I recall the conversations something clicked. The dialogue spoken by the guard had a completely different meaning. Maybe that person knew something was happening. Toru, the guard controls the people who come in and out of Finlis. It is possible that he obtained information from the people who came in and out, and he might be implying something. But he had no evidence. And at present Toru can't think of a way to prove his hunch. What should I do? Toru continued to stare at the scale board until Esther woke up, and he continued to think about his next course of action after returning to Finlis. Chapter 25, A Confrontation. As soon as Esther woke up, we started traveling toward Finlis. Perhaps because she is more refreshed, we traveled at a faster pace. Her lifeless ponytail also seems to have recovered. This is getting weird. 1. Just before the sun has died red. We arrived at Finlis without any hindrance. Oh, Esther and Toru. Welcome back. Were the both of you safe? Guard, yes, thanks for everything. Toru, what do you mean? I didn't do anything. Good luck. Guard, after showing the guild card to the guard, we went through the gate. I went straight to the guild. Toru, outside the guild, I stopped and squinted my eyes in concentration. Somehow I can hear quite the racket from within the guild. As I listened, I could hear a man yelling. What's wrong, Toru? Esther, nothing. The guild is just a bit noisy. There might be a fight happening inside. Toru, just a fight? Then it's a daily occurrence. Esther, if you say so. Toru, is it similar to the Edo period in Japan where fights happen on a daily occurrence? I, who has lived in modern Japan, never thought that I would ever involve myself even if I witnessed a fight in front of me. I will most likely erase my presence and quickly leave the scene. So again this time, I didn't want to go near the scene and obstinately stood my ground on non-involvement. But Esther has already entered the guild before I could have stopped her. It can't be helped, Toru. I followed Esther, sighing while catching up to her. The atmosphere changed once I entered the guild. The disturbance was apparently caused by two men who were wrapped in bandages and causing a ruckus. Both men were at the receptionist's desk complaining and shouting. I'm curious about what is happening, but my desire to be uninvolved was steadfast. So, tell me about the kid you recently registered as an adventurer. Tell us where he can be found. Drunkard 1, he injured us. Drunkard 2, sorry, I cannot answer queries regarding an adventurer's personal information because of the confidentiality rules. Marie, isn't it illegal to injure a fellow adventurer? You mean you're just going to leave alone a person who breaks the rules of the guild? Drunkard 1, no, I mean. Marie, when I heard the men talking about me, I immediately turned around and began my way towards the exit of the guild. But I was a little late. The receptionist noticed my existence and their eyes widened. The men noticed her reaction and they turned around to see what it was. That's too odd. Drunk 1, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr are those people? Esther calmly asks me, in contrast to the men who are screaming. My stomach is quite upset. Yeah. Well, were they a friend or someone you're related to? Toru, I was previously attacked by them. I was attacked and counterattacked in self-defense, but I could not think that they would come to give a thank you. As she heard my words, Esther's ponytail waved like a puppy's tail. WTF. Toru made friends in Finlis. Esther, no matter how you look at it, they're not friendly. Toru, oh really? Esther, why do I have to be a friend to someone who acts violent and has poor hygiene? Having such a friend would reflect badly on me. Why are you bothering the receptionist? Toru, because of what you did, we can't accept any request. Drunk 1, huh? Toru, hey. Maybe you're just new to being an adventurer and you may not be familiar with it, but it's prohibited by the guild's rules for an adventurer to harm another adventurer. At worst, it is possible to be expelled from the guild. Drunk 2, I see, Toru. When shouted at in a loud voice, the receptionist replied with a look that says, I can hear you fine. If we sue you, you'll be expelled. Drunk 1, no, but in my case, just self-defense. Toru, do you realize we could have you expelled? Won't you be in trouble? You'll be in trouble? If you don't want to get into trouble, pay the treatment fee. 2, a man screams loudly, blocking Toru's reply. Indeed, they did not come to get me expelled, but they used it as a reason to squeeze money out of me. You started, Toru. I'm going to sue through the guild if you don't pay us money. Drunk 1, so as I am, Toru, so tell me what you'll do. Drunk 2, that, Toru, I'm telling you to give us an answer. Drunk 1, shut up. Toru, the men who screamed so that I wouldn't be able to talk were both smirking. I'm so annoyed I used less than intimidation greater than. Immediately, both of them fell on their asses. The other adventurers, who were looking at the situation from far away, paled and stiffened. The people at the bar hid their faces behind their mugs as if they were saying, we're not here. I was attacked by you guys, so I acted in self-defense. By the guild's rules, there wasn't any problem with self-defense, right? Toru, oh, that's right. Yes, it's allowed. Marie, the receptionist, began shaking and nodded many times. It's not self-defense. You have attacked us. Drunk 1, oh, yeah. You were clearly aiming for our lives. Drunk 2, no, it was self-defense. Toru, then is there evidence? We're the ones injured. Drunk 2, they are 2 and I am just 1 person. Looking only at the number of witnesses, I am at a disadvantage. However, since it is said that I injured them, it is impossible to not side with them anymore. I'm tired, Toru. It has become troublesome to deal with them. Better yet, I want to ignore everything and leave Finless. If I leave the city without disproving their claims, I would become a criminal. I will certainly be banished from the guild, and it may be difficult to live in another city in the future. Support the translator on lazytranslations.tweebly.com. In that case, I could go to another country, Toru. While I was contemplating that idea, you have been making a lot of noise since a while ago. From the back of the aisle next to the counter, a strong-looking man appeared with a pulsing vein on his forehead. The guild member who was in charge of Toru's ability test. Graf-san. Here, this guy harmed us. Drunk 1, TN, so Oga-san is also known as Graf-san. Since the author changed the name, I will too. Guys, remember this, so that you don't have confusions later on. Because of the injury he caused us, I was unable to make money. This guy also took all of my money. Drunk 2, they came here and even added claims of robbery. It is at a level that is unlikely to be concluded by expulsion from the guild. When I was thinking about how I would argue, the man called Graf looked at me. He opened his mouth, with eyes that were cunning. 3, are you guys dumb? Ogre Graf, Drunk 1, huh? Drunk 2, Toru, there is a lost. You guys are almost D-rank. Isn't it embarrassing to lose to a recently joined lost? Graf, this guy is inferior. Drunk 1, that is not true. Drunk 2, a memory from a few days ago was probably recalled by the 2 men. They did humiliate me in front of the crowd. They might have not remembered what they did since they were extremely drunk, but they should have remembered after hearing that I was an inferior. Although it was an important piece of information, They forgot completely because of being extremely drunk and their feelings of anger and shame. Jaya ha ha ha. You were beaten up by inferiors. That's something. What? They lost to an inferior? No way. When other adventurers heard that I was a lost person, the adventurers who were looking at me from a distance began to laugh. The two drunks' faces turned bright red from shame from being ridiculed by other adventurers. Losing to a lost person is equivalent to proclaiming to everybody and people who despise inferiors that he is an even weaker person, more incapable than lost people. Now their fighting power and skills as adventurers are doubted. No, no. The man is not an inferior. Drunk one, yes, that's right. We were beat up by that guy. He is lying and pretending to be an inferior. Why would you lie pretending to be an inferior? Graf exhaled deeply and asked the receptionist. Oi Marie. How was the measurement result of Toru's soul? Graf, yes. He is a lost. Marie, is that so? Graf, what will you do? Graf asks the men with his eyes. You drunk one, Q. Drunk two, this time monsters have injured you, so you try to blame the new adventurer, right? Graf, drunk one, isn't it so? Graf stared at the men with quite the intensity. His eyes are telling them, accept it. They are not lost people and their pride will be protected if they lose to monsters. But if they keep on insisting Toru beat them up, they would be known as inferior adventurers who lost to an inferior for the rest of their life. Fine. Let's go. Drunk one, we'll remember this. Drunk two, the men quickly ran out of the guild with their faces red with shame, leaving the line of adventurers on the reception desk. The other adventurers roared in laughter as they watched. Oh, Toru. I'm sorry I had to expose your status. Graf, you had to. Toru, I shook my head at what he said. Graf-san's remarks were filled with the intention of protecting Toru. He helped moderate the adventurers by not letting Toru be a victim and still saving the pride and reputation of the two. It was hitting two birds with one stone, no, 3 birds. It involved less exposure for me, plus it was quick at reaching a peaceful solution for all parties. You may become involved in various troubles because I had announced that you are a lost person. Graf, I've already been involved. Toru, well, that's right. I apologize, but if an adventurer gets involved, feel free to mention my name. It'll help keep them in check. Graf, thank you, Toru. I can only see more merits by being exposed by Graf at this moment. But I swear in my heart that I will make use of his name whenever there is something troublesome in the future. When the atmosphere inside the guild began to settle down, we had finally reached the counter. It's just a report, but I didn't think the distance from the end of the line until the receptionist desk was so long. Toru-san. Sorry for what happened earlier. Marie. No, don't worry Marie-san. Toru, I shook my head as I replied to what she said. You told Graf-san about my situation. And it's okay because Marie-san helped me. Toru, you're too kind, Marie. She told me where Esther's whereabouts were very discreetly so that it would not violate confidentiality. It was precise because of that information that Toru was able to save Esther. It is a mistake to complain to her even if he was exposed as a lost person. With a smile on her face, it lifted the heavy weight on Toru's shoulder. Original TN was, perhaps because she had been more rested, we traveled at a faster pace. Her lifeless ponytail also seems to have recovered, so, the first part with the she had been more part, it didn't sound quite right. So I changed it. 2. Here, the person speaking was not mentioned. So yeah. Although, it's probably one of the drunks. 3. Original TN was, he opened his mouth, with eyes full of cunning. I changed it obviously, but yeah. Chapter 26, whose fault was that clearing? Toru? Esther. Huh? Toru. What did you do to Marie? Esther. Something a little bit. Toru. A little? Esther. Oh, I'll tell you later. Toru. Frightened by the mysterious pressure from Esther, I vowed to tell her more about my interaction with Marie later. Now, what kind of business do you have today, Marie? I came to report the completion of the request I received last time. Esther. Okay, let's move to another place. Please follow me to the small room over there. Marie. There was a private room along the corridor towards the training ground. That's the place where the reporting will be done. I waved goodbye to Esther. But, Toru, Esther. Toru, Esther turned around and invited me with her eyes. This request was received by Esther alone. I didn't do anything to help her, and I had nothing to do with the request. I don't have to be with her during the completion report. But Esther gestures that I have to come. Would she like me to be a witness and tell Marie that she had been in distress for 3 days and that she battled with rockworms? It cannot be helped, Toru. I gave in to her pleading and headed to the small room together. The small room was just enough for 6 adults to fit in. The only thing remarkable inside is a table and a solid sofa. When I sat on the sofa creaked. Wow! Super noisy, Toru. There was no effort made of choosing the sofa. As I was adjusting my seating position, Esther sat next to me. A gentle, sweet scent blew my way. Esther smells good even though she hadn't washed her body for 3 days. I was getting conscious of Esther's smell. I was a 32-year-old man in Japan. After coming to Iagad, my body rejuvenated with my soul intact. My body is from a healthy and virile child whose soul I replaced with my own and lived with his body. Even though I don't usually pay attention to it, I would react to the good scent of young women. What's wrong, Toru? Esther. No, nothing. True. Esther leaned her head close to me. I can't see the slightest intent of her trying to ensnare a man. The gesture was innocent. I chanted Nembutsu using all parallel thinking and drove out evil feelings from my brain. Nembutsu is a Buddhist prayer to drive evil spirits, usually accompanied by drum beating. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Why is Toru-san also with you? Marie. Toru also holds some information. Esther. I understand. Please start the report. Marie. Regarding the frequent appearance of silver wolves, Esther provided Marie with the information she had obtained during the investigation. That's exactly what I heard from her on our way back to Finlis. Marie moves her pen along the paper while listening to Esther. When talking about the appearance of the queen rockworm with the rockworm, I was startled by Marie's reaction, which had remained calm until now. Queen rockworm. I'm going to relay the information with the guild right away. Marie, it's okay. We've already subdued the queen rockworm. Esther, eh? The queen rockworm. It's a monster that has a subjugation rank of C and can only be subdued by parties made of C-rank adventurers and above. Marie, yeah. Toru. Take out the magic stone. Esther told me to get the stone out while holding Marie, who is about to run from her seat. Upon receiving the instruction, I took out the magic stone of the queen rockworm from my less than inventory greater than. This is the proof. Please confirm. Toru, I will take care of it. It is certainly larger than a monster of D rank. Is there anything else that can be used as subjugation proof? Marie, no. I didn't bring anything because the condition of the monster's body was bad. Toru, is that so? Marie, would it pose a problem? Toru, no, it's okay because if you have a magic stone, you can know the monster where it's from, so it's okay. May I appraise it? Marie, oh, Toru, then, I will appraise it later. So. Marie stops the words and turns her eyes to the two. Queen Rockworm. Were you two the only ones who subjugated it? Marie. No, it was killed by Toru alone. Esther. Eh? Marie was surprised. Is it that surprising? I tilt my head in wonder. Is that true? Marie. Yes, it's true. Toru. But the opponent is a C-rank monster. It's also the Queen Rockworm, which is famous for its hard outer skin. For reference, can you tell me how it was subjugated and anything you noticed like weaknesses? Marie. Even if I was asked how I did it, I just used my sword and magic to defeat it as usual. Toru. ... As usual? Marie's expression was stony. For me, I fought like how I usually did. Of course, I don't think it was easy to defeat. However, since I didn't know its weak points, I can't explain it because I did it as usual. Oh, I scratched the carapace until it was wounded and shot a fireball at the wound. Toru. Yes. Using fire magic on its wounds is an effective way to do damage. Marie, looking at her facial expression, she looks like someone whose soul is about to escape. Marie. This is normal for Toru. Esther. Yes, that's. It's funny, he's different from the lost people I know. Marie. Yeah, it is something I can wholly agree with. Esther. Marie and Estelle hold each other's hands as if they were sisters, who had been separated for many years and are finally reunited. Sorry, why are you two acting like that? Toru. First of all, there are only a few people in the Eargard who can use less than sword art greater than and defensive less than magic greater than in tandem. Esther. Is that so? Toru. If you can use attack magic, you are usually a magician. With magic, you can attack safely and one-sidedly from a distance. So nobody is willing to master less than sword art greater than that requires you to jump into the fray in front of a dangerous monster. Esther. ... So that's it, Toru. Other than that, well, there is no victory in someone who is fighting an opponent whose level is higher than 10 or more anyway. This is a general idea, but it is also common knowledge for adventurers. However, depending on the ability and compatibility, although there are exceptions, it will still be a difficult battle. Esther. By the way, regarding a monster's level, but the rank at the lowest is generally level 5 to 10. It is said that the D rank is 10 to 20, and 20 to 40 when it came to C rank monsters. Esther glanced at Marie with a look. Upon receiving the look, Marie took over. Yes. If you notice it, but the monster level is an estimate calculated based on many years of experience in our guild. The level range of C rank monsters is high compared to D rank and below. Please consider that the range of their difficulty is so wide. Marie, the rockworm that was defeated this time is D rank at level 15. The queen is estimated to be around level 30. Marie, even if a lost person carefully fights against a level 30 queen, Eargard's common sense is that he absolutely can never reach the foot of the monster's power. Esther emphasized the never part. I don't think it's absolute, Toru. I leaned back and thought about my level. If there is too much of a level difference, I can understand the reason why you normally cannot win. This is because the stats will rise as the level gets higher. The status cannot be confirmed on the skill board, but the status has certainly risen due to leveling up. I realized that I was able to jump up a cliff after leveling up. Can everyone check their level? Toru. Oh yeah, I didn't explain that. You can check your current level and skills by going to church. Esther. Oh, that's right, Marie. It can be inferred that something similar to the screen on the skill board is also present in the church. God gave the skill board to me as a gift who was sent to Eargard. It's no wonder that there are multiple ways to check levels and skills in a world with skill boards. By the way, what is your level, Esther? Toru, that's a secret. Should Toru be asking women for their weight and 3 sizes? Esther, yeah. I knew that I shouldn't have asked. Toru, our level and skills are similar to the weight and 3 sizes. It seems to be a matter of privacy. I feel that it isn't something I can just hide, but it's because I grew up in a different environment. Even in Japan, the address of entertainers had been published in weekly magazines for as long as I can remember. Even if people are raised in the same environment, levels of privacy will change as the times change. That's what privacy is all about. The topic is a little derailed. But I've never heard that Toru-san is a bit of a joker. Marie, did you have to talk about that? Toru, I asked in a hurry, but Marie stopped my words with a smile. Her smile had a power that didn't allow me to refute. I think it's okay to conclude that the increase in silver wolf appearance is due to rockworms moving. Do you remember seeing anything else suspicious during the investigation? Marie, well, no. There is something. At the edge of Finlay's forest, there was a clearing. Esther, has there been someone who was reclaimed? Marie, you are? Esther. Esther nodded and leaned slightly. There was an open space in the forest where 4 houses could be built. Trees that had been cut down were piled up in the corners of the clearing. The stumps were smooth and probably not cut by ordinary axes. It didn't look like it had been cut by a large group. Esther, I suspect that some of the elite troops of some army have secretly cleared it for the construction of a base. Esther, if so, it's going to be difficult to move. Maybe it's a sign of a military occupation on Finlis. I will investigate again with the guild. Please do not say anything about this information to anyone. Marie, all right, Esther. I was sweating on profusely while listening to their story. Somehow, the place where I just cut down some trees to check the sharpness of less than magic sword greater than became the source of a terrible misunderstanding. Toru, Toru? What's wrong? You're sweating. Esther, no, nothing, yeah? Toru, is there anything you care to share about that space? Marie, oh. I think it's normal that a lumberjack might have just chopped it down. I don't think military operations, secret maneuvers, or anything like that was done at all. Toru, Marie and Esther, the eyes of the two who are now focusing on me who is frozen and sweating. Ah, is it the work of Toru? Esther and Marie, cough. Let's go back to the previous topic then. Marie, let's go back. Toru, Marie and Esther, I welcomed the quiet talk, was getting pierced by their sharp stares. With the silent pressure from the two, I was clamping my mouth shut while shaking like a leaf. Chapter 27, Activation of Acquired Skill. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This is Esther's mission, but I will consider it as completed. Are you sure you want to sell the Queen Rockworm's magic stone? Marie, there are other rockworm magic stones, so I would like you to buy them as well. Toru, so, Marie, before Marie could open her mouth and write down the reply. Suddenly, the door of the private room opened without knocking. Toru had sensed the person using intuition for some time, but Esther and Mary seemed to be surprised, and their shoulders shook before freezing up in surprise. Chief Philip, do you need something? Marie, yes. I didn't hear that Esther-san came back. I came to check the situation. Philip, I will give the report of the matter later. Marie, no, let me confirm it now. I'm the one who asked Esther to accept that request. Philip is a man with a forked tongue. He's in charge of Esther's previous requests / he looks at Esther like she's an ant under his foot. It was a look that looks at the other person a fool. As if he is thinking, She shouldn't have escaped from the forest. At some point, Philip looked at Toru, like he's saying, "What? What's that boy doing over there?" Philip, Toru is also an adventurer. He played an important role in this request. Esther, isn't Toru-san an outsider? Philip, outsider. Philip says, he probably means someone who has nothing to do with the party or the request. He's really good at finding faults. Yes, but... Marie, isn't it okay for him to leave that seat? Ah, yeah, Marie-kun. It's a breach of confidentiality if he has been here for a while. I'll have to report this to the management. Philip, ... Yes, Marie. Marie bites her lips. She would like to argue, but it seems that she could not stand the weight of his words. I was a little annoyed by Philip's behavior. I am also involved. It is something else for someone who suddenly appeared and said that I should leave. No matter how true Philip's words are, I couldn't comply with it obediently. I'm very sorry, but Hester and I formed a party today. Toru, Esther, my words were fake and have just been blurted out on the spot. Esther, who was next to me, almost yelped loudly and moved a little closer to me. The ponytail on the back of her head is making swishing sounds. It's like a dog's tail. I've been thinking about it for a while. What is with that hair? Esther's mysterious hair. I leaned back to the sofa. I think if someone is a party member, then he is not an outsider. Isn't that right? Toru, Esther-san. Are Toru-san's words true? Philip, yes, that's right. Toru and I had formed a party, so he's not an outsider. Esther, yes. If that's the case, there's no problem with me being here. Toru, Philip shook his head as if he couldn't help it. Maybe, please the report. Philip, yes, Esther-san's mission was successful. I haven't organized it yet, but here is the report. Marie, success. ... Please let me see it. Philip received the report from Mary, and quickly read the contents. It was when his gaze was near the end of the transcript. His expression, which has always been smiling, shifted slightly. The change was quick, but I didn't miss it. ... I understand the contents. Congratulations on the success of your request, Esther-san. Marie-kun, please escort Esther-san to have her magic stone appraised. Philip, okay, sir. Esther-san, then please come with me to the counter. Marie, okay. Toru, let's go. Esther, when Esther said that I was about to stand up, but Philip called out to me. Wait a minute. Let us have a short chat. Philip, I can't tell what Philip is thinking based on his expression. However, it was convenient for me. Esther, go ahead. Toru, but... Esther, it's okay, Toru. I wondered if Philip would do something. Esther had quite an uneasy expression. So I repeatedly said, it's okay, waving my hands, shooing her. So, Esther left the small room while looking back constantly as if her back hair is getting pulled from behind. After they left the small room, I faced Philip. After all, even if I look at his facial expressions, I do not know what he is thinking. He is quite good at hiding his inner thoughts. Does it mean that he is not just a simple chief of the guild reception? This is a soundproof design. Please be assured that no matter what you talk about, it will not leak outside. Philip, Toru, then I'll ask first. Philip, at that time, the color of Philip's eyes changed. A slight glimpse of his true nature, which was hidden quite well. What are you? Philip, his voice was like a blade pressing against my neck. It is neither intimidating nor is his words. His intent is just that sharp. I don't know why you're wondering. Toru, a lost person is not the kind of person who can defeat a rockworm. Philip, well, I was careful in fighting a rockworm. Toru, How can an inferior who can never go up from level 1 defeat a level 30 queen rockworm? Philip, I see. I began wondering. This was the reason why Esther is stressed that she could never defeat the queen? Sorry. If you think I'm a lost with a level cap of 1. But I think we can normally up. Isn't it right? Toru, then I realized something. When I was selecting skills, I didn't think about anything in particular, and I just thought of taking less than limit break greater than just because the name seems like it would help me become strong, but apparently, it was a skill to break my level cap. That is, if I didn't take it, my level will never rise and so will my stats. I will still remain weak, and I won't earn any skill points. It was quite dangerous, Toru. Cold sweat rolled on my spine, at such a possibility. Until now, the last who visited Diagad probably did not have a skill board, or did but didn't put points to less than limit break greater than or did not have enough points to acquire. It is likely to be one of these. I was unconsciously avoiding the dead end. If I get stuck since this is reality, there's no reset button. To be unable to level up would have been a roadblock to my survival, which could end this life. I'll ask again. Who are you? Philip, my answer remains the same. I'm just a lost person. Toru, I replied sharply to his intense questioning. We were to stay down for a long time. But it was Philip who broke with a sigh. That's all. We're done. Philip, then I'll ask the next question. Toru, I straightened my posture and asked before Philip closed our small chat. Before coming here, I was checking some skills that I have. Why did you try to kill Esther? Toru, less than condemnation plus 2 greater than. My words were invisible blades that threatened Philip. His breathing stopped. Chapter 28, Denounce and Reap the Soul. ... That's a terrible accusation. I don't understand. I wouldn't attempt to kill Esther-san. Philip. Okay, I'm asking you this, but all of the requests Esther has received over the last few times have involved Philip-san, right? Toru. Yeah. What do you mean? I wonder if you were just calling me a murderer because I was involved in it. Or did I try to kill Esther-san directly? No, you really have some imagination. It's a bit too much to call a guild employee who is doing his duty in supporting adventurer as a murderer. Philip. ... You don't usually talk this much. Toru. Philip. Philip turned around but didn't say a word. Up until now, Philip hasn't spoken this much. He has always stuck to saying as few words he could. But when he saw me, he became more talkative, and words came out rapidly. Although it is not shown in his facial expression, it is proof that he is upset. There are several reasons why I thought so. First, the request for the subjugation of the goblin that Esther underwent. The request just to defeat a few goblins, but she was swarmed by an army of them. Toru, goblins are monsters everywhere. That kind of thing happens really. I guess she was out of luck. Philip, I think it would be for a normal goblin subjugation, but the goblin subjugation Esther received was not a permanent request. Toru, when Esther reported the goblin subjugation, Mary said, this time, the special request is considered as a success. In other words, it is clear that the request Esther received was not a permanent one. It wasn't just any goblin subjugation because it was a request that the guild had issued differently than a permanent request. It was a request that Philip-san was involved in, right? Toru, yes, that's right, but I never tried to kill Esther with that. Philip, be still. Toru, when Philip tries to talk, I stopped him with intimidation. This reconnaissance request is extremely difficult. You could not kill Esther using the goblin request. So you sent Esther to the forest where rockworms are, in the guise of Silver Wolf sighting investigation. If she meets the rockworms, you hope she will die. Toru, that's just speculation too. I didn't know that rockworms were infesting the forest. Philip, but when you read the record, you weren't too surprised at the appearance of the rockworms. You weren't surprised because you knew about the rockworm, right? Toru, no, I was surprised. I didn't think there was any rockworm. I didn't look surprised because I'm trying to be expressionless. If I'm so surprised, the adventurers will get upset. Yes, it's true that you were surprised. But what surprised you was not the appearance of the rockworm. You were surprised that the rockworm was subdued. Toru, when Philip read the transcript, he was slightly surprised at the end of the transcript. It wasn't where the word rockworm appeared, it was the word subdued. This is based on the report Marie was writing. You were at a loss. I'm not supposed to be the kind of person who can defeat rockworms, Toru. He was surprised that I could beat the rockworms. That's why he stopped me. This is to identify the person who disturbed his schemes. It's easy to see if you knew of the existence of rockworms by a quick interview. I'm sure you'll find out, for example, if you ask a guard who is watching people going in and out, what they observe. You'll see a pattern. You'll see that the guilds were informed not only about the rockworms but about the increase in goblins as well. When I came to this world and Esther was the first to reach out. Even if she heard that I was a lost person, she did not discriminate and taught me someone ignorant about the common sense of the good. Esther is my benefactor. I feel a strong resentment at Philip, who had trapped Esther. The intimidation naturally leaked from my body. Philip, who was exposed to my intimidation, opened and closed his mouth like a fish. Sweat began pouring from his forehead and he begins to pant. Recently, adventurers' requests have been failing. Is this your fault, too? Toru, Yuiwaro. Philip, what did you want to achieve by failing inexperienced adventurers one after another? Toru, I am. Philip's eyes suddenly lose focus. The words that come out of his mouth are fragmented. He doesn't know what he wants to say. There was a bad aura emanating from Philip's body while the sounds from his mouth become more unintelligible. It was the same as Clement and others who previously tried to kill Lyd and me in a trap. I frowned in the dark atmosphere that would quickly pollute anyone with a touch. I don't know what's going on, but Esther is my benefactor. I won't let her be harmed. Toru, Philip is a position. So Esther will not be able to easily deal with him. I would have silently overlooked him if he left things be. It will also be difficult for her to reach out to other adventurers. As long as he can oversee her, Philip will not miss his chance at causing violence. Kai. Don't get in my way. What can an inferior person do as a new adventurer? Philip, kill. Philip's inner voice 1, destroy. Philip inner voice 2, twist and crush. Philip inner voice 3, Philip screamed, pushed to action by a voice echoing from his chest. Then, a feeling of elation that is making him lose himself filled his body all at once. While soaking in the strong pleasure, a calmness spread all over Philip. Is the boy in front of you the same person as the one they were talking about? Philip, 3rd person perspective. Oily sweat runs down Philip's temples. Up until a moment ago, Toru had a smirk that made him look like was irritated. However, the irritation he felt from Toru changed and something else appeared. It feels as if he was being condemned by God or the devil. Toru releases pressure that is making it difficult for Philip to breathe even when he is used to rough adventurers projecting bloodlust. I repeat, do not do anything to Esther in the future. Toru, I refuse. Philip, it looks like I have. Toru, the second Philip refused. A shiny jet black blade appeared on Toru's hand. As soon as he saw the blade, the voices lurking inside Philip all became frightened. This pressure. Is it a sacred weapon? Philip, it's stupid. Philip's inner voice 1, why human beings? Philip's inner voice 2, go to he. Philip's inner voice 3, those voices screaming loudly in Philip's chest vanished as soon as Toru stabbed Philip's chest with a jet black blade. Purification of soul confirmed, acquiring 1000 skill points, level 2021. The rank has risen to rank 2. Toru's perspective, it's confirmed. I think my personality has changed. Toru, I left Philip in the small room, was upset by Philip's bold actions. I'm not the kind of person who never gets angry. I get angry when there's something I dislike, and sometimes I even screamed. However, I never acted violently while getting dragged by my emotions. Even if a human had an unbreakable weapon, it would be unthinkable to wield it filled with murderous intent. I felt as if someone had taken over my body. I'm not sure if this is because of the magic sword, or because of the atmosphere of the Eargud. And if this is my true nature, I'm quite horrifying. I have to learn how to restrain myself. Toru, shaking my head, I reproached myself. Philip, who got stabbed by the magic sword, is calm as if something had been removed from him. It is the same as when Clement and others were slashed. Is it fine to slash people with magic sword? Toru, if that is the case, then I can calmly deal with another person by wielding the magic sword every time an opponent gets angry. However, I will become nothing more than a dangerous person. Some adventurer who attacks people whenever someone gets angry at me. Every time I use their magic sword, I might get a notorious title such as Slasher or Untouchable. Yeah. I should only use their magic sword, only against monsters. Toru, that's what I decided. Chapter 29, Aftermath. I returned to the reception floor and looked for Esther. Hey, Toru. Here. Esther. Esther waved her hand towards me. She's standing at the counter. You're done. Is the assessment over? Toru. Ah. By the way, Toru. What did Philip-san say to you? Esther. No. Nothing important. Toru. Toru decided that nothing is the correct answer. If I explain it badly, I might accidentally admit that I used magic sword against Philip. It wasn't a problem because Philip was safe, but I didn't want to have Esther worry about it. That's right, Toru. The purchase price of the magic stone was amazing. It was 50 silver coins. Esther. Oh, Toru. The price of the magic stone alone is an unbelievable amount of 50 silver coins. C rank and D rank monsters give quite the loot. If I compare 10 silver coins with a spirit crystal, it seems cheap, but it is like a bonus item. It's not something that you usually aim for. It was a good sale, Toru. No, this is Toru's. Esther. Huh? No, I wouldn't know about the magic stone if I didn't have Esther. I surely would have left it, so it's Esther's money, right? Toru, that's not right. The rockworm is something you subdued. It's Toru's money. Esther, well, then take half then. Toru, no, but I didn't do anything during the fight against the rockworms. Esther, if we're a party, it doesn't matter what you contribute, right? Toru, huh? Yeah, of course, eh? Esther, my words made Esther's eyes watery, and her cheeks were dyed red like roses. I suddenly decided it, but was it okay for Esther to party with me? Toru, of course. Esther, if so, please take care of me from now on. Toru, oh, gladly. Esther, I held out my hand and Esther grabbed it. Thus I formed a party with Esther. What would the deceased Lid think of when he saw this scene? I suddenly thought of that. A place where black hair and black eyes are not disliked and discriminated against. There are people who you'll meet and help without discrimination, and people who you'll form parties with. Lid's soul may no longer be in this world, I'll let your body experience a world you've never seen, Toru. That kind of purpose for my second life may not be bad. Tilde 3rd person perspective. Oh, you've been hurt quite badly. A laid-back voice can be heard from behind. The man called Philip by the locals had a spirit known as Kame split from his body and turned around. There was a man in a black robe emerging from the darkness. It could be thought that the person was a woman by the tone of her voice, but you couldn't see her true face covered by a hood. Was I followed? Philip, he was alert, but he was unaware of another presence. Have I changed my body again? Came inside Philip. Oh, you are aware? A little mouse was annoyed, but I try to bind your soul a little bit. This body is quite good. Another came. I know, right? Came inside Philip, as if to brag about the new body. The other came possessing a person named Amy spun around. A Kame's body can be freely changed, as if they were clothes and accessories. They are willing to desecrate the soul and human body created by God. There is no doubt. This person is a Kame. Note, so Philip and Clement and his gang were possessed by these Kames. I will still use the name of the bodies the Kames possess to identify them. That's right. Isn't the spirit of your body broken? If you do overdo it, your body will rot while alive, okay? Amy, that's right. Philip, what on earth did you do? Amy, this guy was about to expose all my actions to the guild. I had to do it. Philip, when the soul becomes weakened, Kames can take back control of the body from their host for a moment. If they keep silent, everything seems fine and natural. It was unexpected that Philip was actually not in complete control of his actions. If they don't grasp Philip's spirit, they wouldn't have been able to secretly raise rockworms in the limestone cave deep in the forest these days. The plan of weakening the power of the Adventurers Guild, and the plans that followed. It was exposed suddenly. While saying that Finlay's can definitely be crushed if you take time, does your body still work? Amy, I was doing well. No doubt, the plan was proceeding as planned. It was all because of that kid that caused the plan to go haywire. Philip, yeah. The person that stripped your soul. A child? Who the hell is he? Amy, don't know. But yeah, he holds a strong blessing of the god. I don't know which minion of the 6 gods he is. But when he exerted his strength, I felt that God had descended. Philip, I see. If we move, God will also move. Amy, after saying that, Amy looked up at the sky. Bare white skin was slightly exposed. This body. Is it alive? Philip, Amy, is a friend. However, that came inside Philip was quite hurt. Well, that's fine. Leave it to me, Amy, I'll get on. I will leave Finlay soon and try to recover my soul. Philip, I understand. Amy, so, this is me. Philip, the Kames disappeared into the darkness of Finlay's. Looking over his back, Amy pulled out the dagger hidden under the robe and a twisted grin can be seen. I wish I could leave Finlay safely and peacefully. Amy,